This audiobook is for educational purposes and is for personal use only. The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life, Volume 1 by Drunvalo Melchizedek. Chapter 1. Remembering our Ancient Past. How the Fall of Atlantis Changed Our Reality. A little less than 13,000 years ago, something very dramatic happened in the history of our planet that we're going to explore in great detail, because what happened in the past is now affecting every aspect of our life today. Everything we experience in our daily living, including the particular technologies we use, the wars that erupt, the foods we eat and even the way we perceive our lives, is the direct result of a certain sequence of events that happened during the end of Atlantean times. The consequences of these ancient events have entirely changed the way we live and interpret reality. Everything is connected. There is only one reality and one God, but there are many, many ways that the one reality can be interpreted. In fact, the number of ways to interpret the reality are just about infinite. There are certain realities that many people have agreed on, and these realities are called levels of consciousness. For reasons we'll get into, there are specific realities that extremely large numbers of beings are focusing on, which include the one you and I are experiencing right now. At one time we existed on Earth in a very high level of awareness that was far beyond anything we can even imagine right now. We hardly have even the capability to imagine where we once were, because who we were then is so out of context with who we are now. Because of the particular events that happened between 16,000 and 13,000 years ago, humanity fell from that very high place through many dimensions and overtones, ever increasing in density, until we reached this particular place, which we call the third dimension on planet Earth, the modem world. When we fell, and it was like a fall, we were in an uncontrolled spiral of consciousness moving down through the dimensions of consciousness. We were out of control, and it was very much like falling through space. When we arrived here in the third dimension, certain specific changes took place, both physiologically and in the way we functioned in the reality. The most important change was in the way we breathed prana, a Hindu word for the life force energy of this universe. Prana is more critical to our survival than air, water, food or any other substance, and the manner in which we take this energy into our bodies radically affects how we perceive the reality. In Atlantean times and earlier, the way we breathed prana was directly related to the electromagnetic energy fields that surround our bodies. All the energy forms in our fields are geometric, and the one we will be working with is a star tetrahedron, which consists of two interlocked tetrahedrons, figure 1:1. Another way of thinking of it is as a three-dimensional Star of David. The apex of the upward-pointing tetrahedron terminates one hand's length above the head, and the apex of the downward-pointing tetrahedron terminates one hand's length below the feet. A connecting tube runs from the upper apex to the lower point through the body's main energy centers, or chakras. This tube, for your body, has the diameter of the circle you make when you touch your longest finger to your thumb. It looks like a glass fluorescent tube, except it has a crystalline structure at the ends that fit into the two apexes of the star tetrahedron. Before the fall of Atlantis, we used to bring prana simultaneously up and down this tube, and the two prana flows would meet inside one of our chakras. Specifically how and where the prana meets has always been an important aspect of this ancient science, which today is still being studied throughout the universe. Another major point in the human body is the pineal gland, located almost in the center of the head, which is a huge factor in consciousness. This gland has degenerated from its original size, comparable to a ping-pong ball, to its present size, that of a dried pea, because we forgot how to use it a long time ago, and if you don't use it, you lose it. Pranic energy used to flow through the center of the pineal gland. This gland, according to Jacob Liberman, author of Light, the Medicine of the Future, looks like an eye, and in some respects it is literally an eyeball. It's round and has an opening on one portion. In that opening is a lens for focusing light. It's hollow and has color receptors inside. Its primary field of view, though this has not been determined scientifically, is upward, toward the heavens. Just as our eyes can look up to 90 degrees to the side from the direction they face, the pineal gland can also look as much as 90 degrees away from its set direction. Just as we cannot look out the back of our heads, the pineal gland cannot look down toward the earth. Held inside the pineal gland, even in its shrunken size, are all the sacred geometries and understandings of exactly how the reality was created. It's all there, in every single person. But these understandings are not accessible to us now because we lost our memories during the fall, and without our memories we started to breathe differently. Instead of taking in prana through the pineal gland and circulating it up and down our central tube, we started breathing it in through the nose and mouth. This caused the prana to bypass the pineal gland, which resulted in us seeing things in a totally different way, through a different interpretation, called good and evil or polarity consciousness, of the one reality. The result of this polarity consciousness has us thinking that we're inside a body looking out, somehow separated from what's out there. This is pure illusion. It feels real, but there is no truth at all to this perception. It's merely the view of reality we have from this fallen state. For example, there is nothing wrong with anything that happens, for God is in control of the creation. But from one point of view, a polarity view, looking at the planet and how it evolves, we should not have fallen down here. In a normal curve of evolution, we should not be here. Something happened to us that was not supposed to happen. We went through a mutation. We had a chromosome breakage, you might say. So the Earth has been on red alert for almost 13,000 years, and many beings and levels of consciousness have been working together to figure out how to get us back onto the path, DNA, where we were before. The effect of this mistaken fall in consciousness and the ensuing efforts to get us back on track is that something really good, something unexpected, something amazing has resulted. Beings from all over the universe who have been trying to help us with our problem have initiated various experiments on us in an effort to assist, some legally and some without license. One particular experiment is resulting in a scenario that no one anywhere had ever dreamed would become a reality, except one person in a single culture from a long distant past. The Merkabah. There's another major factor that we're going to focus on in this story. 13,000 years ago we were aware of something about ourselves that we've since completely forgotten. The geometric energy fields around our bodies can be turned on in a particular way, which is also connected to our breath. These fields used to spin at close to the speed of light around our bodies, but they slowed down and stopped spinning after the fall. When this field is turned back on and spins, it's called a Merkabah, and its usefulness in this reality is unparalleled. It gives us an expanded awareness of who we are, connects us with higher levels of consciousness and restores the memory of the infinite possibilities of our being. A healthy spinning Merkabah is 50 to 60 feet in diameter, proportionate to one's height. The rotation of a spinning Merkabah can be displayed on a computer monitor using the appropriate instruments, and its appearance is identical with the infrared heat envelope of the galaxy, figure 1 to 2, the same basic shape as the traditional flying saucer. The word Merkabah is made up of three smaller words, Mer, Ka and Ba, which, as we are using them, came from ancient Egyptian. It is seen in other cultures as Merkabah, Merkabah and Merkabah. There are several pronunciations, but generally you pronounce it as if the three syllables are separate, with equal accents on each. Mer refers to a specific kind of light that was understood in Egypt only during the 18th dynasty. It was seen as two counter-rotating fields of light spinning in the same space, which are generated by certain breathing patterns. Ka refers to the individual spirit and Ba refers to the spirit's interpretation of its particular reality. In our particular reality, Ba is usually defined as the body or physical reality. In other realities where spirits don't have bodies, it refers to their concepts or interpretation of the reality they bring with them. So the Merkabah is a counter-rotating field of light that affects spirit and body simultaneously. It is a vehicle that can take spirit and body, or one's interpretation of reality, from one world or dimension into another. In fact, the Merkabah is much more than this, because it can create reality as well as move through realities. For our purposes here, however, we will focus mainly on its aspect as an interdimensional vehicle. Merkabah means chariot in Hebrew, that will help us return to our original higher state of consciousness. Returning to our original state. To be clear, returning to our original state is a natural process that can be easy or difficult according to our belief patterns. However, simply becoming involved with the technical relationships of the Merkabah, such as correcting our breathing patterns or mentally realizing the infinite connections to all patterns of life, for example, is not enough. At least one other factor is even more important than the Merkabah itself, and that is the understanding, realization and living of divine love. For it is divine love, sometimes referred to as unconditional love, that is the primary factor that allows the Merkabah to become a living field of light. Without divine love, the Merkabah is just a machine, and this machine will have limitations that will never allow the spirit that created it to return home and reach the highest levels of consciousness, the place where there are no levels. We must be experiencing and expressing unconditional love in order to move beyond a certain dimension, and the world is fast heading toward that higher place. We are heading away from the place of separatism where we see ourselves inside the body looking out. That view will be gone soon, to be replaced with a different view of reality where we'll have the sense and knowledge of absolute unity with all life, and that sense will grow more and more as we continue to move upward through each level on our journey home. Later we will explore special ways of opening the heart to kindle compassionate, unconditional love so that you can have a direct experience. If you can just let this happen, you may discover things about yourself that you didn't know before. Dear reader, there are procedures in the workshops that cannot be reproduced on the tapes or in this book because they are totally experiential. They are just as important as the knowledge, for without them the knowledge is worthless. The only way we can give these experiences now is through oral tradition, through a living workshop. But that may change in the future. A higher, inclusive reality. Another component we're going to focus on has many names, but in present-day terms it's usually referred to as the higher self. In the higher self reality, we literally exist in other worlds besides this one. There are so many dimensions and worlds that it almost surpasses human capability to conceive of it. These levels are very specific and mathematical, and the spacing and the wavelengths in and between these levels are identical to the relationships within musical octaves and other aspects of life. But right now your third-dimensional consciousness has probably been severed from your higher aspect, so you're aware only of what's going on here on Earth. This is not the norm for beings existing in a natural unfallen state. The norm is that beings first become aware of several levels at once, like chords in music, until finally, as they grow, they become aware of everything everywhere at once. The following example is unusual, but it demonstrates what is being talked about. I'm in communication with someone right now who is aware of many levels at once. The scientists who are studying her are speechless, they cannot understand how she does what she's doing. She might be sitting in a room, yet she claims to be watching from outer space. NASA checked her out by asking her to see a specific satellite and give specific information that could be known only if someone were actually there. She gave them readings off their instruments, which I'm sure seemed impossible to the scientists. She said she was flying alongside the satellite and simply read them. Her name is Mary Ann Sinfield. She is legally blind, yet she can walk around a room and no one would know that she cannot see. How does she do it? Recently she called me, and while we were talking she asked if I would like to see through her eyes. Of course I said yes. Within a few breaths, my field of vision opened up, and I was looking at or through what looked like a huge television screen that filled my field of vision. What I saw was astounding. It seemed that I was moving very fast through space without a body. I could see the stars, and at that moment Mary Ann and I, seeing through her eyes, were moving alongside a string of comets. She was very close to one of them. It was one of the most real out-of-body experiences I have ever had. Around the perimeter of this TV screen, there were about 12 or 14 smaller TV screens, each one giving extremely fast images. One of them up in the upper right-hand corner was flashing rapidly moving images such as triangles, light bulbs, circles, wavy lines, trees, squares, etc. It was this screen that told her what was in the immediate space where her body was located. She could see through these seemingly unrelated images. There was another screen in the bottom left-hand corner where she communicated with other extraterrestrial life that was within this solar system. Here is a person who is in a three-dimensional body on Earth, but has full memory and experience of living in other dimensions. This manner of interrupting the reality is unusual. People do not normally see in the TV screens, but we do exist in many other worlds even though most of us are not aware of it. You presently exist on probably 5 or more levels. Though there is a break between this dimension and others, when you connect with your higher self you mend that break, after which you start becoming aware of the higher levels and the higher levels start paying more attention to you. Communication begins. This connection to the higher self is probably the most important thing that could happen in your life, more important than understanding any of the information I'll be giving. Connecting with the higher self is more important than learning to activate the Merkabah, because if you connect yourself to yourself, you will get absolutely clear information on how to proceed step by step through any reality and how to lead yourself back home into the full consciousness of God. When you connect with your higher self, the rest will happen automatically. You will still have to live your life, but everything you do will have great power and wisdom within your actions, thoughts and emotions. Exactly how to connect with one's higher self is what many people, including myself, have been trying to understand. Many people who have somehow made this connection often don't know how it happened. In this course I'll attempt to explain exactly how to connect with your higher self. I'll do my best. Left and right at brain realities. There's one more component to this picture. I'll be spending perhaps half of our time on left brain information like geometries and facts and all kinds of information that to many spiritual people would seem totally unimportant. I'm doing this because when we fell, we divided ourselves into really 3, but primarily into 2 main components, which we call male and female. The right brain, which controls the left side of our body, is our feminine component, though it's truly neither male nor female. This is where our psychic and emotional aspect leaves. This component knows that there's only one God and that oneness is all there is. Though it can't really explain it, it just knows the truth. So there are not a lot of problems with the female component. The problem is on the left side of the brain, the male component. Because of the nature of how the male brain is oriented, a mirror image of the female, it has its logical component forward, more dominant, while the female has its logical component toward the back, less dominant. The left brain does not experience oneness when it looks out into the reality, all it sees is division and separation. For that reason, the male aspect of us is having a difficult time down here on Earth. Even our major sacred books such as the Quran, the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Bible have divided everything into opposites. The left brain experiences that there is God, but then there's also the devil, perhaps not quite as strong as God, but a huge influence. So even God is seen in terms of duality, as one pole of the opposing forces of dark and light. This is not true in all sects of these religions. A few of them see that there is only God. Until the left brain is able to see the unity running through everything, to know that there is truly one spirit, one force, one consciousness moving through absolutely everything in existence until it knows that unity beyond any doubt, then the mind is going to stay separated from itself, from its wholeness and from the fullness of its potential. Even if there's the slightest doubt at all about unity, the left brain aspect will hold us back, and we can no longer walk on water. Remember, even Thomas walked on water for a short moment when Jesus asked him to, but one little cell in his big toe said, "Wait a minute, I can't do this," and Thomas sank into the cold water of polarity reality. Where we're going with this information? I'm dedicating a lot of our rhyme to showing you beyond any shadow of a doubt that there is only one image in everything. There is one and only one image that created all that exists, and that image is the same image that has formed the electromagnetic field around your body. The same geometries that are in your field can be found around everything, planets and galaxies and atoms and everything else. We will examine this image in great detail. We're also going to go into the history of the Earth, because it is very important to our present situation. We cannot really understand how we got here if we don't know the process that led us to this point. So we'll spend a considerable length of time talking about what happened a long time ago, then slowly we'll come forward until we get to what's going on today. It's all tied together. The same old thing has been going on all along, and it's still going on. In fact, it has never stopped. Those of you who are predominantly right brain may feel inclined to skip this left-brained material, yet it is most important for you to hang in there. It is through balance that spiritual health returns. When the left brain sees absolute unity, it begins to relax, and the corpus callosum, the band of fibers joining the two hemispheres, opens in a new way, allowing an integration between the two sides. The link between the left and right brain widens, a flow starts, information is passed back and forth, and the opposing sides of the brain begin to integrate and synchronize with each other. If you're hooked up for biofeedback, you can actually see this happening. This action turns on the pineal gland in a different manner and makes it possible for your meditation to activate the light body of the Merkabah. Then the whole process of regeneration and recovery of our previous higher levels of consciousness can proceed. It is a growth process. If you are studying any other spiritual practice, you do not need to stop in order to begin the work with the Merkabah unless, of course, your teacher does not want to mix traditions. Other meditations that are based on truth can be extremely useful once the Merkabah is spinning, because then noticeable results can evolve very, very quickly. I will repeat myself just so you know for sure. The light body of the Merkabah does not contradict or inhibit any other meditation or religion that upholds the belief that there is only one God. So far we've talked only about the ABCs of spirituality. These are just the beginning steps. But these first steps are the most important ones, I know. Your left brain may love all this information and file it away in neatly labeled pigeonholes. This is fine. Or you can just relax and read this like an adventure story, a mind stretcher, a fantasy. However you read it, the fact that you are reading this book is what matters, and you will receive whatever you're meant to receive. In the spirit of oneness, then, let us embark upon this journey of exploration together. Challenging the belief patterns of our parents. Many ideas we believe today and facts we've been taught in school are just not true, and people are now beginning to realize this worldwide. Of course, usually these patterns were believed to be true at the time they were taught, but then concepts and ideas changed, and the next generation was taught different truths. For example, the concept of the atom has changed dramatically so many times over the last 90 years that at this point they don't really adhere to a concept. They use one, but with the understanding that it may be wrong. At one time the atom was thought to be like a watermelon and the electrons were like seeds inside the watermelon. We really know very little about the reality that exists around us. Quantum physics has now shown us that the person performing the experiment influences the outcome. In other words, Consciousness can change the outcome of an experiment, depending on its belief patterns. There are other aspects of ourselves we hold true that may not be true at all. One idea that has been held for a long time is that we're the only planet in existence with life on it. In our heart of hearts we know this is not true, but this planet will not admit this truth in modern times, even though there is powerful evidence of UFO sightings that have been coming from all over the world non-stop for over 50 years. Any subject other than UFOs would have been believed and accepted by the world had this subject not been so threatening. Therefore, we're going to look at evidence that suggests there is a higher consciousness in the universe, not only in the stars, but perhaps right here on the Earth. As a side note, I suggest that you see two videos aired on NBC television as a special, hosted by Charlton Heston, The Mysterious Origins of Man, and The Mystery of the Sphinx. Both are distributed by BC Video at 1-800-5080-558. Gathering the Anomalies. The Dogon Tribe, Sirius B and Dolphin Beings. This drawing, figure 1-3, is truly remarkable. The information in it came from a book about Sirius, The Sirius Mystery by Robert Temple. He had, I was told, between 10 and 12 different subjects to choose from, each one of which would lead to the same conclusion but from a totally different point of view. I'm glad he chose the one he did, because it happens to relate to another aspect of what we will be talking about. Robert Temple was one of the first people to reveal certain facts, though scientists have known for a long time about an African tribe near Timbuktu called the Dogons. This tribe holds information that is simply impossible for them to have by any standards in our view of the world today. Their information destroys everything we think we know about ourselves in regard to being alone. You see, the Dogons have a cave on their land that stretches way back into a mountain, and in this cave are wall drawings over 700 years old. One particular man, the holy man of their tribe, sits at the front of this cave to protect it. This is his lifetime job. They feed him and take care of him, but no one can touch him or get close to him. When he dies, another holy man takes his place. In this cave are amazing drawings and bits of information. I'm going to tell you about two of these bits, and these are only two of many. First of all, we're referring to the brightest star in the sky with an apparent magnitude of 1.4 Sirius, now called Sirius A. If you look at Orion's belt, those three stars in a row, and follow the line downward to your left, you see a very bright star, which is Sirius A. If you follow them upward about twice the distance, you see the Pleiades. The information in the Dogon cave specifically showed another star rotating around Sirius. The Dogons are very specific about this star. They say it's very, very old and very small, and that it's made out of what they call the heaviest matter in the universe, which is close, but not actually correct. And they say that it takes close to 50 years for this small star to rotate around Sirius. This is detailed stuff. Astronomers were able to validate the existence of Sirius B, a white dwarf, in 1862, and only about 15 or 20 years ago could they validate the other information. Now, stars are very much like people, as you will begin to see. They're alive, and they have personalities and many qualities like we have. On a scientific level, they have growth stages. They start out as hydrogen suns, like ours, where two hydrogen atoms come together in a fusion reaction to form helium. This process creates all the life and light that's on this planet. As a star further matures, another fusion process begins, the helium process, where three helium atoms come together to form carbon. This growth process continues through various stages until it gets all the way up through a particular level of the atomic table, at which point the star has reached the length of its lifespan. At the end of its life, as far as we know, there are two primary things a star can do. New data on pulsars and magnetars give other options. 1. It can explode and become a supernova, a huge hydrogen cloud that becomes the womb for hundreds of new baby stars. 2. It can rapidly expand into what's called a red giant, a huge explosion that engulfs all its planets, burns them up and destroys the whole system, then stays expanded for a long time. Then slowly it will collapse into a tiny old star called a white dwarf. What the scientists found rotating around Sirius was a white dwarf, which corresponded exactly to what the Dogons say. Then science checked to see how much it weighed, to see if it really was the heaviest matter in the universe. The original computations made about 20 years ago determined that it weighed about 2,000 pounds per cubic inch. That would certainly qualify for heavy matter, but science now knows that this was an extremely conservative estimate. The newest estimate is approximately 1.5 million tons per cubic inch. Black holes aside, that would surely seem to be the heaviest matter in the universe. This means that if you had a cubic inch of this white dwarf, which is now called Sirius B, it would weigh about 1.5 million tons, which would go right through anything you set it on. It would head toward the center of the Earth and actually oscillate back and forth across the core for a long time until friction finally stopped it in the very center. In addition, when they checked the rotational pattern of Sirius B around the larger Sirius A, they found it to be 50.1 years. Now, that absolutely could not be a coincidence. It's just too close, too factual. Yet how did an ancient primitive tribe know such detailed information about a star that could be measured only in this century? But that is only part of their information. They also knew about all the other planets in our solar system, including Neptune, Pluto and Uranus, which we have discovered more recently. They knew exactly what these planets look like when you approach them from space, which we have also only recently learned. They also knew about red and white blood cells, and had all kinds of physiological information about the human body that we've recently learned. All this from a primitive tribe. Naturally, a scientific team was sent over to ask the Dogons how they knew all this. Well, that was probably a big mistake for these researchers, because if they accepted that the Dogons really have this information, then by default they must accept how they got it. When they asked, "How did you learn this?" the Dogons replied that the drawings on the walls of their cave showed them. These drawings show a flying saucer. It looks just like that very familiar shape coming out of the sky and landing on 3 legs. Then it shows the beings in the ship making a big hole in the ground, filling it with water, jumping out of the ship into the water, and coming up to the edge of the water. These beings look very much like dolphins. In fact, maybe they were dolphins, but we don't know for certain. Then they started communicating to the Dogons. They described where they came from and gave the Dogon tribe all this information. That's what the Dogons said. The scientists just sat there. Eventually they said, "No, we didn't hear that." Because it didn't fit into anything they thought they knew, they just kind of hid the information somewhere under a carpet in their minds. Most people, scientists included, just do not know what to do with these kinds of facts. There has been a lot of information like this that we just don't know what to do with. Since we can't find a way to integrate this unusual information with what we already think we know, we just stick it away somewhere because the theories don't work, if we keep it. Here's another thing the Dogons knew. This little drawing was on the walls, figure 1.4, but the scientists didn't know what the heck it was. Until computers calculated the orbits of Sirius A and Sirius B. As seen from Earth, this pattern shown in the Dogon cave is identical to the pattern made by Sirius B moving around Sirius A in a specific time frame, which happens to be from the year 1912 to the year 1990. The dolphins, or whoever those beings were, gave this present-day diagram/time pattern to the Dogons at least 700 years ago. Now, as this has unfolded in my life, I've discovered that both 1912 and 1990 were very important years. In fact, the period between these 2 years was probably one of the most important periods ever in the history of the Earth. I'll explain more about this as we go on, but briefly, in 1912 time travel experiments began, as did experiments between the extraterrestrial greys and humans. We will explain later. And 1990 was the first year that the ascension grid for our planet was completed. And many other events happened during this period. The fact that the Dogon wall drawings pinpointed this period could be considered clearly prophetic. A trip to Peru and more Dogon evidence. I first came upon this Dogon information in 1982 or 83. I found myself around a group of people who were working with the Dogon tribe, who were actually going there and communicating with them. Then in 1985 I took a group of people to Peru, including one of these Dogon researchers. We checked into a plush hotel in Cuzco called the Hotel San Agustin, intending to go walking the following day on the Inca Trail, about 40 miles over the mountain tops. You walk up to about 14,000 feet, then drop down to Machu Picchu about 5,000 feet below. It's beautiful. Our hotel was a Spanish adobe palace hidden behind high walls in the center of town. We were paired off so we could get cheaper rates. I was with the Dogon researcher, and he was constantly telling me about what they were learning, including a lot more than we're discussing here. We got a room, and the room number was 23. He got all excited and exclaimed, "Room 23. A very auspicious number, from Africa, where the Dogons live. The star Sirius disappears below the horizon and is out of sight for a couple of months. Then it appears again on the morning of July 23 when it rises about 1 minute before the sun. It appears, bright ruby red, just above the horizon, almost exactly due east. 60 seconds later the sun emerges. So you can see Sirius for just a moment, then it's gone. This is called the Helical rising of Sirius, which was a very important moment for most of the ancient world, not just for the Dogons and Egypt. This is the moment when Sirius and the Sun and the Earth are in a straight line across space. In Egypt, almost all the temples were aligned with this line, including the gaze of the Sphinx. Many of the temples had a tiny hole in the wall somewhere, then there would be another tiny hole through another wall, then through another wall and another, going into some dim inner chamber. In that chamber there would be something like a cube or golden mean rectangle of granite sitting in the middle of the room with a little mark on it. At the moment of the helical rising of Sirius, a ruby red light would strike the altar for a few seconds, which would begin their new year and the first day of the ancient Scythic calendar of Egypt. Anyway, here we were in Peru, getting the room and remarking about the number 23. We walked into the room and set our things down. Then we both looked at the bed, and on the bedspread we saw this image, figure 1 to 5. We just stood there in amazement, looking at it for about 5 minutes before we could even speak, because the wheels in our heads were going around so fast, trying to figure out how this could be. If you look again at the image of the beings who got out of the flying saucer, they looked very similar. They were half in and half out of water. Air-breathing mammals, and their tail fins were horizontal, not vertical like fish. The only sea creatures with such fins are cetaceans such as dolphins and whales. But the Dogon image is from Africa. And here we were in Peru, staring at a very similar-looking mammal. This just didn't compute. So we asked the hotel personnel, "What do you know about this emblem?" They didn't know much. They were mostly of Spanish descent and weren't tied much into Indian legends. They didn't know the old stories of creation, so they had no idea what it meant. Here's a picture of the whole insignia, figure 1 to 6. In order to find out more, we rented a little car and drove around the area asking other people. We finally ended up at Lake Titicaca, talking to some Uros Indians. At one point I asked, "What do you know about this?" They said, "Oh, yeah," and proceeded to tell me a story that sounded very much like what the Dogons had told. This is their creation story. A flying saucer came out of the sky and landed in Lake Titicaca on the island of the sun. These dolphin-like creatures jumped into the water, came up to the people, told them where they came from, and in the beginning, began an intimate relationship with the pre-Inca peoples. It was this connection with the Sky people, according to the story, that launched the Incan Empire. I just sat there with my mouth open. Afterward, Simply Living magazine out of Australia published a whole series of articles on this subject. When people started investigating, they found that cultures all over the world have similar stories. There are 12 different cultures in the Mediterranean alone that tell a similar story. We'll come back to the dolphins a lot in this work because it seems they played a huge role in the unfoldment of consciousness on this planet. A Sanskrit poem and pie. Let's look at something totally different now to suggest that the ancient beings of this world were perhaps more evolved than we give them credit for. Figure 1-7 is a phonetic translation of a Sanskrit poem. It was shown in an article published in Clarion Call magazine, in the early 80s, I believe. The English translation is shown below the Sanskrit. Over many years researchers have discovered that each one of these Sanskrit sounds corresponds to a numerical value. It took them a long time to figure this out. Figure 1-8 shows all the various sounds that are possible in Sanskrit. Each sound has a numerical value from 0 to 9, and some syllables have 2 number values. For instance, ka, a primary sound, translates as spirit and corresponds to either 0 or 1, depending on its usage, I assume. When researchers took these different sound values and applied them to this particular poem, a mathematical figure came up that is extremely significant, 0.31415926535589. Continuing out to 32 digits. This is the exact number of pi divided by 10 carried to 32 digits. No one has ever figured out how to calculate for the decimal point, which is why this is pi over 10. If you move the decimal point 1 digit to the right, then it would be 3.1415 etc. the diameter of a circle divided into its circumference. Well, they might have known all about the diameter of a circle divided into its circumference, but in our culture's understanding of who these ancients were, there is no possibility that they could have calculated it with that kind of accuracy. Yet here is undeniable evidence. There are many of these poems and many other writings in Sanskrit. I don't know how far they've come in deciphering all of it, but I think that when all is said and done, it's going to be pretty remarkable. How did they do that? Who were these people, really? Is it possible that our understanding of them is not exactly correct? Were they maybe a little more advanced than we thought? This poem definitely suggests this. How old is the Sphinx? The following is also probably one of the most important discoveries on the planet ever. It's happening right now at this moment. However, it began about 40 years ago with R.A. Schwaller de Lubitsch. He's a famous self-educated Egyptian archaeologist who has written many books. He and his stepdaughter, Lucy Lamy, have demonstrated a profound understanding of sacred geometry and the Egyptian culture. While observing the Sphinx, Schwaller de Lubitsch became especially interested in the tremendous wear on its surface. Toward the back of the Sphinx there are wear patterns that cut 12 feet deep into its surface, and this type of wear pattern is totally different from the patterns on other buildings in Egypt, figure 1-9. The wear patterns on other buildings, supposedly built at the same time, are textured by sand and wind, which is consistent if the buildings are, as believed, around 4,000 years old. But the wear patterns on the Sphinx look like they've been smoothed with water. According to mainstream thought, the Sphinx, the Great Pyramid and other associated buildings were built about 4,500 years ago in the 4th dynasty under Copts. When this discrepancy was brought up to Egyptian archaeologists, they refused to listen. This went on for about 40 years. Other people noticed it, but the Egyptians simply would not admit the obvious. Then a man named John Anthony West became interested. He has written many books on Egypt, including Serpent in the Sky and a fine Egyptian guidebook. When he heard about the Sphinx dispute, he went to look for himself. he could see that the wear was incredibly excessive and that it did look like water had caused the wear. He also found, like Schwaller de Lubitsch, that he could not get the accredited archaeologists to listen to his beliefs about the Sphinx. There's a reason for this denial, I believe. Please understand, I am not trying to discredit a major religion. I am merely reporting. You see, there are around 5,000 Egyptian archaeologists in the world, and they all pretty much agree with each other in most ways. This agreement has become a tradition. They make little changes, but not too many, and not too fast, either, and most agree on the age of the pyramids. All of these archaeologists are Muslim, with a few exceptions, and their holy book is the Quran. The Quran, in its traditional interpretation, says that creation began about 6,000 years ago. So if a Muslim were to say that a building is 8,000 years old, he would be disputing their Bible. They cannot do that. They simply cannot, so they won't even talk about it, won't even discuss it. If you say that anything is more than 6,000 years old, they will not agree. They will do anything to protect their belief, making sure that no one knows about any man-made objects that might be more than 6,000 years old. For instance, they've enclosed the pyramids of the First Dynasty, which are older than Saqqara, and built military fortifications around and within the walls so nobody can get to them. Why? Because they are older than or close to 6,000 years. So John Anthony West stepped outside the Egyptian archaeology world and brought in an American geologist named Robert Sock, who did a computer analysis that gave a totally different, scientific point of view. Lo and behold, beyond any doubt at all, the Sphinx does have water wear patterns, and in a desert that's at least 7,000 years old, it puts it well over the age of 6,000 years. On top of that, computers have calculated that it would take a minimum of 1,000 years of continuous, torrential rains dumped on the Sphinx, non-stop for 24 hours a day to cause that kind wear. This means the Sphinx has to be at least 8,000 years old minimum. Because it's not likely that it bucketed rain non-stop for 1,000 years, they figured that it's got to be at least 10 to 15,000 years old, maybe a lot older. When this evidence gets out to the world, it will be one of the most powerful revelations on this planet in a very, very long time. It's going to have a bigger effect on the world's view of itself than probably any other discovery. This evidence has not entered the schools or general knowledge yet, though it has gone all around the planet. It has been looked at and checked out and thought about and argued over, and in the end most scientists have agreed that it cannot be doubted. So the age of the Sphinx has now been put back to at least 10,000 years, maybe 15,000 or a lot more, and it's already changing the entire worldview of the people on the cutting edge of archaeology. You see, judging by everything we presently think we know, the oldest civilized people in the world were the Sumerians, and they go back to approximately 3,800 BC. Before that, conventional knowledge says there was nothing but hairy barbarians, no civilization at all anywhere on the whole planet. But now we have something man-made and civilized that's 10,000 to 15,000 years old. That changes everything. In the past, when something new like this is discovered that has a major influence on the viewpoint of the world, it takes about 100 years for it to get to the people, for the average person to say, oh, yes, that is true, but this time it'll happen a lot quicker because of television, computers, the internet and the way things are today. Now scientific circles, for the first time ever, are actually beginning to look at the words of Plato in a new light when he talked about another culture, another continent, from a dim past called Atlantis. The Sphinx is the largest sculpture on the planet. It was not done by hairy barbarians, but by a very sophisticated culture. And it was not done by anybody we now know here on Earth. From a scientific point of view, this is the first solid evidence to be accepted about the true age of civilization. There has been lots of other evidence, but people just kept putting it under the table. This information on the Sphinx has made a crack in our worldview. This took place about 1990, and the crack is now widening. We now have the accepted evidence that there absolutely had to have been someone on Earth who was highly civilized as early as 10,000 years ago. You can see how that's going to completely change our view of who we think we are. Edgar Cayce, the Sphinx and the Hall of Records. I find it extremely interesting that the Sphinx is causing this change, especially in view of what the ARE, Association for Research and Enlightenment, has been saying. The ARE, a foundation based on teachings of the sleeping prophet, Edgar Cayce, says that the Sphinx contains the opening to the Hall of Records. The Hall of Records is an alleged underground chamber containing physical proof of superior ancient civilizations on Earth. Cayce is a very interesting prophet. He made about 14,000 predictions in his lifetime, and by 1970, 12,000 of those predictions had come true and 2,000 were still in the future. And in all those predictions, he made only one tiny mistake. Out of 12,000 predictions, that's incredible. You can almost forgive him for that one mistake. He received a letter from a man in France asking for a health reading, but Cayce mistakenly gave a reading on the inquirer's twin brother. That was his only mistake. Every other thing came true exactly as Cayce had predicted up until 1972. However, after 1972 mistakes began to happen, and I'll explain why at the right time. For those who think Cayce's prediction that Atlantis would rise to the surface before 1970 did not come true, check out the January 1970 issue of Life magazine. Islands did come to the surface in the area where Cayce said Atlantis was located, some sank again and some are still above water today. According to Cayce, the right paw of the Sphinx is the opening to the Hall of Records. Both Thoth and Cayce have said that there are physical objects hidden in a room underground near the Sphinx that absolutely prove that there were advanced cultures on this planet long before us. Thoth says that these objects will prove the existence of these advanced cultures as far back as 5.5 million years. In comparison, our level of culture is but a child to these ancient cultures. In fact, according to Thoth, civilization on this planet actually extends back 500 million years, and our very first culture originally came from the stars. But something colossal happened 5.5 million years ago that affected the Akashic records. I cannot understand how that could even take place, because of what I understand the Akashic records to be. According to what I know, anything that occurs forever in vibrational form. So I don't understand how the Akashic records can be destroyed, yet I am told this is true. Introducing Thoth. Who is Thoth? What you're seeing in this illustration, figure 1 to 10, is Egyptian hieroglyphics. Everything in the picture is hieroglyph, not just the images at the top. Hieroglyph means holy writings. These hieroglyphs are drawn on papyrus, which was supposedly the first paper in the world. The person depicted here is a man named Thoth, pronounced with a long O. Someday people say Thoth, but he pronounces it Thoth. The hieroglyph shows his head as an ibis, a bird. So whenever you see this man with wide shoulders and a strange-looking bird head, it's a hieroglyph depicting this particular being, Thoth. He's holding papyrus reeds because he was the person who introduced writing to the world. The introduction of writing was a profoundly important event, probably the most influential act that has ever occurred on this planet in this cycle. It made more changes in our evolution and consciousness than any other single act in our known history. Thoth is also holding in his left hand something called the Ankh, which is the symbol for eternal life. The Ankh is an extremely significant symbol in this work, just as it was one of the primary symbols in Egyptian times. There is an electromagnetic energy field surrounding our bodies shaped like the Ankh. The remembrance of it, according to the Egyptian point of view, is the beginning of our returning home to eternal life and true freedom, so the Ankh is a primary key. All these things are an introduction. I'll be skipping all over the place, talking about many different subjects that won't seemingly be tied together, then slowly, as we proceed, I'll bring them all together in one coherent picture. On my second trip to Egypt, I went everywhere looking for this little bird called an ibis. They supposedly lived in the reeds, so I looked through the reeds with my camera. I kept looking for one the whole time I was there. I looked from one end of Egypt to the other but never saw a single ibis. I had to wait until I got back to the Albuquerque Zoo to take this picture, figure 1 to 11. They look kind of like short-legged storks with bright pink feathers. Here is Thoth writing, figure 1 to 12. This is a copy off a wall, and this next photo, figure 1 to 13, is an actual wall sculpture. He's kneeling here, holding the pen and writing. This was a revolutionary act that had never been attempted before in this cycle. According to the conventional version of history, this act took place in Egypt during the time of Saqqara, but I have my doubts. I personally believe that it took place about 500 years earlier. Saqqara was built during the First Dynasty, approximately 3300 BC. When we talk about the pyramids older than Saqqara, you will understand why I believe this. My story? Berkeley beginnings. Some of you may not accept the possibility of communication with beings on other dimensional levels, but this is what took place in my life. I didn't ask for it, it just happened. As it turned out, I had almost daily communication on interdimensional levels for a number of years with this man Thoth. Now that I understand it more, my personal relationship with Thoth really began when I was in college at Berkeley. I majored in physics and minored in mathematics until I was just about to receive my diploma. I needed only one more quarter to graduate. I decided I didn't want the degree, because I had discovered something about physicists that turned me off to the idea of becoming involved in a science that I believed was no science at all. This is all changing now. This in itself could be a book, but the why of it is related to the same thing I said about archaeologists. Physicists, just like archaeologists, will turn their heads away from the truth if it means too much of a change too fast. Perhaps the real truth is that this is human nature. So I switched to the other side of my brain and started majoring in fine arts. My counselors thought I was nuts. "You're going to give up a physics degree?" they asked. But I didn't need it, didn't want it. Then to graduate I had to go for 2 more years majoring in fine arts and art history. Changing majors makes sense now, because when you study the ancient writings, you find out that the ancients perceived art, science and religion as interwoven, interconnected. So the programming I was putting myself through was appropriate for what I'm doing now. Dropping out to Canada. I got my degree in 1970. After going through Vietnam and looking at what was happening in our country at the time, I finally said, I've had it. This is it. I don't know how long I'm going to live or what's going to happen, but I'm just going to be happy and do what I've always wanted to do. I decided to get away from everything and go live in the mountains like I had always wanted. So I left the United States and went to Canada, not knowing there would be thousands of Vietnam War protesters following me a year later. I married a woman named Renais, and the two of us went into the middle of nowhere and found a little house on Guten Lake. We were a long way away from anything. You had to walk 4 miles from the nearest road to get to my house, so we were really isolated. I began to live my life exactly like I had always wanted to live. I had always wanted to see if I could live on nothing, so I gave it a try. It was a little scary at first, but it got easier as time went on, and pretty soon I became adept at natural living. I lived a wonderful and full life on basically no money. After a while I realized, hey, this is a lot easier than holding a job in a city. I had to work hard for only about 3 hours a day, then I had the rest of the day off. It was great. I could play music and run around and have a good old time. And that's exactly what I did. I had fun. I played music about 10 hours a day, with lots of friends who came from miles around. Our place had gained quite a reputation by then. We just had fun. In doing this, which is very important to my understanding now, I discovered something about myself. It was from this, returning to my inner child, is how I phrase it these days, that my inner child was released, and in that releasing, something happened to me that was the catalyst that led into my life as it is today. The two angels and where they led me. While in Vancouver, Canada, we decided that we wanted to know about meditation, so we started studying with a Hindu teacher who lived in the area. My wife and I were very serious about wanting to understand what meditation was about. We had made hooded white silk robes to show respect. Then one day, after practicing meditation for about 4 or 5 months, 2 tall angels about 10 feet high appeared in our room. They were right there, one was green and one was purple. We could see through their transparent bodies, but they were definitely there. We did not expect this to take place, nor did we ask for it. We were just following the instructions that our Hindu teacher was giving us. I don't believe he fully understood either, as he kept asking us many questions. From that moment on, my life was never the same. It wasn't even close. The first words the angels said were, "We are you." I had no idea what they meant. I said, "You're me." Then slowly they began to teach me various things about myself and the world and about the nature of consciousness. Finally my heart completely opened to them. I could feel tremendous love from them, which totally changed my life. Over a period of many years they led me to about 70 different teachers. They would actually tell me in meditation the address and the phone number of the teacher I was to go see. They would tell me either to call first or just show up at his or her house. So I would do this and it would always be the right person. Then I would be instructed to stay with that person for a certain length of time. Sometimes, right in the middle of a particular teaching, the angels would say, "Okay, you're done. Leave." I remember when they sent me to Ram Dass. I hung out in his house for about 3 days, wondering what the heck I was doing there. Then one day I went to touch him on the shoulder to say something, and I got a zap that practically knocked me to the floor. The angels said, "That's it. You can leave now." And I said, "Okay." Ram Dass and I became friends. But whatever I was supposed to learn from him was over within that 1 second. The teachings of Neem Karoli Baba, Ram Dass's teacher, are very important to me. It was his belief that the best form to see God is in every form. I've also been exposed to Yogananda's work and cherish who he was. Later we'll be talking about Sri Yukteswar and some of his work. I've been intensely involved in almost all the major religions. I've resisted the Sikhs because I do not believe that military preparation is necessary, but I've studied and practiced almost all the rest of them: Muslim, Jewish, Christian, Taoist, Sufi, Hindu, Tibetan Buddhist. I've deeply studied Taoism and Sufism. I spent 11 years with Sufism. However, through all this study, the most powerful teachers for me have been the Native Americans. It was the Indians who opened the doorway for all my spiritual growth to take place. They've been a very powerful influence in my life. But that's another story, some of which I'll give in time. All the world's religions are speaking of the same reality. They have different words, different concepts and ideas, but there's really only one reality, and there's only one spirit moving through all life. There might be different techniques to get to different states of consciousness, but there's only what is real, and when you're there you know it. Whatever you want to call it, you can give it different names, it's all the same thing. Alchemy and the first appearance of Thoth. At one point the angels led me to a Canadian man who was an alchemist and who, amongst other things, was actually turning mercury into gold, though it can also be done from a lead, which is more difficult. I studied alchemy for 2 years with him and watched this process with my own eyes. He had a sphere of glass about 18 in diameter filled with a liquid, and little bubbles of mercury would rise into it. They would go through a series of fluorescent colors and changes, rise to the top, turn into little balls of solid gold, then sink down to the bottom. Then he would collect all these little balls of gold to use for his spiritual work. He owned an ordinary-looking little house in Burnaby, British Columbia, on an ordinary-looking street. If you drove down the street, his house would look like any of the others. But under his house was a hidden laboratory. He had taken the millions of dollars in gold and dug straight down, building a huge complex filled with everything from electron balances to you name it so that he could further his work. He didn't care about money at all. And of course the purpose in alchemy is not to make gold or money, but to understand the process of how mercury or lead changes into gold. It's the process that's important. Because the process of going from mercury to gold is identical to the process that a human follows going from this level of consciousness into Christ consciousness, there is an exact correlation. As a matter of fact, if you were to study all of alchemy, you would have to study every single chemical reaction in existence, because every reaction has a corresponding experiential aspect to something in life. It's the old, as above, so below, saying. By the way, Thoth is the man who originally spoke those words when he was known as Hermes in Greece. At one point I was sitting in front of this alchemist teacher, and we were doing a particular kind of open-eyed meditation where we were locking breaths and breathing a certain way. He was sitting about 3 feet away from me, and we had been in this meditation for maybe an hour or two, a pretty fair length of time. Then something happened, something I had never seen before. Ever. He kind of went fuzzy, then disappeared right before my eyes. He was just gone. I'll never forget it. I sat there for a moment and didn't know what to do. Then I hesitantly reached over and felt for him. There was nobody there. I thought, wow. I was totally in astonishment. It blew my mind, as we were say in the 60s and 70s, it definitely did. I didn't know what to do, so I just continued to sit there. Then pretty soon a different person appeared in front of me, somebody completely and absolutely different. It wasn't even close. My alchemist teacher was about 35 years old and this guy was maybe 60 or 70, and a lot shorter, maybe 5 feet 3 or 4. He was a little guy, and he looked Egyptian. He had dark skin and his hair was kind of long, but pulled back. He had a clean-shaven face except for a thick beard growing from his chin that was perhaps 6 inches long and tied in 5 places. He was dressed in simple tan-colored cotton clothing with long sleeves and pants and sat cross-legged facing me. After my shock wore off, I just looked into this person's eyes. There I saw something I hadn't seen before except in baby's eyes. When you look into a little baby's eyes, you know how easy it is because there's nothing going on, no judgment, no nothing. You can just fall into their eyes, and they'll fall into yours. Well, that's what it was like to look at this man. There were just these big baby eyes in this old body. He didn't have anything going on. I had an instant connection with this person, and there were no barriers. He touched my heart like no one had ever done before. Then he asked me a question. He said there were 3 missing atoms in the universe, and did I know where they were? I had no idea what he meant, so I said, well, no. Then he gave me an experience, which I'm not going to describe, that sent me way back in time to the beginning of creation and brought me forward again. It was a very interesting out-of-body experience. When I came back, I understood what he meant about the 3 missing atoms, at least I thought I did. And I said, well, I think what you mean is this, and proceeded to tell him what I thought. When I finished, he just smiled, bowed and disappeared. A little later my alchemist teacher reappeared. My teacher didn't know the change had taken place. Everything that happened seemed to be only in my experience. I went away from that totally preoccupied with the experience. At the time, the angels had me working with 4 other teachers, So I was going from one to the next, and my life was really full. But I couldn't think about anything except this little man who had appeared to me. I never asked him who he was, and he didn't return. Time went on, and finally the experience started to fade away. But I always carried the question, who was that guy? Why did he have me go look for those 3 items, and what was this all about? I had a longing to see him again, because he was the purest person I had ever met ever. 12 years later I found out who he was. It was Thoth. On November 1, 1984, he reappeared in my life. And taught me so much. But again, that's another story for later. Thoth the Atlantean. This man, Thoth of Egypt, goes almost all the way back to the beginning of Atlantis. He figured out, 52,000 years ago, how to stay conscious in one body continuously without dying, and he has remained in his original body since then until 1991, when he moved into a new way of being far beyond our understanding. He lived through most of the period of Atlantis and even became king of Atlantis for a period of 16,000 years. During those times he was called Chikitet Malites. His name was actually Malites, and Chikitet was a title that meant, the seeker of wisdom, because he really wanted to be what wisdom was. After Atlantis sank, we will discuss this subject in great detail soon. Malites and other advanced beings had to wait for about 6,000 years before they could begin to re-establish civilization. When Egypt began to come to life, he stepped forward and called himself Thoth, keeping that name all through the time of Egypt. When Egypt died, it was Thoth who started the next major culture, which was Greece. Our history books say that Pythagoras was the father of Greece and that it was from and through the Pythagorean school that Greece unfolded and from Greece that our present civilization emerged. Pythagoras says in his own writings that Thoth took him by the hand, led him under the Great Pyramid and taught him all the geometries and the nature of the reality. Once Greece was born through Pythagoras, Thoth then stepped into that culture in the same body he had during the time of Atlantis and called himself Hermes. So it is written, Malites, Thoth and Hermes are the same person. True story? Read the Emerald Tablets, written 2,000 years ago by Hermes. Since that time he's had many other names, but I still call him Thoth. He came back into my life in 1984 and worked with me just about every day until 1991. He'd come in and spend maybe 4 to 8 hours a day teaching me about so many things. This is where the largest body of the information I'll be sharing with you came from, though it correlates with other information and has been substantiated by many other teachers. The history of the world, especially, came from him. You see, while in Egypt, where he was called the scribe, he wrote down everything that took place. He was the perfect person for it, right? He was constantly alive, so as a scribe he would just sit there and watch life go by. He was a good impartial witness, as that was a major part of his understanding of wisdom. He seldom talked or acted except when he knew that it was in divine order. Eventually Thoth discovered how to leave Earth. He would go to another planet where there was life and just sit there and watch. He would never interfere, wouldn't say a single word. He'd be absolutely silent and just watch just to see how they lived their lives, to get wisdom, to understand for maybe 100 years on each planet. Then he would go somewhere else and watch. Altogether, Thoth was gone from Earth for about 2,000 years studying other life forms. But he considers himself an Earth person. Of course, we have all come from somewhere else at one point or another in the game of life, because the Earth is not that old. It's only about 5 billion years old, and spirit is forever, always has been and always will be. You always have been and always will be. Spirit cannot die, and any other understanding is just an illusion. But Thoth considers himself from here because it was here that he made the first step that led him into immortality. This is Thoth's wife, Shesat, Figure 1 to 14. She's a most extraordinary person, in some ways at least as extraordinary as Thoth, if not more so. She was the first person to bring me consciously to Earth, which was in, roughly, 1500 BC. I was not physically here, but we had made a conscious link across the dimensions. She connected with me because of problems the Egyptians were having within their country that, from her point of view, would eventually affect the whole world and the outcome of humanity. We worked very closely together. I still have a very deep love for her and a really close connection, though she's no longer here. Neither is Thoth. In 1991, together they left this entire octave of universes and stepped over into a completely different kind of experience of life. Their actions are important to us, as you will see. In 1984, Thoth came back into my life, 12 years after my first experience with him while meditating with my alchemy teacher. The first thing he did was to lead me through an initiation in Egypt. He had me travel all over Egypt and perform ceremonies and accept initiations at certain temples. I was asked to enter a particular space under the Great Pyramid, repeat long phrases in the original Atlantean language and enter a state of consciousness where my body was only light. I'll tell that story when it's time, I promise. Thoth, Geometries and the Flower of Life. After I had been back from Egypt for 3 or 4 months, Thoth came in and said, "I want to see the geometries that were given to you by the angels." The angels had given me the basic information/geometries of how reality is related to spirit, and the angels had taught me the meditation I'm going to give to you. This meditation was one of the first things Thoth wanted from me. That was the exchange. I received all of his memories and he received the meditation. He wanted the meditation because it was a lot easier than the method he was using. His way of staying alive for 52,000 years was very tenuous. It was like hanging on by a thread. It required him to spend 2 hours every day in meditation or he would die. He had to spend 1 hour with his head to the north and his feet to the south, in a very specific meditation. Then he had to spend another hour in the reverse position doing a different meditation. Then once every 50 years, in order to keep his body regenerated, he had to go into what's called the halls of Munti and sit for 10 years or so before the flower of life. This is a pure flame of consciousness that resides deep in the womb of the earth and to which humanity's level of consciousness is completely dependent for its very existence. More later on this subject. Thoth was very interested in this new meditation because what took him 2 hours to accomplish takes only 6 breaths with the Merkabah meditation. It's quick, efficient and far more accurate, and its potential is much greater, as it leads into a permanent form of awareness. So Thoth began to give me vast amounts of what he knew. When he would appear in my room, we would not speak with words like we're doing now. We would speak using a combination of telepathy and holographic images. His thoughts to me were holographic, I guess you would say. But there was even more going on than that. If he wanted to describe something to me, I would taste, feel, smell, hear and see his thoughts. He said he wanted to see what the angels had given me in terms of geometries, so I gave it to him telepathically, with a little ball of light, third eye to third eye. Then he looked at the whole thing, and about 5 seconds later said that I was missing many levels of interconnected information. So for many hours of every day I would sit there making drawings and figuring out what all this stuff was that we now call sacred geometry. At that time I had no words for this way of seeing. I didn't know what it was, and in the beginning I had no idea what it really meant. And I didn't know anybody else who was aware of it except in the past. I thought I was the only one in the whole world. But the more I became involved, the more I realized that it's been going on forever and it's everywhere throughout the Earth's history and throughout the universe. He taught me in this way for a long time. Finally we came up with a single drawing, figure 1 to 15, which he said contains everything, all knowledge, both male and female, no exceptions. This is the one. I know this is an outrageous statement to make this early in this writing, but this one drawing, according to Thoth, contains within its proportions every single aspect of life there is. It contains every single mathematical formula, every law of physics, every harmony in music, every biological life form right down to your specific body. It contains every atom, every dimensional level, absolutely everything that's within waveform universes. I'll explain in just a moment about waveform universes. After he taught me, I understood the above statement, but to just throw out that statement right now sounds incredible. God willing, I will prove what I'm saying. Obviously, I cannot prove that this drawing contains every single aspect of creation, because there are too many things that exist to do that in one book. But I can show you enough proofs so that you'll be able to see that you can carry it over to everything. Thoth then told me that I would find this image of the flower of life in Egypt. There were 2 times that I doubted him in all the years I worked with him, and this was one of those times. My little mind went, no way, because I had by now read almost every book there was on Egypt, and I had never seen this anywhere. In my mind I scanned through everything I could think of. No, I thought, that symbol is not anywhere in Egypt. But he said I would find it, and then he left. I didn't even know where to begin to look for it. About 2 weeks later, I saw my friend Katrina Raphael, who has written, I believe, 3 books on crystals. She had just returned from Egypt and was in a grocery store in Cayce, New Mexico, when I walked in. She was standing at the film counter and had just gotten back the photographs from her most recent trip to Egypt. She had a stack about 10 inches high sitting on the counter and was taking them out, 36 at a time, and stacking them. We started talking, and at one point she said to me, "Oh, by the way, my guiding angel told me that I'm supposed to give you a photograph as soon as I see you." I said, "Okay, what is it?" She said, "I don't know." She turned away from the pile and went through it behind her back, pulled one out at random, handed it to me and said, "This is the one I'm supposed to give you." Now, Katrina had no idea of the work I was doing, though we had been friends for a couple years, because I didn't talk to many people in those days about my work and I definitely had not talked to her. The picture she pulled out was this one, the flower of life on a wall in Egypt, figure 1-16. That particular wall is probably one of the oldest walls in Egypt, in a temple that's almost 6,000 years old, one of the oldest temples on the planet. When I saw the flower of life in that photo, I couldn't say anything but, wow. Katrina asked, "What is that thing, anyway?" All I could say was, "You don't understand, but wow." Chapter 2. The secret of the flower unfolds. The 3 Assyrian temples in Abidos. This temple is in Abidos. It was built by Seti I and dedicated to Osiris. Behind it is another very old temple called the One Assyrian Temple, where the wall carving of the flower of life was found by Katrina Raphael. There is still a 3rd temple, also dedicated to Osiris and also called the Assyrian Temple. Evidently, when they were digging back into the mountain to build the Seti I temple, with full knowledge that the 3rd Assyrian temple was there, they found the older, 2nd Assyrian temple between the 2. Seti I changed the plan for the newer temple into an L shape to avoid destroying the more ancient temple. It's the only L-shaped temple in all of Egypt, which strengthens this idea. Some people say that Seti I built the older temple, too. However, the older one is a completely different construction design and has much larger stone blocks. Most Egyptian archaeologists agree that it is a much older temple. It is also lower in elevation than the Seti temple, which gives credence to its age. When Seti I began construction of his new temple, the second one looked like a hill. The 3rd temple, the long, rectangular one in the back, is also dedicated to Osiris, and it is one of the oldest temples in Egypt. Seti I was building his temple on this site because the other, 3rd, temple was very old and he wanted to dedicate a new temple to Osiris. We look at the City 1 temple, then the third one, then the second and oldest one. Carved bands of time. In recent times archaeologists have discovered something very interesting about the wall carvings in Egyptian temples. Tourists usually notice that there appears to be a great deal of vandalism on the walls, where a lot of the hieroglyphs, especially ones of the immortals, had been chipped off and destroyed. What they might not notice is that the chipping is in a specific horizontal band, from about eye height up to about 12 to 15 feet. There is no chipping above or below that. I didn't even notice that when I was there, it just didn't click. It didn't click for a lot of Egyptian archaeologists either for hundreds of years, until somebody finally said, hey, the destruction is always in this very specific region. From that realization, they began to understand that there was a difference between the region below the destruction and the one above. They finally figured out that there are time bands on the walls. The band from about eye height down to floor level would represent the past, the band from eye height up to about 15 feet or so would represent the present, the time the temple was built, and higher than that, these temples sometimes go up 40 feet and more, would tell about what will occur in the future. The archaeologists then realized that the only people who could have understood this relationship and actually chipped the hieroglyphs was the priesthood of the temple. The priests were the only ones who would have known that they were chipping out only the present. An ordinary vandal would not have been so precise in selecting only the band representing the present. Besides, the destroyers did not come in with a sledgehammer, they actually chipped certain things out very carefully. It has taken all these centuries to figure this out. The City 1 temple. This is the front of the City 1 temple at Abidos. This is a small portion of a huge temple. I know now of at least 2 proofs that the Egyptians could see into the future. I have a picture of one of these, way up high on one of the beams in this portion of the first temple at Abidos is something that, if you've never seen it before, is hard to believe, but it's there. I'm going to get a picture of the other one the next time I visit Egypt, because I know exactly where it is. I think these 2 pictures are absolute proof, beyond any doubt at all, that they were able to see the future. How they did it I don't know, that's up to you to figure out. But the fact is, they did. At the very end I'll show the picture that proves this. The third temple. This is the third temple of the 3, a long, open temple. This temple was considered the most sacred spot in all of Egypt by the ancient kings and pharaohs, because they believed that this was where Osiris had experienced resurrection and become immortal. King Zoser, who built the beautiful funerary complex at Saqqara with its famous step pyramid, supposedly for his burial, did not bury himself there. Instead, he buried himself at this little unpretentious back temple. They don't allow anyone into this third temple. But I couldn't stand to just look down into it. There was nobody around that I could see, so I dropped down over the wall into a courtyard. I managed to get about 5 minutes of space before the Egyptians began yelling at me to get out. I thought they were going to arrest me, but they didn't. The hieroglyphics in there are extraordinary, nothing like you would see anywhere else. The simplicity and perfection of the drawings is remarkable. The second temples. Sacred geometry and flower of life. This is the second temple of the 3, which is lower than the other 2. It was buried under the earth before they dug it out. The ramp, seen at the right edge, was built to allow access from the higher ground level. I took this picture from the third temple, looking toward the City 1 temple, whose back wall can be seen in the background. The second temple is where the flower of life drawings in Katrina's photo were found. They allow you to go into only one place in the second temple, which happened to be the perfect place. The second temple is mostly filled with water now because the Nile has risen, but when it was first found, it was open and dry. Here are 2 inside views of the center of the temple before it filled with water. There are 3 distinct areas. 1. The steps that come in from below to the center of the temple, where there is an altar-like stone. 2. the altar-like stone itself, and 3. the steps that go back down on the other side of the altar, which can't be seen here. You will see these 3 levels represented in the 3 phases of the Osiris religion. You can see the 2 sets of steps in the plan of the Assyrian Second Temple on the next page. Lucy Lamy shows here what the original plan of the temple looked like. The 2 back-to-back pentagons show the sacred geometry that was hidden in its plan. Now I need to give you some background on this geometry. The shape shown at A is an icosahedron. The surface of an icosahedron is made up of equilateral triangles arranged into 5-sided pentagonal shapes, shown at B, which are called icosahedral caps in sacred geometry. Here the triangles are equilateral. If you were to take the icosahedral caps off the icosahedron and fit them onto each surface of a dodecahedron, 12 pentagons put together as at C, the resulting shape happens to be the stellated dodecahedron D, of the specific proportions of the Christ consciousness grid around the Earth. Without this grid there would not be a new consciousness emerging on this planet. You will understand before the end of this work. 2 of these icosahedral caps hinged together are like clamshells, indicated at T. These caps are the key, as they demonstrate the geometry used in the Christ consciousness grid. And that's what, I feel, they're depicting in the geometry and plan of this ancient temple. I find it very appropriate that they used back-to-back pentagons in the plan for a temple dedicated to Osiris and resurrection. Resurrection and ascension lead into Christ consciousness. Figure 2-9 is down in the second temple. The arrow indicates the place where Katrina unknowingly took a photograph of the flower of life. Here's the same picture taken with my camera. My photo came out better than hers, and you can see in the shade that there's another flower of life pattern on the same stone, side by side. To the left of these 2 flower of life patterns, on the same stone, are other related figures. The stones that were used to build this temple, including the one in these figures, are huge. I would say they weigh at least 70 to 100 tons. It makes you wonder how those hairy barbarians moved all those 100-ton stones around. There are many related patterns on these walls. The left one in this photo is called the seed of life, which comes directly out of the flower of life pattern. There was water at the bottom of this wall, so I couldn't get in there. But I was wondering what was on the other side of the stone, so I leaned around, put the camera on automatic and took a picture to see what would come out. This is what I got. You can barely see it in this photograph, but it shows many of the components that are aspects of what we're going to be studying in this course. It was an amazing feeling to look at these drawings because they were so familiar to me, and I knew what they meant. And here they were, arranged on an Egyptian wall thousands of years old. The drawings were ancient, yet I knew exactly what they were. Carvings of the Copts. This next shot shows a wall in the Second Temple taken from a long way away using an 80mm lens. On this wall is a drawing, which you can barely see in this photo, though we could see it clearly when we were there. It looks like figure 2-15. It's a symbol for Christianity, but it originated with a group of Egyptians called Copts, who lived at the time when the Egyptian Empire was dying. They later became the very first Christians, if we include 2 other Egyptian groups who were connected with them, the Assyrians and the Druids. You might not think that these 2 other groups had Egyptian roots, but we believe they did. This is a Coptic symbol, and when I saw it, I realized it was probably the Copts who made these drawings related to the flower of life, not the original builders. The Copts came much later, but they probably knew this was a place for resurrection and used it for the same purpose. The building would have been several thousand years old when they made these drawings. In this case the drawings would have been no older than 500 BC, which is when the Copts began. This is the actual Coptic symbol, a cross and the circle sometimes found inside a triangle. This is another one, in which you see the cross and the circle, though it's very worn. At the top you see the 6 loops of the center of the flower of life. In Egyptian drawings, whenever you see a sphere over a head, it means that the focus is whatever is inside the sphere. That's what they're thinking about or what the purpose is at that moment. Figure 218 is another way this symbol is sometimes used, for intersecting arcs with an outer circle around them. I find this photo very interesting. You see the fish breathing air. This was done before Christ. It's Coptic. It has 13 little notches, or scales, if you want to call them that, and it's breathing air. We've seen a fish breathing air before, with the Dogons and in Peru. Now here it is in Egypt, and it is seen in other places around the world as well. The early church changes Christian symbolism. When you go back and really study some of the older writings, you find that there was a big change in the Christian religion about 200 years after Christ died. In fact, he wasn't very well known for about 200 years, at which time the Greek Orthodox Church, which was the most influential church of the day, made many changes in the Christian religion. They discarded many beliefs, added others, and changed things around to fit their needs. One thing they changed was an important symbol. All the way back to the time of Christ, from everything we've been able to read, Christ was not known as the fish, but as the dolphin. It was changed from the dolphin to the fish during the Greek Orthodox editing. Today Jesus is referred to as the fish, and even modern Christians use the fish to represent Christianity. What this means exactly, I don't know. I can only speculate when we talk about dolphins. In addition, the Greek Orthodox Church also removed from the Bible all references to reincarnation, which previously had been fully accepted as part of the Christian religion. The flower of life, sacred geometry. This image of the flower of life is not only found in Egypt, but all over the world. I'll show you photographs of it worldwide in Volume 2. It's found in Ireland, Turkey, England, Israel, Egypt, China, Tibet, Greece and Japan. It's found everywhere. Almost everywhere around the world it has the same name, which is the flower of life, though elsewhere around the cosmos it has other names. 2 of the main names would be translated as the language of silence and the language of light. It's the source of all language. It's the primal language of the universe, pure shape and proportion. It's called a flower, not just because it looks like a flower, but because it represents the cycle of a fruit tree. The fruit tree makes a little flower, which goes through a metamorphosis and turns into a fruit, a cherry or an apple or something. The fruit contains within it the seed, which falls to the ground, then grows into another tree. So there's a cycle of tree to flower to fruit to seed and back to a tree again, in these 5 steps. This is an absolute miracle. But you know, it just goes right over our heads. It's so normal that we simply accept it and don't think much about it. The 5 simple, miraculous steps in this cycle of life actually parallel the geometries of life, which we'll continue to see all through this work. The seed of life. As I was showing earlier, in the middle of the flower of life are 7 interconnected circles which, if you take them out and draw a circle around them, would create the image called the seed of life. The tree of life connection. Another image in this pattern, which you're probably more familiar with, is called the tree of life. Many people have thought that the tree of life originated with the Jews or Hebrews, but it did not. The Kabbalah did not originate the tree of life, and there is proof. The tree of life does not belong to any culture, not even the Egyptians, who carved the tree of life on 2 sets of 3 pillars in Egypt at both Karnak and Luxor around 5,000 years ago. It's outside any race or religion. It is a pattern that is intimately part of nature. If you go to distant planets where there is consciousness, I'm sure you'll find the same image. So if we have a tree then a flower then a seed, and if these geometries do in fact parallel the 5 cycles of a fruit tree that we see on Earth, then the source of the tree would have to be perfectly contained within the seed. If we take the images of the seed of life and the tree of life and superimpose them, we can see this relationship. See how perfectly they fit? They become like a key, one fitting directly over the other. In addition, if you look at the tree of life that was found on Egyptian pillars, you'll see one more circle above and one below. This means there were originally 12 components, and the 12-component version also fits perfectly over the whole flower of life image. There is a 13th circle to the tree that can either be there or not. I'm approaching sacred geometry as though you never heard the words in your life. We're starting from the very bottom, and we'll slowly build on this until we get to the place where it makes sense. First, you can see the synchronicity of the way sacred geometry forms move together and fit perfectly into each other. This is a right-brain way of understanding the special nature of this geometry. As we study more and more complex patterns, you'll keep seeing the same kind of amazing relationships moving through everything. The odds of some of these geometrical relationships happening at all is probably a zillion to 1. Yet you will consistently see these mind-boggling relationships unfold. The vesicopieces. In sacred geometry there's a pattern that looks like this. It's formed when the centers of two equal radius circles are placed on each other's circumferences. The area where the two circles intersect forms what's called a vesicopieces. This configuration is one of the most predominant and important of all relationships in sacred geometry, as you'll begin to see. There are two measurements in the vesicopieces, one that runs through the center across the narrow width, and one that connects one point to the opposite point through the center, that are keys to a great knowledge within this information. What many people don't know is that every line in the tree of life, whether it has 10 or 12 circles, measures out to either the length or the width of a vesicopieces in the flower of life. And they all have golden mean proportions. If you look carefully at the superimposed tree of life, you'll see that every line corresponds exactly to either the length or the width of a vesicopieces. This is the first relationship that became visible as we came out of the Great Void. The Great Void is another key that will be discussed soon. Egyptian wheels and dimensional travel. These wheels are some of the oldest symbols known. So far they've been found only on the ceilings of certain very old Egyptian tombs. They're always found in sets of 4 or 8, and nobody knows what they are. The world's most famous Egyptian archaeologists don't have the vaguest idea what they mean. But to me they're proof that the Egyptians knew that the flower of life was more than just a pretty design, and that they knew most, perhaps even more, of the information that will be shared here. In order to understand where the wheels are in the flower of life, you have to study the tremendous levels of knowledge contained within it. You would never get there by just looking at designs. It's nothing that you could just happen on, you'd have to know the ancient secret of the flower of life. This photo shows most of a set of 8 of these wheels. The next picture is very dark and hard to see details. This is a ceiling, and it was pitch black where I took the picture. Walking toward the right along the bottom of the drawing are 7 people with animal heads. They're called Netas, or gods, and each of them has an orangish red oval above its head, which Thoth called the egg of metamorphosis. The Netas are concentrated on the time when we go through a certain stage of resurrection, which is a rapid biological change into a different life form. They're holding an image of that transition as they're walking along the line, then suddenly the line comes to an end and there's a 90-degree shift upward, and they're walking perpendicular to their first direction. This 90 degrees is a very important part of this work. The 90-degree turn is crucial to understanding how to make resurrection or ascension real. The dimensional levels are separated by 90 degrees, musical notes are separated by 90 degrees, the chakras are separated by 90 degrees, 90 degrees keeps coming up over and over again. In fact, in order for us to enter into the 4th dimension, or any dimension, for that matter, we must make a 90-degree turn. Probably at this point I need to make sure we have a common understanding about what dimensions are like 3rd dimension, 4th dimension, 5th dimension and so forth. What are we talking about? I'm not talking about dimensions in a normal mathematical sense, as in the 3 axes or so-called dimensions of space, the x, y and z axes, front to back, left to right and up and down. Some people call these 3 axes the 3rd dimension and say that time becomes the 4th dimension. This is not what I'm talking about. Dimensions, the monics and the waveform universe. What I'm seeing as the various dimensional levels has to do more with music and harmonics than anything else. There are probably different connotations of what I'm talking about too, though most people who study this pretty much agree. A piano has 8 white keys from C to C, which is the familiar octave, and in between those are the 5 black keys. The 8 white keys and the 5 black keys produce all the sharps and flats in what's called the chromatic scale, which is 13 notes, actually 12 notes, with the 13th beginning the next octave. So from one C to the next is really 13 steps, not just 8. Keeping that in mind, I want to show you the concept of a sine wave. Sine waves correspond to light, and the electromagnetic spectrum, and the vibration of sound. Figure 2 to 29 shows some samples. We're all probably familiar with this. In the entire reality we're in, every single thing is based on sine waves. There are no exceptions I know of except the void itself and perhaps spirit. Everything in this reality is sine wave, or cosine, if you want to look at it like that. What makes one thing different from another is wavelength and pattern. A wavelength extends from any point on the curve to the point where the entire curve starts over, as from A to B on the longer wavelength, or from C to D on the shorter wavelengths. If you get into a really long wavelength, they look almost like straight lines. For example, your brain waves are about 10 to the 10th power centimeters, and they're almost like straight lines coming out of your head. Quantum physics or quantum mechanics looks at everything in the reality in one of two ways. They don't know why they can't look at it in both ways at once, though the geometries tell why if you study them very carefully. You can consider any object, such as this book, as being made up of tiny particles like atoms, or you can forget that idea and just look at it as a vibration, a waveform, such as electromagnetic fields or even sound, if you like. If you look at it as atoms, the laws can be seen to fit that model. If you look at it as waveforms, the laws can be seen to fit that model. Everything in our world is a waveform, sometimes called pattern, or sine wave signature, or could even be seen as sound. All things, your bodies, planets, absolutely everything are waveforms. If you choose this particular way of looking at reality and superimpose that view over the reality of the harmonics of music, an aspect of sound, we can begin to talk about different dimensions. Wavelength determines dimension. The dimensional levels are nothing but differing base rate wavelengths. The only difference between this dimension and any other is the length of its basic waveform. It's just like a television or radio set. When you turn the dial, you pick up a different wavelength. Then you get a different image on your TV screen or a different station on your radio. It's exactly the same for dimensional levels. If you were to change the wavelength of your consciousness, and in so doing change all your body patterns to a wavelength different from this universe, you would literally disappear out of this world and reappear in the one to which you were tuned. This is exactly what the UFOs do when you see them shooting across the sky, if you've ever seen one. They shoot across at unbelievable speeds, then make a 90-degree turn and disappear. The people on board those ships are not being carried through space like we are on airplanes. Spaceship passengers are consciously connected psychically to the vehicle itself, and when they get ready to go into another world, they go into meditation and link all aspects of themselves into oneness. Then they make either a 90-degree shift or two 45-degree shifts all at once in their minds, actually taking the whole ship, along with its passengers, into another dimension. This universe, and by that I mean all the stars and atoms going infinitely out and infinitely in forever, has a base wavelength of about 7.23 centimeters. You can pick any spot in this room and go infinitely in or infinitely out forever within this particular universe. In a spiritual sense, this 7.23 centimeter wavelength is Om, the Hindu sound of the universe. Every object in this universe produces a sound according to its construction. Each object makes a unique sound. If you average the sounds of all the objects in this universe, this third dimension, you would get this 7.23 centimeter wavelength. and it would be the true sound of Om for this dimension. This wavelength is also the exact average distance between our eyes, from the center of one pupil to the other, that is, if you take 100 people and average them. It's also the exact average distance from the tip of our chins to the tip of our noses, the distance across our palms and the distance between our chakras, to give a few more examples. This 7.23 centimeter length is located throughout our bodies in various ways because we are emerged within this particular universe, and it is embedded within us. It was Bell Laboratories that discovered this wavelength, not some spiritual person sitting in a cave somewhere. When they first put up the microwave system that went around the United States and pulled the on switch, they found static in their system. You see, Bell Labs just happened to pick for the system's sending frequency one slightly longer than 7 centimeters. Why they chose that wavelength, I don't know. They tried to find the static, looked through their equipment, tried everything they could. First they thought it was coming from inside the earth. Eventually they looked into the heavens and found it, and said, oh, no, it's coming from everywhere. In order to get rid of the static, they did something that we as a nation and a planet are still suffering from. They upped the power 50,000 times over what they would normally need, which created a very powerful field, so that the 7.23 centimeter wavelength coming from everywhere would not interfere. Dimensions and the musical scale. For reasons such as the above, I believe that 7.23 centimeters is the wavelength of our universe, this third dimension. As you go up into dimensional levels, the wavelength gets shorter and shorter, with higher and higher energy. As you go down in dimensional levels, the wavelength gets longer and longer, with lower and lower energy, more and more dense. Just as with a piano, there's a space between the notes, so that when you hit one note, there's a very definite place where the next note is. In this waveform universe we exist in, there is a very definite place where the next dimensional level exists. It's a specific wavelength relative to this one. Most cultures in the cosmos have this basic understanding of the universe, and they know how to move between dimensions. We've forgotten it all. God willing, we will remember. Musicians, music theorists and physicists discovered long ago that there are places between the notes called overtones. Between each step of the chromatic scale there are 12 major overtones. A group in California has discovered over 200 minor overtones between each note. If we show each note in the chromatic scale as a circle, we have 13 circles. Each circle represents a white or black key, and the shaded circle at the end would be the 13th note that begins the next octave. The black circle on this illustration represents the third dimension, our known universe, and the fourth circle, the fourth dimension. The 12 major overtones between any two notes, or dimensions, are a replica of the larger pattern. It's holographic. If you carry it further, between each overtone you'll find another 12 overtones that replicate the whole pattern. It goes down and up literally forever. This is called a geometrical progression, only in harmonics. If you continue to study it, you'll find that each of the unique musical scales that have been discovered produces a different octave of experience, more universes to explore. This is another subject we will come back to. You've probably heard people talk about the 144 dimensions and how the number 144 relates to other spiritual subjects. This is because there are 12 notes in an octave and 12 overtones between each note, and 12 times 12 equals 144 dimensional levels between each octave. To be specific, there are 12 major dimensions and 132 minor dimensions within each octave, though in truth the progression goes on forever. This diagram represents one octave. The 13th note repeats, then there's another octave above that one. There's an octave of universes below this and an octave above, and it stretches on theoretically forever. So as big and as infinite as this universe seems, which is just an illusion anyway, there are still an infinite number of other ways to express the one reality, and each dimension is experientially completely different from any other. That's what much of this teaching is about, reminding us that we here on Earth are sitting in the third dimension on a planet that is in the process right now of becoming fourth dimensional and beyond. The third dimensional component of this planet is about to be non-existent for us after a while. We're going to be aware of this dimension for only a short time longer. First we'll go into certain overtones of the fourth dimension. Most people in the higher dimensions who are watching and helping with this process now believe that we're going to keep moving on up through higher dimensions quite rapidly. The wall between octaves, between each whole note universe and between each subspace or overtone universe, there is nothing, no thing, absolutely zip. Each of these spaces is called a void. The void between each dimension is called the duat by Egyptians or the bardo by Tibetans. Each time you pass from one dimension or overtone into the next, you pass through a void or blackness that's in between. But certain voids are blacker than others, and the blackest of these exist between the octaves. They're more powerful than the voids that exist within an octave. Please understand that we are using words that cannot fully explain this concept. This void that exists between octaves can be called the Great Void or the Wall. It's like a wall you have to pass through to get to a higher octave. God put these voids there in a particular way for certain reasons that will soon become apparent. All of these dimensions are superimposed over each other, and every point in space-time contains them all. The doorway to any of them is anywhere. That makes it convenient. You don't have to go looking for it, you just have to know how to access it. Although there are certain sacred places in the geometries of our reality here on Earth where it's easier to become aware of the various dimensions and overtones, sacred sites, which are nodal points connected to the Earth and the heavens, we'll also talk about them later. There are also specific places in space that are tied to the geometries of space. These places are sometimes referred to by explorers as stargates, openings to other dimensional levels where it's easier to get through. But in truth, you can be anywhere to go anywhere. It really doesn't matter where you are if you truly understand the dimensions and, of course, are capable of divine love. Changing dimensions. Going back to those guys on the temple ceiling, a few pages ago, they're changing dimensions. They're making a 90-degree turn and changing their wavelength. And those wheels, as you're going to see later, are connected to the harmonics of music. And you now know that the harmonics of music are connected to the dimensional levels. Since the people on the ceiling are making this change while thinking about metamorphosis and resurrection, I believe these wheels are actually telling us exactly where they went, into which dimension. By the time we finish, you'll understand what I'm talking about. The Star Tetrahedron. This Star Tetrahedron with Leonardo's image behind it is going to become one of the most important drawings for this work. What you're looking at is two-dimensional, but think of it in three dimensions. A Star Tetrahedron, just as shown here, happens to exist around each human body. We're going to spend a great deal of time to get you to the point where you can see that you do have this image around your body. Notice especially that there's a tube running down the center of the body through which we can breathe life force energy, and the two apexes at the top and bottom of this tube connect the third dimension to the fourth dimension. You can inhale fourth-dimensional prana directly through the tube. You could be in a vacuum, a total void, with no air to breathe, and completely survive if you could live the principles of this understanding. As Richard Hoagland has shown the United Nations and NASA, we are now beginning to scientifically rediscover this field. Just as it is shown around Leonardo, it is also around planets, suns and even larger bodies. This could become the standard explanation of how some of these outer planets survive. Why? The planets are radiating off the surface far more energy than they're receiving from the sun, a lot more. Where is it coming from? With this new understanding, if Leonardo were a planet instead of a person, the points at the north and south poles would be bringing in huge amounts of energy from another dimension, or dimensions. Planets literally exist in more than one dimension, and if you could see the whole Earth in all its glory, the various fields and energies around a planet, you'd be astounded. Mother Earth is far more intricate and complex than we at this dense level can perceive. This channeling of energy is actually how it works for people, too. And the particular dimension, or dimensions, that this energy comes from depends on how we breathe. On Leonardo's drawing, the tetrahedron pointing up to the sun is male. The one pointing down toward the earth is female. We're going to call the male one a sun tetrahedron and the female one an earth tetrahedron. There are only two symmetrical ways that a human being can look out of this star tetrahedral form, with one point of the star above the head and one point below the feet, and with the alignment of the human body looking toward the horizon. For a male body looking out of his form, his sun tetrahedron has a point facing forward, and the opposite flat face is behind him. His earth tetrahedron has a point facing out the back, and the opposite flat face is in front. For a female body looking at other form, her sun tetrahedron has a flat face forward, and a point facing out the back, and her earth tetrahedron has a point facing forward, and the opposite flat face is behind her. We'll explain the Merkabah meditation through the 14th breath in Volume 2. First, I would like to introduce other aspects so that you can begin to remember and prepare yourself for the eventual reactivation of your light body, the Merkabah. Beginning soon, we'll start talking about yogic breathing, which probably many of you are already familiar with. Then we'll learn about mudras after that. We're going to keep going step by step until we are ready to experience spherical breathing, the state of being from which your Merkabah can come to life. Threeness in duality, the Holy Trinity. To understand the situation here on Earth, we will offer another piece of information to refer to as we proceed. In nature, the law of opposites appears to be manifesting throughout our reality, such as male and female or hot and cold. In truth, this is incomplete. Actually, every manifestation in our reality has three components. You hear people talk about male and female polarity and about polarity consciousness. That isn't the full truth. There has never been a polarity in this reality without a third component, with one rare exception we will talk about in a moment. There is a trinity in almost every situation. Let's think of some examples of what we usually call polarity. How about black and white, hot and cold, up and down, male and female, and sun and earth? For black and white, there's gray; for hot and cold, there's warm; for up and down, there's the middle; for male and female, there's a child; for the sun and the earth, male and female, there's the moon, child. Time is also in three components: past, present and future. The mental relationship of how we see space is with the x, y, z axes, front and back, left and right, up and down. Even in each of these three directions there's a middle or neutral point, creating three parts. Probably the best example is the fabric of matter itself in this third dimension. Matter is made of three basic particles: protons, electrons and neutrons. On the next higher level of organization from the three basic particles you will find atoms, and on the next lower level, finer particle divisions. In a similar manner, consciousness perceives itself in the middle between the macrocosm and the microcosm. If you look closely into either level, you will always find threeness. There is a special exception, as there almost always is. It relates to the beginning of things. Primal aspects usually do have threeness, but they are extremely rare. An example is found in number sequences. Sequences such American Samoa 1 2 3 4 5, 6 7 8 9, or 2 4 8 16 32, or 1 1 2 3 5 8 13 21. And in fact all sequences known strangely enough need a minimum of 3 successive numbers of the sequence in order to calculate the entire sequence, with one exception, the golden mean logarithmic spiral, which needs only 2. This is because that spiral is the source of all other sequences. In the same manner, atoms all have 3 parts, as mentioned before, with the single exception of the first atom, hydrogen. Hydrogen has only 1 proton and 1 electron, it has no neutron. If it has a neutron, which is the next step up, it is called heavy hydrogen, but the very beginning of matter has only 2 components. Since we mentioned numbers exhibiting threeness, we might as well bring up color. There are three primary colors from which the three secondary colors are created. This means that the universe as we now know it, all created things, is composed of three primary parts except in its rare primal areas. In addition, the very nature of how the universe is perceived by human consciousness is through the three major ways we just spoke of: time, space and matter, all of which are reflections of the sacred Holy Trinity. An avalanche of knowledge. Most people by now are aware that something unusual is going on here on Earth. We are in extremely accelerated time, and many events are happening that have never been seen before. There are more people on the planet than have ever been known before, and if we continue at the same rate, in a few more years we will double our population to about 11 or 12 billion people. Regarding our human evolutionary learning curve, the supply of information on the planet is growing far faster than the population. Here's a fact according to the Encyclopedia Britannica. From the time of our oldest known human civilization, the ancient Sumerians, circa 3800 BC. Continuing for almost 5800 years until about AD 1900, a certain number of bits of information had been collected, a certain number of so-called facts that were added up to determine precisely how many things we knew. 50 years later, from 1900 to 1950, our knowledge had doubled. That means it took 5800 years to learn a certain amount. Then it took 50 years to double it. Amazing. But then in the next 20 years, by about 19 to 70, we doubled it again. It took only 10 more years, to about 1980, to double that. Now it's doubling every few years. Knowledge is coming in like an avalanche. The information was coming so fast in the mid-80s that NASA couldn't put it into their computers fast enough. I heard that in approximately 1988 they were 8 or 9 years behind in simply entering the incoming data. At the same time this avalanche of knowledge is building up, the computers themselves, which are boosting the acceleration, are about to make a huge change. Approximately every 18 months computers are doubling both speed and memory. First we came out with the 286, then the 386. Then we had the 486, and now the 586 is out. This was 1993, which makes the 486 obsolete. We didn't even know how to use the 486 yet, and here's the 586. And we've already got the 686 planned. By the turn of the century or soon afterward, a home computer will be so powerful and fast that it will surpass all of the present, 1993, computers of NASA and the Pentagon combined. A single computer will be so fast and powerful that it can actually watch the whole Earth and give constant weather data for every square inch of the planet. It will do things that now seem absolutely impossible. And we're beginning to speed up our ability to enter the data. Now huge amounts of information are entered directly from other computers and scanners and direct voice. So with this incredible amount of knowledge entering into human consciousness, it becomes obvious that a major change for humankind is being birthed. For thousands of years spiritual information was kept secret. Priests and priestesses of various religions or cults would give their lives to keep the rest of the world from knowing about one of their secret documents or piece of spiritual knowledge, making sure it remained secret. All the various spiritual groups and religions around the world had their secret information. Then suddenly, in the mid-60s, the veil of secrecy was lifted. In unison, almost all the spiritual groups of the world opened their archives at the same moment in history. You can browse through books in your neighborhood bookstore and see information that has been sealed and guarded for thousands of years. Why? Why now? Life on this planet is accelerating faster and faster and faster, obviously culminating in something new and different, perhaps just out of the reach of our normal imagination. We are always changing. What does this mean for the world? Why is it happening? Better yet, why is it happening now? Why didn't it happen 1,000 years ago? Or why didn't it wait to happen 100, 1,000 or 10,000 years from now? It's really important to understand the answer to this question, because if you don't know why this is happening now, then you probably will not understand what's happening to you in your life or be prepared for the coming changes. Though I don't want to get into the real meaning of what this is about right now, one of the answers lies in the fact that the computer is made out of silicon and we're made out of carbon. It's tied into the relationship of silicon and carbon, but I'll leave that for a while and continue with the unusual nature of what's happening here on Earth. Earth's relation to the cosmos. Let's talk about Sirius and the Earth again. You are here, and this is where we begin in the big picture. From where we are on this third planet out from the Sun, Earth's intimate connection to Sirius cannot be understood very easily. You have to go out into deep space to things like this, which you might not recognize, at least most people don't. This is a quasar, and it's enormous. It defies all the laws of physics, and we don't know what the heck it's doing. But that's not really what I want you to notice. Spirals in space. This next photo is a little closer and more familiar to us. This is a galaxy, obviously not us, because it's pretty hard to take a picture of yourself from within yourself. The cluster at the bottom right is a nebula, and it is almost certainly much, much closer than the galaxy. They are not connected. Notice the stars coming out of the galaxy in a white spiral. At exactly 180 degrees opposite one of the spirals is another emerging spiral. I believe there are 8 known forms of galaxies, though all of them are functions of each other, and this is the primary model. For a long time astronomers pretty much thought that what you saw out there was it. If you could see it, it was there. They were either totally oblivious to the invisible side of reality, or they didn't feel it was that important. But the invisible side of our reality is actually much greater than the visible side, and probably more important. In fact, if the full electromagnetic spectrum were a line about 2 yards long, then visible light, with which we see objects, would be a band about 1/32 of an inch wide. In other words, the visible part of the reality is far less than 1% of the total, almost nothing. The invisible universe is really our true home. There's much more. There are things even beyond the electromagnetic spectrum that we're just beginning to understand. For example, they've discovered that when an old sun explodes and dies, like the one in the bottom right of the picture, it seems to occur only in the dark area of the spiral, shown by arrow A, indicating that there is a difference between deep space, arrow B, and the inner space between the light spirals. So they're beginning to realize there's a distinct difference between the 2 areas of space as well as between the dark and the light areas of the galaxy. There's something different about the dark areas of the spiral that seems to be related to the light areas. Our Sirius connection. Observing these characteristics of a galactic spiral led to another discovery. Other scientists noticed that as our solar system moves through space, it's not moving in a straight line, but in a helical pattern. A spiral. Well, such a spiral is not possible unless we are gravitationally connected to another large body, such as another solar system or something larger. For example, many people think the moon rotates around the Earth, right? It does not. It never has. The Earth and the moon rotate around each other, and there's a third component between them, approximately 1/3 of the distance from the Earth to the moon, which is the pivotal point. And the Earth and Moon rotate around this point in a helical pattern as they also move around the Sun day. This happens because the Earth is connected with a very large body, which is the Moon. Our Moon is huge, and it's causing the Earth to move in a particular pattern. And since the entire solar system is spiraling in the same manner through space, then the whole solar system must be gravitationally connected with some other very large body. So astronomers started searching for this body that was pulling on our solar system. They first narrowed it down to a certain area of the sky that we were linked with, then they narrowed it down further and further, until just a few years ago they finally pinned it down to a specific solar system. We are linked with the star Sirius, with Sirius A, and Sirius B. Our solar system and the Sirius system are intimately connected through gravitation. We move through space together, spiraling around a common center. Our fate and the fate of Sirius are intimately connected. We are one system. Ever since scientists have known all about the dark area inside a spiraling galaxy being different, they have discovered that stars don't just move out along the curved arm of a spiral. If someone spun a water hose over high head and you viewed the scene from above, you would see droplets that appeared to move in spirals. Can you envision that? Each individual drop, though, is not moving in a spiral, but is moving radially away in a straight line from the center. It only appears to be moving in spirals. It's the same way in a galaxy. Each of these stars is actually moving radially away. At the same time the stars are moving radially away from the center, they are also moving, independent of the system as a whole, from one arm through the dark light into the white light, orbiting the whole galactic system. It probably takes billions of years, I don't know, for one cycle to complete itself. Imagine that is a galaxy viewed from above and that the dark color represents the black light spirals and the light color represents the white light spirals. From the edge it looks like a flying saucer. The orbit we make around the center of the galaxy has within it a spiral motion similar to a coiled spring. In addition to our solar system, the same spiral motion is seen between Sirius A and Sirius B. The spiral of the Earth and the Moon, I believe, is different. This spiraling motion of the two Sirian stars just happens to be identical to the geometries of the DNA molecule, according to an Australian scientist. This makes you suspect that perhaps there's a relationship in the unfoldment of things, that events happen according to some kind of larger plan, similar to the unfoldment of a human body guided by the information within the DNA. Of course, it's only speculation, but because of the principle as above, so below, this is highly probable. So we have two related questions to answer. One is why Sirius is so important, which has been explained by our gravitational connection to it. Another is, why is this extremely rapid pattern of evolution we are experiencing on Earth today taking place at this moment in history? Let's keep looking in the heavens. First, here are two incidental pieces of information to share. A galaxy's spiral arms, surrounding sphere and heat envelope is out of National Geographic, showing what they've now discovered. They've found that spheres of energy surround galaxies. Notice the tiny galaxy with its spiraling arms, along with a bunch of loose stars, all enveloped in the sphere of energy. Then outside that sphere is another enormous sphere of energy, shown here as a hexagonal grid. So there's a huge sphere inside a smaller sphere, with a tiny galaxy inside it. As we progress, you're going to see that you have exactly the same field around you. Figure 2-38 is a picture of the heat envelope of a galaxy, slightly tilted, Sun, and as the Earth orbits the Sun, the angle that the light hits the surface of the Earth changes, depending on where it is in its orbit. This is why we have 4 seasons. Within this yearly rotation there's another very slow wobble, which most people know as the precession of the equinoxes, which takes almost 26,000 years to complete. To be more accurate, it's about 25,920 years. It depends on who you read, because everybody comes up with a few years difference. There are other wobbles, too. For example, that plus 23-degree angle to the Sun is not fixed. There's a wobble of about 40,000 years where it changes about 3 degrees, from about 23 to about 26 degrees. Then there's another wobble inside the little 3-degree wobble that completes a cycle about every 14 months. And they've discovered another one that completes about every 14 years. Now they say they've discovered yet another one. If you read the ancient Sanskrit writings, all these wobbles are profoundly important for consciousness on the planet. They're tied directly to specific events and to the time these events happen on the planet, just as our DNA is tied to the various phases in the growth of the human body. For now I just want to look at the main wobble, which is called the precession of the equinoxes. This wobble moves in an oval pattern, and the large oval in figure 2-40 is the wobble itself. The right end, on the long axis of the oval, is called the apogee, which points toward the center of the galaxy. The bottom half of the oval shows when the planet is heading toward the center of the galaxy, and the top half shows when the planet has come back around and is heading away from the center. This movement away from the center of the galaxy is also called going with the galactic wind. The Sanskrit writings say that the ancient beings who somehow knew about the precession, say that it's not at the far ends of this oval when great change takes place, but slightly after these extreme points are passed, at the points indicated by the two small ovals at A and C. Great change takes place at those 2 points. There are 2 other points sitting halfway between the small ovals, shown at B and D, which are also very important places, though change is not as likely as at A and C. Right now in the 1990s we are positioned at A, the lower small oval, which indicates that this is a time of tremendous change. According to the ancient writings, when we reach the upper small oval at C, moving away from the center of the galaxy, we begin to fall asleep and keep losing consciousness and falling through the dimensional levels until we come to the place at the lower small oval, when we start to wake up and begin to move up through the dimensional levels. We wake up in definite stages until we get to the upper oval again, when we fall asleep again. But this is not a closed pattern, because we're moving through space. It's a helical, open-ended pattern like a spring, not a repeating cycle as within a circle. Because of that, each time around we fall asleep a little less than the time before and wake up a little more. A similar cycle occurs on Earth each day. If you look at the Earth from space, it is half dark and half light at any moment, and the people on the dark side are pretty much asleep and the people on the light side are pretty much awake. Even though we have day and night, we don't repeat the same things over and over, but hopefully we wake up and become more conscious each day. Even though we fall asleep and wake up, we keep going further each time. This precession of the equinoxes is just the same, only it's a much longer cycle. Yugas. The Tibetans and the Hindus called these particular time periods yugas, which are simply ages. Each yuga has both a descending and ascending phase, so if you use the Hindu system, the age around the top oval at C is called the descending Satya Yuga. Then comes the descending Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga at the other end. In the Kali Yuga you have both descending and ascending. Then you enter the ascending Dwapara and so on. We're now in the ascending Dwapara Yuga. We're out of the Kali Yuga by about 900 years, and right now is the time when amazing things are predicted to happen. The world is now rediscovering for itself that these are periods of enormous changes on Earth. This diagram was made by Sri Yukteswar, Yogananda's guru. He did this in the late 1800s. Though he did not know the true time duration of the precession of the equinoxes, he put it at 24,000 years. That was very close, because most Hindus had no idea of what they were doing when working with the yugas. I don't mean to put them down, but they didn't. You see, when we were coming through the Kali Yuga, we were in the darkest, most asleep times. Most of the books written in the last 2,000 years were written by people who were asleep, relatively speaking, and were trying to interpret books written by people who were much more awake. They didn't understand what the older books were saying. So, as with any book written in the last 2,000 years, you've got to be a little bit careful because of the time it was written in. Many Hindu scholars were putting the precession of the equinoxes at hundreds of thousands of years, and some said one yuga is around 150,000 years. They were wrong and just did not understand. Yukteswar knew better, but he wasn't quite right either. What he did in this diagram was to put the different yugas around the outer edge, and on the inside he put the 12 signs of the zodiac, thus showing which yugas corresponded with what sign. When he made this chart we were in Virgo, shown in the bottom left quadrant. At the moment we're between Virgo and Leo. Depending on what astrologer you talk to, we're close to the third eye of the Virgin right now and passing into Leo, that's physically. That means the planet physically is between Virgo and Leo. But if you look 180 degrees across the heavens, you see the sky moving from Pisces into Aquarius. At this moment we are right on the line between Pisces and Aquarius, about to head into the age of Aquarius. But physically it's a whole different point of view. You need to understand that, because when we look at the works in Egypt, some of their writings don't make sense without knowing this perspective. Modern views on pole shifts. In the 1930s, Edgar Cayce was channeling answers for a geologist when, in the middle of a question, Cayce stopped and said something like, "You know, there's something a little more important going on with the Earth that maybe you should know about," and started talking about how the poles of the Earth are going to shift soon. He said the year it would happen would be the winter of 1998, but things have changed since then in a psychically unpredictable manner. The poles still may shift, but then again, they may do it in a way slightly different from Cayce's prediction. We do have free will, and we can change the fate of the world simply through our being. Edgar Cayce was an extraordinary human. He was a man people listened to when he spoke. The statement by Cayce that the poles were going to shift in the near future was almost unbelievable by most of the world. But because it was Edgar Cayce predicting this outrageous event, scientists and other interested persons began to study the possibility. Geologists would not believe his statement because they thought it would probably be millions or hundreds of millions of years between pole shifts, that this kind of change took a very long time. But because of Cayce's prediction, certain scientists began to search anyway. A string of major pieces of evidence came forth that lent tremendous weight to what Cayce was saying, and they have now changed the world's view on this subject. The scientists suspected that if there were a change in the physical poles, then there would also be a change in the magnetic poles. One of the ways they decided to study this possibility was to examine the ancient lava beds of the world. This started taking place, I believe, in the 1950s or early 60s. They wanted to study lava beds because, 1. They figured there would be tremendous volcanic action if such a shift took place, and, 2. Lava has a characteristic that could verify and date previous magnetic pole shifts. Iron pilings and core samples. Iron pilings are found in most lava, and these pilings have a different melting point than the lava itself. The pilings harden while the lava is still flowing and, being iron, line up with the magnetic poles. Through this observation, geologists can see exactly where the magnetic poles were at the time the lava hardened. They needed to get samples from only 3 locations to be able to triangulate and know exactly where the magnetic North Pole was at the time the pilings hardened. Then, of course, they could radiocarbon date it, which was the best they could do back in those days. There were other approaches to this problem, which we will look at in a moment. So they discovered an earlier magnetic North Pole that was not where it is now but a long way away, centered in Hawaii. That last shift took place right at the upper oval, a little less than 13,000 years ago. They then did another test and found that the poles had shifted before that at the lower oval. This opened up a whole new area of investigation into the Earth's magnetics. The Geological Society of America published a summary of findings gathered from ocean floor core samples, Geology 11, 9, September 1983. The samples were 6 inches in diameter and 11 feet long, and the researchers analyzed the sediment. They discovered that sometimes the poles simply reverse themselves. The north becomes the south and the south becomes the north. This was another thing Edgar Cayce talked about that people had a hard time believing. But when they analyzed these core samples, they found it was true. Going back hundreds of millions of years, they discovered a cycle where the magnetic North Pole would remain in place for a long time, then in a single day, less than 24 hours, magnetic north switched to the south. It stayed that way for a long time, then switched again. But toward the ends of these long cycles were shorter periods where the magnetic poles would reverse themselves again. This flip happened every once in a while. And as we come closer into present times, the flips are starting to happen closer together, from north to south, south to north, and at the same time moving to new locations. This has happened hundreds of times over the last several 100 million years. A whole new viewpoint of the Earth's magnetics, called geomagnetics, is beginning to be understood. From space, would this not appear as a pulse, pole shift triggers? By now there have been many people trying to figure out what could cause a pole shift. What are the dynamics? What's the trigger that makes it happen? There's a book by John White, who's also an Edgar Cayce advocate, who has compiled almost all the information in the world on this subject, though he does not mention, I believe, the particular information on the last magnetic shift being in Hawaii. His book is called Pole Shift, of course. It's a very scientific and interesting book. If you read it, you'll get an excellent understanding of this subject, which is vast and amazing. There are two main theories right now about what the trigger could be that would cause the poles to move. One of them is obvious and the other more subtle. The obvious one is called the Brown theory, named after Hugh Auchincloss Brown, who conceived this idea. His theory is that for some reason the South Pole begins to form off-center, which is exactly what's happening now, then it builds up quite rapidly toward the end of the cycle, which is also exactly what's happening now, until one day it breaks free from the centrifugal force of the Earth's rotation. It's just like any spinning object. When something is off-center, it throws the whole object off-center and forces it to find a new equilibrium. If the weight of the ice keeps building and building, eventually something's going to happen. The Earth can't keep spinning in the same rotational position. It will find a new pole that is centered. Yet there are some scientists who believe that the massive ice at the South Pole is not enough to trigger a pole shift. As a matter of fact, the ice at the South Pole in some places is over 3 miles deep and building, especially rapidly over the last 20 years, faster than ever expected, probably because of the greenhouse effect. And today there are 3 enormous volcanoes underneath the ice cap that can be seen from our satellites. It's melting the underside of the ice cap, and huge rivers are flowing out from beneath it at this very moment. Perhaps this fact was not entered into the equation by the doubting scientists. If that ice cap, which is twice the size of the United States, were to break free, it's been calculated that it would move toward the equator at 1,700 miles an hour to find balance, according to John White. That would obviously cause some problems here and there. Brown's theory appears to be happening, but it is not a certainty. However, someone has offered another theory, one which even Albert Einstein considered seriously, that holds a possible answer to the equations that unbelieving scientists have used. His name is Charles Hapgood. He, and other scientists who worked with him, discovered at least 2 layers of unusual rock underneath the Earth's crust which liquefy under certain conditions. Other scientists have demonstrated this in laboratories where they've put the same kind of rock into a miniature Earth, and duplicated the conditions of the inner Earth. From this experiment, they found that the surface or crust of the Earth can slip over the main mass of the Earth, which continues its rotation as if nothing had happened. It's a fact. It can happen, but of course we do not know if it will actually happen in real time. They don't know the specifics of how this would work, such as what trigger could cause this slippage. Charles Hapgood wrote 2 books, Earth's Shifting Crust and The Path of the Pole, that will probably eventually change our view of our world dramatically. Albert Einstein wrote the foreword to Charles Hapgood's first book, Earth's Shifting Crust. I feel it is important enough to reprint here directly. I frequently receive communications from people who wish to consult me concerning their unpublished ideas. It goes without saying that these ideas are very seldom possessed of scientific validity. The very first communication, however, that I received from Mr. Hapgood electrified me. His idea is original, of great simplicity, and, if it continues to prove itself, of great importance to everything that is related to the history of the Earth's surface. The author has not confined himself to a simple presentation of this idea. He has also set forth, cautiously and comprehensively, the extraordinarily rich material that supports his displacement theory. I think that this rather astonishing, even fascinating, idea deserves the serious attention of anyone who concerns himself with the theory of the Earth's development. It is a given that Albert Einstein was one of the most brilliant humans who has ever lived, yet few geologists even yet believe such an outrageous theory. Only in more recent times has proof begun to accumulate that such things could be true. The same scientific world didn't believe Mr. Einstein either when he said how much energy was contained within a very small amount of matter. It is my belief that the trigger to the pole shift is connected with the geomagnetism of the Earth. This would take a long time to explain, which I am not prepared to do here at this time. What is known is that for the last 500 years the Earth's magnetic field has been continually weakening, and in the last few years it has been doing absolutely bizarre things. According to Greg Braden in Awakening to 0. The Collective Initiation, the Earth's magnetic field actually began to weaken about 2,000 years ago. Then around 500 years ago, the weakening really began to accelerate. Could it be 520 years? This would match the Mayan calendar, which predicted a huge change at that time. In recent times the magnetic field is making unheard of changes. Magnetic flow changes. The idealized lines of magnetic flow you see coming out in a torus around the Earth are not what geologists have found. The reality is that the magnetic lines look rather like straight weaving patterns. They're fixed, but they're not precise in that idealized kind of way. And there are certain areas where they're stronger and other areas where they're weaker. These lines normally do not move, but because the field is getting so weak, they are beginning to move and change. The birds, animals and fish, and the dolphins and whales and other creatures use these magnetic lines for their migration patterns. So if the magnetic lines change, their migration patterns go off, which is what we're seeing all over the world right now. Birds are flying to places they're not supposed to be, and whales are beaching themselves on land, where it's supposed to be water as far as they're concerned. They're simply following the magnetic line they've followed for centuries, and they're running into land that wasn't on that line before. When these magnetic fields pass through 0. and completely change, which they may do very soon, we'll have another subject to talk about what happens then. You see, we believe your very memory is tied to those fields. You can't remember anything without these magnetic fields. In addition, your emotional body is tied powerfully to the magnetic fields, and if they change, your emotional body is radically affected. It's easy to understand that the moon affects the tides of the world through the pull of gravity. We also know that the magnetic fields of the Earth are slightly affected by the phases of the moon. When the moon is full and passes overhead, we get a slight bulge and change in the magnetic field of the Earth. Just look at what happens in big cities during a full moon. The day before, the day of, and the day after the full moon, we have more rapes and murders and killings and weirdness of this nature than we do for the rest of the entire month. The police blotter of any major city will verify that. Why? Because these fields especially affect people who are right on the edge of emotional instability, who are barely able to cope during normal times. They're right on the edge, then the moon comes along and moves the magnetic field just a little bit, and the person experiences an emotional dip and does things he or she normally wouldn't do. So imagine what would happen if the geomagnetic field of the Earth starts destabilizing. I heard in October 1993 from someone who's involved in aviation that in the last 2 weeks of September, major landing strips had to recalibrate their guidance systems because the magnetic fields made a unilateral shift all over the planet. It seemed to be temporary, lasting about 2 weeks. At that time you might have remembered an incredible emotional outburst within yourself and people around you. In my world I'm on the phone with people from all over the world. People were freaking out everywhere. That's why I suspected that maybe what I heard might really be true. If it is true, then we are beginning to proceed almost certainly into the next phase of this work. These breakdowns in the magnetic field of the Earth will begin to come closer and closer together until there is a total collapse of the field and a shifting of the poles. This is one of the signs of the very end times. There's no reason to get into fear about any of this. Even though what's happening is unusual, we've all been through these kinds of things many, many times before. This is not unusual for you, though most of you have very little memory of it. When you actually start going through the dimensional shift and get into the feel of it, you'll say, "Oh, yeah, I remember this now. Here we are, going through this birthing again." So it's not a big deal, yet it is. You came from somewhere else when you were born as a baby, right? You came from some other dimension and you passed through a void and came out through the womb to Earth. You traveled this path before, and we're about to do a similar kind of thing, only it's a really unusual one this time. There's no reason to fear it when you know all of it and remember who you are. In fact, what's occurring is extremely positive. It's very, very beautiful. Harmonic and disharmonic levels of consciousness. The Sanskrit literature talks about how when we approach the lower ovulator in the procession, we become aware of electrical energies. We can fly in the sky. We can do many unusual things. The world becomes extremely unstable, and in a single day we get rid of the old way of viewing the world and make a huge transformation in consciousness. But as we approach this transformation, given the particular level of consciousness we have, we tend to destroy everything we touch. It's a natural part of who we are. We're not doing anything wrong, it's just the way we are. We're doing it exactly right. We destroy everything, we cause everything to go into disharmony. I'll be talking about this later, but I think it would be appropriate to tell you this much now. On Earth, according to Thoth, there are 5 totally different steps or levels of life that each human is going to pass through. When we reach the 5th level, we will make a transformation that transcends known life itself. That's the normal pattern. Each one of these levels of consciousness has many aspects that are different from the other levels. First, they have different chromosome levels. The first level of human consciousness has 42 plus 2 chromosomes. The second level has 44 plus 2 chromosomes, the third one has 46 plus 2, the fourth, 48 plus 2, and finally 50 plus 2. Each level of human consciousness has a different body height associated with it. This might sound kind of funny if you've never heard it before. The first level of 42 plus 2 has a range of height somewhere between 4 and maybe 6 feet. The people who fall into that category specifically are the Aborigines in Australia, and I believe that certain tribes in Africa and South America also do. The second level of consciousness has 44 plus 2 chromosomes, and that's us. Our band-off height is about 5 to 7 feet. We're a little taller than the first group. The third level's height goes up considerably. The 46 plus 2 chromosome level interrupts the reality through what you could term unity or Christ consciousness. That range of height is from about 10 to 16 feet tall. Then there's another range for the fourth level of consciousness. The 48 plus 2s, who have a height of about 30 to 35 feet. The final band, the perfected human, is between 50 and 60 feet tall. They have 52 chromosomes. I suspect that the reason there are 52 cards in a deck is related to those 52 chromosomes of the potential of man. For those of you who are Hebrew, you might remember that Metatron, the perfect man, that which we will become, was blue and 55 feet tall. We'll talk about this again when we get into the subject of Egypt. There are states between the consciousness levels, like Down syndrome, for example. Down syndrome happens when a person transitions from this second level of consciousness, which we are on, into the third level, but didn't quite make it. The person didn't get all the instructions right, and where he almost always fails is in the left brain instructional aspect of the chromosomes. A Down syndrome person has 45 plus 2 chromosomes. He got one of them, but not the other. He or she got the emotional one, the heart one, all right. If you know any Down syndrome children, they are pure love, but they don't understand how to make the transition into the third level of human consciousness. They are still learning. The second and fourth levels of consciousness are disharmonic, and the first, third and fifth levels are harmonic. You'll understand this when we see it in the geometries. When you look at human consciousness from a geometrical point of view, you can see the harmonic levels, and you can see that the disharmonic levels are simply out of balance. That's where we are right now, out of balance. These disharmonic levels are absolutely necessary. You can't get from level 1 to level 3 without passing through level 2. But 2 is a totally disharmonic consciousness. Does not chaos bring change? Whenever a consciousness gets into the second or fourth level, it knows it can be there for only a short time. These levels are used as stepping stones, like a stone in the middle of a river, one you jump on and get off of as soon as you can to get to the other side. You don't hang out there, because if you do, you fall in. If we were to hang out here on Earth even just a little bit longer, we would destroy our planet. We would destroy it by just being who we are. Yet we are a sacred and necessary step in evolution. We are a bridge to another world. And we are living this bridge by just being alive in this incredible time. Chapter 3. The Darker Side of Our Present and Past. In 1992 the world nations met at an Earth Summit, in Rio de Janeiro to discuss Earth's environmental problems. The largest gathering of heads of state in the history of the world was called because of the danger of losing our planet. Most of the world came, but the United States, the largest polluter in the world, didn't even want to participate. It was obvious that the political administration felt that money, jobs and the economy were more important than whether the Earth survived. 5 months later, on November 18, 1992, a document titled World Scientists' Warning to Humanity was released. More than 1,600 senior scientists from 71 countries, including over half of all living Nobel Prize winners, signed this document. It was the most alarming warning the world has ever received from such a powerful body of researchers. You would think that this document would hold great credibility and that the world would carefully listen. It began, human beings and the natural world are on a collision course. Human activities inflict harsh and often irreversible damage on the environment and on critical resources. If not checked, many of our current practices put at serious risk the future that we wish for human society and the plant and animal kingdoms, and may so alter the living world that it will be unable to sustain life in the manner that we know. Fundamental changes are urgent if we are to avoid the collision our present course will bring about. The warning document then began to list the crises: polluted water, oceans, soil, atmosphere, diminishing plant and animal species and human overpopulation. More than half of the life on this planet is now extinct and continuing to die. The words became STEM: no more than 1 or a few decades remain before the chance to avert the threats we now confront will be lost and the prospects for humanity immeasurably diminished. We the undersigned, sane or members of the world's scientific community, hereby warn all humanity of what lies ahead. A great change in our stewardship of the earth and life on it is required if vast human misery is to be avoided and our global home on this planet is not to be irretrievably mutilated. Yet most of the world rejected this statement even though it was created by one of the most respected scientific bodies ever assembled on Earth. You would think we would pause and say, if this is true, what can we do? Let's drop everything and do whatever is necessary. But the governments know that if we are to avert this crisis, we must change the way we live, and that would not be politically comfortable. No politician wants to be the one to introduce this unpopular change. To the governments, the economy would suffer and perhaps even collapse if we were to stop polluting. So it has become a war of money against life, terrible but true. The New York Times and the Washington Post, two of our most respected leaders in reporting the news, rejected this document as not newsworthy. This gives you a good idea of the importance we place on the planet itself. You can read about all this and much more in The Sacred Balance, Rediscovering Our Place in Nature by David Suzuki. Think for a moment, this warning document gives us 1 or a few more decades to avert this crisis, and it was written 7 years ago. This Earth is billions of years old. It has taken millions of years for mankind to reach this level of awareness, yet in a mere 10 to 30 years, a geological blink of an eye, if we do not act in a positive manner, we may become irretrievably mutilated. The word extinct was avoided, but we all know it is a possibility. Update: since June 1996 a new possibility has been given to us. Perhaps we have found a way to heal the Earth of her environmental problems. This is the work of the new workshop we call the Earth Sky. As much as I would love to tell you where the work of the Flower of Life has taken us, this is not the time. A new book will have to be written because this new information is too vast to discuss in a simple update. All I can say is that I am very optimistic for the 3D survival of Mother Earth at this time. Update: since June 1996 a new possibility has been given to us. Perhaps we have found a way to heal the Earth of her environmental problems. This is the work of the new workshop we call the Earth Sky. As much as I would love to tell you where the work of the Flower of Life has taken us, this is not the time. A new book will have to be written because this new information is too vast to discuss in a simple update. All I can say is that I am very optimistic for the 3D survival of Mother Earth at this time. Update: remember that Professor Einstein did not know for sure that when the first atomic bomb was ignited, the nuclear chain reaction would stop when the original fuel sample was expended. Our government knew that when this first bomb exploded, it might be the end of the world, all life over in a matter of minutes. But we did it anyway. This is spiritual incompetence. We are faced with another moment in history where our government has decided to take another chance with our lives. When HAARP was turned on in the spring of 1997, they did not know for sure if the atmosphere was going to be destroyed. They still do not know for sure what the long-range effects will be, just as they did not know during World War II with the Manhattan Project. What is HAARP? You need to know. HAARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project. It is a weapon massively more powerful than the atomic bomb. They intend to beam more than 1.7 gigawatts, billion watts, of radiated power into the ionosphere and actually boil the upper atmosphere in order to create a mirror and/or an artificial antenna to transmit huge amounts of power to any specific area on the Earth. This energy would be used to manipulate global weather, hurt or destroy ecosystems, knock out electronic communication, and change our moods and mental states. Not to mention that it could be used to try to destroy or manipulate the new Christ grid around the world. Read Angels Don't Play This HAARP by Gene Manning and Dr. Nick Bigick. You will learn more. Update: in 1995 and 1996, the secret government exploded 6 atomic bombs in an area near Mora Island, part of the French Tahitian Islands. France, along with several other countries, placed these bombs into a sacred physical place of Mother Earth's body. If they had done this to your mum, you would have called it violent rape. They were neutron bombs, which do not destroy structures, but merely destroy all life in the region. If the Earth were a woman, the area where they deliberately placed the bomb would be her perineum. Going straight through the Earth from there would be Earth's crown chakra, which just happens to be the Great Pyramid region in Egypt. This became the focus of attention, for the secret government shut down the entire Great Pyramid, not allowing anyone to come near for 3 days so they could test the results in the consciousness of the planet. They were trying to destroy a specific field of energy that has grown to enclose the Earth. You could call it one of Earth's memory banks. You and I call it Christ consciousness. They, the secret government, which is still you and me, were fearful of this new consciousness, but I believe now it has been mostly resolved. The polarities of the Earth are slowly merging. At the time of this transcript in 1993 we were living in a period of planetary insight. Now, in 1997, we are on the edge of planetary unity based on understanding. The great test is still ahead, especially if the secret government decides to use HAARP to try to destroy the Christ grid. Update: on the positive side, doctors at UCLA began about 5 years ago examining a young boy who had been born with AIDS. He had been checked at birth, at 6 months and again at 1 year. He still had AIDS. He wasn't checked again until he was about 5. When they checked him this time, all traces of the AIDS virus were gone. It was as though he had never contracted AIDS. They didn't know how his system became immune, all they knew was that it did. They checked everything they could think of, including his DNA. It was here where they found a change. This young boy did not have human DNA. We have 64 codons in our DNA, but in normal humans only 20 of these codons are turned on. The rest are inert or not working, except for 3, which are the stop and start programs. This young boy had 24 codons turned on. He had found a way to mutate that made him immune to AIDS. In fact, when they were testing him, they found that he was immune to everything. They found that his immune system was 3,000 times stronger than a normal human's. Then they found another child with the same situation, coming out of AIDS and turning on the same 24 codons, becoming immune to AIDS and other diseases. They found 100, then 10,000. UCLA now believes that 1% of the world has made this change. They now believe that 55 million children and adults are no longer human, by DNA definition. There are so many people doing this now that science believes that a new human race is being born at this time and that it seems to have come out of AIDS. It is almost impossible for these people to become sick. It is also interesting that in November 1998, it was announced that in 1997, AIDS dropped off by 47%, which is the biggest drop in history for any major disease. Could this be one of the reasons? Further, in Cracking the Bible Code by Jeffrey Satinova, when they ran the word AIDS into the code, they found all the usual associated words. They saw the words in the blood, death, annihilation, in the form of a virus, the immunity, the HIV, destroyed, and many more. However, there were certain other words that did not make sense to those researchers but that only now can be understood in the light of the previous information. They found the words, the end to all diseases. This is perhaps the single most important event in the world today. Update, on May 23, 1998, Edgar Duval, president of the Egyptology Society in Miami, Florida, announced that ancient Atlantis has been found nearby Menai, and that it can be scientifically proven beyond any doubt. They have found a huge underwater pyramid and have open hermetically sealed chambers to expose records that confirm what Plato said about Atlantis during the time of ancient Greece. Mr. Duval said they will present their evidence to the world before the end of 1998 or soon afterward. We are about to enter negative subjects for a bit. You could say, there he goes getting into that fear stuff just after he said not to get into fear, but I want us to observe all the facets, both positive and negative, of life here on planet Earth. I don't want to look at only the positive ones, I want you to see the whole picture. And when you look at the whole picture, both the good and the bad, you'll see that the chaos is just part of the truth and part of the birth. A phenomenal change in human consciousness is occurring at this moment, though if you take any tiny segment of what's happening or look out in the world and see all the wars, famines and human emotional garbage that's filling our newspapers, the future does not look good. But when you get the whole image of life, you'll see that beyond all the negative, there's something much greater and vast and sacred and holy occurring at this moment in history. It becomes clear, life is whole, complete and perfect now. Our endangered Earth, however, the most conservative scientists in the world that I can find don't give our planet more than 50 years, 50. The most conservative scientists on the planet say there will be no life or almost none on this planet within 50 years if we continue the way we're going. Many scientists give us only 3 or more years, some of them give us 10. Most don't give us more than 15 years. It depends on who you read. Even if it were 100 or 1,000 years, would that be acceptable? You would not be hearing any of this information today if it were not for some changes in our government that have taken place in the last 8 years that have allowed this information to be presented. Although they're not allowing you to know everything, there has been a change in the powers that be where they're beginning to cooperate with life. They simply can't let you know the full extent of the situation, because they believe that most of the world would just quit their jobs and say, "The heck with everything," leading to complete chaos. Instead of quitting, is not this the time to focus? Human consciousness is powerful. We will know what to do. We are more than the ordinary world knows. Do you remember? Okay, now let's talk about the dark side. This is a January 2, 1989, issue of Time magazine. In 1988, the secret government of the world decided to allow us to know some of what was going on around environmental problems. This was the first major publication on the subject in the world. Time magazine declared the Earth to be the planet of the year. Instead of featuring a man or woman of the year, they broke away from their tradition. The entire magazine was devoted to our endangered Earth and its problems. If you were to read the problems as they were presented in 1989 and then read the problems as they're being presented in articles today, you'll realize that what they gave us in 1989 was an ultra-watered-down version of the truth. It wasn't even close. But at least it was a beginning for our world to see the truth about what we have done to Mother Earth. We're going to discuss only 4 or 5 different problems the Earth has, though there are multiple different scenarios going on. If any one of these scenarios were to break down, all life on the planet would eventually die. And at the moment they're all about to break down, it's just a matter of which one breaks down first. And whenever one system goes, then all the rest of them will go eventually, and that's it. There won't be any more human life. It will be over with, and we'll end up just like Mars or the dinosaurs. A few years ago, around the turn of this century, there were 30 million species of life forms on Earth, 30 million different species of life. In 1993 there were about 15 million. It took billions of years to create these life forms, and in less than a blink of an eye, a mere 100 years, half of the life on this dear Earth is dead. Around 30 species a minute are now becoming extinct somewhere. If you were to watch this planet from space, it would appear to be dying very, very rapidly. Yet we're going on as though nothing's happening and everything's great. We're sticking money in the bank and driving our cars and just wiggling right on. Yet from an honest point of view, we have a real life and death problem going on here on Earth, and few people seem to be really serious about it. When they tried to get the entire world to come together in Rio in the early 90s to discuss the worldwide environmental problem, our president didn't even want to go. Why not? Because the problems are so serious that if we were to fix them, another problem would happen that would be an even more serious problem. From the president's point of view, we would be plunged into a worldwide financial breakdown, after which a large portion of the Earth's population would die from starvation and other problems. In essence, we cannot afford to repair the environment. On the other side of the coin, can we afford not to? Dying oceans. It was in the August 1, 1988. issue that Time magazine focused its attention on the oceans and what was happening there. Jacques Cousteau wrote a book about this around 1978. He was a very respected person, but when he wrote this book, he lost credibility in scientific circles because he made a statement that nobody could believe. He founded his statements on pure science, but people simply could not or would not accept the truth. Specifically, he said that the Mediterranean Sea would be a dead body of water by the end of 1990 and that the Atlantic Ocean would also be dead by the turn of the century. People thought, this guy's nuts. It's never going to happen. Well, it is happening. The Mediterranean Sea is now somewhere around 95% dead. It's not 100%, so he was not exactly right. Nevertheless, it's still going to be a dead sea if people continue to live the way they do. And the Atlantic Ocean is rapidly doing the same. Maybe it won't happen in the year 2000, but it will happen very soon after that. Unless something changes dramatically, it will die. No fish, no dolphins, no life in the Atlantic. We can't live without the oceans. The bottom of the food chain, the plankton, will be gone, and if they go, we go. When we don't take this seriously, it's like saying, well, I don't really need my heart. This is a major component in the ecosystem on Earth, and it's going fast. This is not debatable, this is scientific fact. The only part that is debatable is when it is really happening. Nobody believed it would happen because they just couldn't accept this truth. New York City, for instance, has pipes that go 20 miles out and dump all their human feces into the oceans. They figured, well, the oceans will take care of it. But for the last 60 years or so it's been building up into a huge mountain. Now, there's a mountain range of shit out in the ocean that is moving toward New York City. It's now up against and actually coming into the harbor, and they don't know what to do about it. It would take more money than New York has to fix it. This is the kind of foresight that we as humans have demonstrated. The human manure approaching New York is an Atlantic Ocean problem. However, the problem is not limited to the Atlantic or the Mediterranean. The Pacific Ocean is Earth's largest body of water, and it will probably take longer, but it is also having tremendous problems, especially in certain areas. The red tide is the first deadly sign of the pollution. It's an algae that destroys everything that leaves underneath it, it kills everything. And these red tides are beginning to sweep all over, especially around Japan where there's so much pollution. We've made lots of mistakes all over the earth because we don't have the consciousness to know how to live in harmony with our own body, Mother Earth. This is like a symptom of cancer or some other dreaded disease. Ozone. Here's another problem. Figure 3 to 4 shows the ozone hole above the South Pole. Ozone forms a thin layer about 6 feet thick. It's a really thin, fragile layer, a living layer that's constantly being rebuilt. We know very little about it, though we know more than we would if it weren't for the UV light, ultraviolet light, band C, that's coming through the holes right now. When they began to detect huge amounts of UV, especially as shown here coming into the South Pole, they couldn't understand how there got to be so much, because their computers didn't show it. Then they found out that their software programming was set up in such a way as to override this sort of thing. After they reprogrammed their software, they found out the hole was really there. This was some years ago. What they actually were looking for was chlorine monoxide, the molecule shown in the far right of figure 3 to 5. They figured that the ozone hole is caused by various chemicals, one of which are CFCs. CFCs react with the ozone in such a way that when the chlorine connects with the ozone molecule breaks apart, thus forming oxygen and chlorine monoxide. Scientists figured, given the speed they thought the CFCs were moving toward the ozone, that the chlorine monoxide up there would be about 30 times over normal, and they were very worried about it. So the world governments tried to get the companies that were producing the CFCs, Freon and various other chemicals that cause this problem, to stop producing those products and find other answers. In reply, the companies all said in unison, "We're not doing it. That's a natural phenomenon. We have nothing to do with it." So the world governments had to prove in court that the companies were at fault, which they did. To get the proof they needed, for the first time in the history of the Earth every single country on the planet cooperated in a single venture. This had never happened before. They flew high-altitude planes over the South Pole for about 2 years collecting data, and they finally came up with something that really scared them. The destructive ingredient, chlorine monoxide, wasn't 30 times over normal, it was 500 times over normal and moving much faster than they had believed. This article came out in 1992. I believe. It first says that the EPA predicts 200,000 more skin cancer deaths from the ozone hole. But up in the right column they have a tiny section reporting that the EPA says that the fatality estimates they had originally given were incorrect, and are 21 times worse than they had estimated. 21 times, now, that's a lot. It's not like saying, well, it's a little bit more. This is what the government has been doing, They give out little bits of information in little articles that don't tell you much. They don't make it a big deal. By law they have to announce it, so they announce it in little articles and then let it go. Then they up the ante in another insignificant article, as in this article here, for example, where they said the danger was 21 times higher than their first estimate. Then 2 weeks later the same paper comes back and says, oh, by the way, we were off 2 weeks ago, it's actually double that. Well, double doesn't sound like much, except that means it went from 21 times to 42 times worse than their first report, which is an incredible amount. If the truth had been told in the first place, it would have sounded terrible and created fear. This is what's been going on all over the world for a long time. The only way the world governments know how to deal with the situation is by letting it out little by little, admitting to more and more and more. They know they have to tell you the truth, for reasons you'll learn later, but they're afraid to say we're in real trouble. They just say, well, it's not so bad, but it's getting worse, and statements like this. Well, not only is there an ozone hole at the South Pole, but there's one at the North Pole now, and the rest of the ozone is Swiss cheese. In 1991 or 1992, there was a major television production on the ozone hole. It brought together all the major people who were involved in studying this, and they discussed all the pros and cons. They interviewed a particular husband and wife team, I don't have their names, but they also wrote a book on this very subject several years ago, predicting that the ozone hole was going to happen. Before we even knew about it, they had studied it all, according to this program. And the ozone is now undergoing changes exactly like they said it would, and at exactly the rate they predicted. This couple was brought on TV as the experts, and the interviewer asked, well, what do you think? This interviewer was kind of puppy-like, asking, what are we going to do? You guys know everything about it, so what are we going to do about the ozone? The husband said, there's nothing we can do. I don't believe they like to hear statements like that on major channels. The interviewer asked, what do you mean, there's nothing we can do? The author said, well, suppose we get the entire world to cooperate. Which is the first thing that would have to happen, and we can't even do that now, some 15 years later. Suppose we do get the entire planet to say, okay, we'll stop it all today. No more of these chemicals that are destroying the ozone will ever be used again. The author said, okay, suppose we did it. Suppose we got the whole world to stop. That still doesn't solve the problem. And the interviewer said, what do you mean? Wouldn't it just heal itself? The author answered, no, because the spray can that you sprayed yesterday sits on the surface of the ground and the CFCs take 15 to 20 years to rise to the ozone layer. This layer that's slowly rising and eating the ozone will continue for 15 to 20 years even if we stop everything today. And it will continue to eat it faster and faster, because we've used more and more of these chemicals in recent years. He said, there won't even be an ozone layer, I think he said in 10 years. I see no solution at all. If we lose our ozone, we're in big trouble. All the animals of the world will go blind. You won't be able to go out during daytime without a space suit on, meaning every square inch of your body will have to be covered special UVC goggles and everything. In a short time the UVC light would eventually kill you. And we're rapidly approaching that. If you don't think so, read at what the Wall Street Journal reported in January 1993. The journal was reporting what's happening in southern Chile, which is close to the ozone hole at the South Pole. The animals are starting to go blind. The people who live there have thick, dark skin, and they've spent all their lives outside, but now they're getting burned in the course of everyday living. And it's spreading north from Chile and starting to happen everywhere. Because of the Swiss cheese aspect of the entire ozone layer, places all over the Earth are becoming unsafe. You never know where these spots are going to be because they move over the face of the Earth from year to year. This ozone problem is happening now, not tomorrow or later or maybe someday. It's occurring at this very minute. Given another few years, we're going to be in really serious trouble. They knew about the ozone problem at least as far back as when Reagan was president. When the environmental agencies asked him, "What will we do about this ozone problem?" Reagan was really flippant about it. He said something like, "We'll just issue raincoats and dark sunglasses to solve the problem." Just like that. What the heck? We're talking about our very lives here, our very existence, and the governments are continuing as though it doesn't even matter. The Greenhouse Ice Age. In the first 7 days in office, President Bush was approached by 700 environmental groups, 700 of them in unity and agreement. They said to Bush, "We have an even bigger problem than the ozone and the oceans. The biggest problem that we know of is the greenhouse effect. If the greenhouse effect is not checked very soon, it's going to destroy the planet." This is what they had agreed on and what they believed was the truth. For a while Gorbachev and the world's governments were talking about how they were going to put space stations up there to monitor the environment and move with responsible action. Gorbachev was gung-ho on the whole thing. Then I guess they gave up on it, just quit, though they're still watching these things very carefully. It's a pretty hopeless situation. Figure 3-7 is a satellite photograph of the oceans taken from above Australia. That dark blotch above Australia and New Guinea reached the hottest ocean eye temperature in recorded history in 1992. It was 86 degrees Fahrenheit in that spot. That's 86-degree ocean water. If that continues to spread across the equator, it's going to do exactly what John Hamaker has predicted. If you're familiar with Hamaker and his theories, he has powerful evidence that as this water heats up, something very different from a hot planet will happen. It's going to be a cold one, very, very cold. Dr. Hamaker predicts an ice age descending upon us within a few short years. I won't go fully into the dynamics of the so-called greenhouse effect, but an intimate part of it is tied to rocks, minerals and trees. One average acre of trees holds within it 50,000 tons of carbon dioxide. When trees are cut down, burned or just die, all that carbon dioxide gets released into the atmosphere, and when the atmosphere contains a certain level of carbon dioxide, it activates the beginning of an ice age. Hamaker found proof that this is what triggered the last few ice ages on this planet. He found his evidence primarily from studying core samples taken from ancient lake beds. The core samples show, by simply looking at the pollen count, that the Earth for millions of years had a cycle of 90,000 years of ice followed by a temperate period of 10,000 years, followed by 90,000 years of ice, followed by 10,000 temperate years. That particular cycle has been going on for a long, long time. In addition, Hamaker has discovered, and other people have verified it, that the length of time it takes to go from a warm age into an ice age is a mere 20 years. People who have been studying this for a long time believe that we are possibly now around 16 or 17 years into that 20-year cycle, but of course no one really knows. And they say that when the end of the 20 years or so is reached, snaps fingers, in a single day, less than 24 hours, it'll all be over. The clouds will back up over the Earth, the average temperature will drop to about 50 below zero, and most areas of the world won't see the sun again for 90,000 years. If those guys are right, we've got only a few more years of sunshine. It'll keep getting warmer and hotter until that day hits, then snap. It'll be all over. I'm not going to give all the details of Hamaker's work, but I suggest you do the research yourself if you want to know about it. He has powerful evidence. Study what he has to say. His book is called The Survival of Civilization. Ice Age to Warmth, a Quick Switch. Scientists have just discovered another surprise, which has some of them shocked and barely able to believe it. They thought that when an ice age recedes, it would take thousands of years to warm back up again. But they now have evidence that it takes only 3 days, says an article written in Time magazine. It takes 20 years to go from warm to cold and 3 days to go from cold to warm. So the greenhouse effect is a major and serious problem. No one knows the answer, but what's scary is that they're trying to instigate supposed answers that are totally untested. They're all fighting about whose answer is the best and who wants to do what, but nobody knows. It's like the ozone. They've got maybe 15 different ideas about what to do to fix the ozone, and any one of them might make it better, or worse. No one knows what these things are going to do, because we have never done them before. We seem to be willing to experiment on ourselves to find out if we're going to make it or not. Underground atomic bombs and CFCs. On top of that, all kinds of other problems are occurring. Some things are so scary that governments are afraid to tell you anything at all. They won't tell you about one thing that I simply have to talk about, because it's so important that somebody has to say something. I know they don't want me to talk about this, but I don't think they'll stop me. We're finding CFCs in the upper atmosphere. Now, authorities in the government have been saying that CFC products like Freon will float up though because they're lighter than air. But guess what? And you scientist types can check this out. CFCs are not lighter than air, they're 4 times heavier than air. They sink, they don't rise. So how did they get up there? It might have been the 212 above-ground atomic bombs that our governments have blown off in the world. Many people suspect that's how all those CFCs got up there in the first place, and that it really wasn't us who caused most of the problem with our air conditioners. It was the atomic government / the world. At one point they all went underground with their bombs, and we thought, that's okay, they're bombing underground, nothing will happen now. It's not okay, folks. It's probably the most dangerous thing that's going on in the world today, even more than HAARP, and they're still doing it. I cannot prove what I am about to say, so do not believe it until you can prove it. Adam Trombley, a famous scientist who has accomplished important work in science, has been monitoring the underground atomic bombing around the world. He probably knows more about this than any other person in the world, even the governments recognize this. Trombley explains what happens when these atomic bombs are exploded underground. The energy doesn't just sit there, it has to go somewhere, so it goes shooting through the earth, bouncing off its insides, ripping apart the plates and doing incredible damage as it goes bouncing around like a ping-pong ball. This bouncing effect inside the earth continues for about 30 days after the one explosion. Trombley, much like Jacques Cousteau and others, now has a theory that predicts all kinds of things that will happen, and they're all happening. Things like the Indian Ocean dropping 23 feet over a very short period of time was predicted by Trombley at least 10 years ago, just as Jacques Cousteau had predicted the death of the Mediterranean Sea in 10 years. Many brilliant people are speaking out their truth, but few people are listening. If Trombley is correct, we're only a few more atomic bombs away from the whole planet literally splitting apart in little pieces. The governments around the world have been on red alert since about 1991 over the changes happening to the Earth that were predicted by Trombley. They're scared to death. Yet I believe China just blew up another one, and the US is talking about blowing one up just because China did. Anyway, life goes on. It's a good thing there are other levels to our spirit than just the physical. If it weren't for the ascended masters and our higher aspect, we would be in a hopeless situation. But because of the work of other great souls, you and humanity are just beginning to live. You will soon be birthed into another new, clean and beautiful world, thank God, and there's no one else to thank but God. We're going to be okay through all of this. And yet I will continue. The Streaker Memorandum on AIDS. Here's one last drama. Actually, there are many other perilous situations. I could go on for hours, but I'll just give you this last one about AIDS. I suggest you try to find the Streaker Memorandum material if you haven't read it or watched the video. The governments are really trying to suppress it. Dr. Strecker made a video memorandum of what he believed happened around AIDS. He is a brilliant person. He has worked with retroviruses and is an expert on this subject. He showed the video on television, and the governments threatened him. They allegedly killed his brother and the senator who was sponsoring it. But they didn't get Strecker. That would have been too obvious, I guess. Dr. Strecker has distributed many of his videos. He got them out to the world, though you don't hear about it anymore. Dr. Strecker shows on his film how the United Nations was trying to solve an environmental problem. They knew that the biggest environmental problem in the entire world was the human population, and at the rate it was going, the world would double its population by 2010 or 2012. But because of what the Chinese did, allowing only one child per couple, and other strenuous work around the world, they slowed it down. But they believe that it's still going to happen. It is now estimated that somewhere around 2014 the world population will have doubled. If that happens, computer models have shown that all life on Earth will die or wish they were dead, according to the United Nations, because we can barely keep it together with almost 6 billion people. Can you imagine what it would be like with 11 to 12 billion people in the world? There's just no way, at least under the present system. So, if you were in the United Nations and knew this potential disaster was going to take place and had to make a decision, what would you do? I'm not judging the people who did this, just put yourself in their position of great power. You see that the Earth is coming to a solid wall, that it's going to be totally destroyed if something is not changed. So they made a decision, and Dr. Strecker showed the memorandum right on television. The United Nations decided that, rather than hit that wall of 11 billion people, right then and there they were going to create a virus or a disease that would kill specifically 3/4 of the people on Earth. In other words, instead of increasing to 11 billion, they wanted to reduce the current population by 3/4. He showed the Aussie population by 3/4. He showed the actual UN document that planned to eliminate 3/4 of the world's population. Dr. Strecker showed scientifically exactly how the UN did it. They took a virus from a sheep and a virus from a cow and blended them together in a certain way to make the AIDS virus. But before they ever distributed it, they also made a cure for it. The governments have the cure right now, according to Dr. Strecker. The people who were doing this, and history will verify this, were obviously prejudiced, because they singled out two groups: the blacks and the homosexuals. In Haiti there was an epidemic of hepatitis B moving through the homosexual community, and they all needed to be injected with the hepatitis B vaccine. So UN agents took the AIDS virus, put it in the hepatitis B vaccine and injected it into everyone. That's how the virus started, according to Dr. Strecker. The other evidence that this is true is that throughout the rest of the world, the virus was not given exclusively to homosexuals. In Africa, where at least 75 million people have AIDS, the ratio of male to female infection is almost exactly 50 to 50, from the beginning until now. Only in Haiti, and eventually in the United States, did it spread almost exclusively through the homosexual population. If you look at the figures for this country, females are now getting AIDS faster than anyone else. Soon nature will balance it out, and you'll see exactly the same thing you see everywhere else around the world, which is that equal numbers of males and females have AIDS. It isn't a gay disease at all, it has nothing to do with it. It has to do with the prejudice of the people who created it. According to Dr. Strecker, the World Health Organization, which has been instrumental in creating this disease, has also been concerned about other diseases, and so have doctors pretty much everywhere. For instance, let's take cancer. Doctors have been concerned that someday cancer will become contagious, not by pollution or foods or things like this, but that it will become airborne or waterborne, like a cold. You'd just walk by somebody with cancer and you'd get it. But the number of different kinds of cancer viruses is so small that the likelihood of that ever happening is pretty slim. It still could happen, but it's not likely. But for AIDS, there are 9,000 to the fourth power or 6,561 trillion totally different kinds of AIDS viruses. That's a huge number. And every time someone gets AIDS, a brand new virus is created, one that has never been seen before, ever. This means that it's inevitable, mathematically speaking. It's just a matter of time that AIDS will spread rapidly, just like a cold, throughout the world. There is a story going around that the World Health Organization believes that this rapidly spreading form of AIDS may have already begun. Around 1990 or 1991, the WHO checked an African tribe of 1,400 members, including everyone from little babies to old people, who obviously had all different kinds of sexual practices. You know, little babies aren't into sexual things, and they found that every single member, without exception, had AIDS. That's when the WHO announced secretly that the virus was probably now airborne or waterborne, and that it might eventually spread like wildfire, like a common cold. There would be a few years lag as with any other new disease. If this were to happen, would you know that you are safe? You need to know the truth. You are more than you know. A perspective on earthly problems. If we were not multidimensional beings, if we were only physical bodies connected to the earth and had nowhere to go, we would be in a very serious situation. But because of who we are, what is about to happen on earth could become a vehicle for enormous growth. Remember, life is a school. Maya is Maya. But still, if we realize the incredibly dangerous situation we're in, we might awaken to who we are. The only reason I'm even saying these words and not keeping it secret is because we're like a group of people in a sinking boat. It's got a big hole in it and the water's pouring in. It's not time to sit there and play games and do business as usual and think along the normal ways of thinking. If you didn't know the truth about our environment, you might just go along with your life and not act. I'm not suggesting to act environmentally, though that is not wrong. What I'm much more concerned with is an internal form of acting, a meditation that consciously reconnects you to all life everywhere. It is what the Taoists say, the way to do is to be. There's nothing wrong with acting externally, but there's another kind of acting that's required here, I believe. It requires a state of mind where we realize the situation, we begin to take it seriously and work in a way where we can make some real changes in our consciousness. This inner thing we need to focus on and understand will slowly unfold as we continue. Whoever understands the other side of this coin of life will realize that these environmental issues are not a real problem when higher consciousness enters into the 3D world, though from a 3D point of view, it does look like the end of life. The history of the world. We're going to open a new subject, the history of the world and how it relates to the present. Each one of these pieces of the puzzle widens the view. The situation in which we find ourselves in this world didn't develop at random. Events occur that we need to remember. Many of us were here in past lives, and we have these memories within us. But that's besides the point. We need to know exactly what occurred in order to understand how it developed into this situation today. This history, of course, will not be found in history books, because history books of human civilization go back only 6,000 years, and we need to go back about 450,000 years to begin. This information was first given to me by Thoth around 1985. Then after Thoth left in 1991, I became aware of Zecharia Sitchin, read his works, and found out that Sitchin's and Thoth's information were almost perfect fits, so perfect it just couldn't be a coincidence. It was amazing how close they were. Many things that Thoth had mentioned, such as giants in Atlantis, which he didn't explain further, were explained in Sitchin's books. And many things that Sitchin appears to have overlooked were deeply explained by Thoth. So the combination of these two sources gives a very interesting viewpoint. You don't have to accept this viewpoint, you can just listen to it like a legend, think about it and see if it's workable for you. If something doesn't feel true to you, then of course don't accept it. But I believe this is as close as I can get to the truth, and I offer it to you. Remember, I had to translate the geometrical and hieroglyphic images of Thoth into English. Something is bound to get lost, but I do feel it is close enough to trigger your memories. First, you must realize something about written history. Somebody has to hold the pen and write it down, so written history is always the viewpoint of the person or people who wrote it. Written history began only in the last 6,000 years, but would that history be the same if it had been written by different people? Consider that in most cases it was the winners of the wars who wrote the history books. Whoever won a war said, "This is what happened." The losers didn't get to put in their 2 cents. Look at any of the major wars, especially World War II, which was a very emotional war. If Hitler had won World War II, our history books would be completely different. We'd be examining a totally different set of facts. We would be the bad guys, and they would have shown good reason for doing in the Jews etc. But we won, so we wrote it from our perspective. Well, everything's like that all the way through history. Nobody ever talks about this subject, yet it's obvious. Even Thoth was very aware of this. He said, "I'm giving you my viewpoint. I have watched the centuries go by, but I'm only one person. This is what I believe is true, but you must realize that other people may hold different viewpoints on history." So even he was not saying, "This is it, take it or leave it." So with that observation, we'll proceed. Sitchin in Sumeria. I'm going to begin first with Zecharia Sitchin's work. If you haven't read his books yet, you have a great treat in store if you want to read about this firsthand. His primary book is called The 12th Planet, though I recommend to others, The Lost Realms and Genesis Revisited, in that order. He writes about many cities that were described in the Christian Bible, such as Babylon, Akkad and Irch, which for a long time people thought were myths because nobody could prove their existence. There wasn't even the slightest sign that they existed. Then they finally found one city, which led to another, which led to another, which led to another. They eventually found all of the cities mentioned in the Bible. Realize that all these ancient cities have been discovered in the last 120 years or so, most of them more or less recently. As they've dug down into the layers of these ancient cities, they've pulled out thousands of cylindrical clay tablets upon which the history of Sumer and the history of the earth is recorded in great detail, going back hundreds of thousands of years. Their written language is called cuneiform. What I'll be telling you is not just Sitchin's interpretation. Many other scholars now know how to read cuneiform, and as they translate these works, it's changing our whole viewpoint of the world, of what we think is true, just as John Anthony West's work with the Sphinx is also influencing modern thinking about human history. We'll come back around full circle later to explain how the Sumerians received their information. The Sumerian records are the oldest written records on the planet, 5,800 years old, but they describe things that happened billions of years ago, and in great detail things that happened after 450,000 years ago. Whether you're using scientific knowledge or Thoth's, our race is about 200,000 years old. Sitchin says that we're older than that, maybe 300,000 years or so, but the records and Thoth do not say that, and neither do the Melchizedeks. We've been here slightly more than 200,000 years, but there were civilizations on the earth, long before this cycle and long before the Nephilim, that were far more advanced than the Nephilim or anything we've seen since. They left without a trace. By the end of this book you'll understand why there was nothing left when they departed. This is the planet's past. It's part of who we are, in a way. We have access to all that information. There's a component within each one of us that has all this information recorded. It's easily accessible, but most of us are just not aware of it. Normally we give greatest credence to the oldest source of an historical event because it is closer in time than a scribe further removed from the event. These are the oldest writings we have, with the possible exception of the geometrical language that predates Egyptian hieroglyphics. The ancient Sumerians were telling us a story of history that's very difficult to accept because of our certainty that what we now know about the past is correct. The story is so outrageous on so many levels that scientists are having a very difficult time accepting it even though they know it must be true. It is the oldest source. If it weren't so outrageous, we would have accepted it at face value long ago because it came from such an ancient source. On the other hand, if they were crazy, making up stories without any real knowledge, how do we explain that they knew so many facts about nature that, from our point of view of history, would have been impossible for them to know? For example, not only did the Dogons know about all the outer planets, but so did the Sumerians, from the very beginning of their culture. The oldest known culture in the world, the Sumerians, extending back to around 3800 BC, knew exactly what it looked like to approach our solar system from outer space. They knew about all the outer planets, and counted them from outer to inner, as though coming in from outside the solar system. Just as the Dogons showed on the cave wall, the Sumerians described the relative sizes of different planets and described them in detail, as if they were actually passing them in space, what they looked like, the water on them, the color of the clouds. The whole experience was described in detail 3800 years BC. This is fact. How is this possible? Or is the truth of our beginning unknown to us? Before NASA sent our space probe into outer space past the outer planets, Sitchin sent them a Sumerian description of all the planets viewed from space. And when the satellite reached them one by one, sure enough, the Sumerian descriptions were exactly right. Another example. They knew of the precession of the equinoxes from the very beginning of their existence as a culture. They knew that the Earth was tilted on its axis at 23 degrees to its orbital plane around the Sun and that it rotated in a circle that took approximately 25,920 years to complete. Now, that's a tough one for a straight historian to understand, especially a scientific type who knows that it takes 2,160 years of continuous observation of the night skies to even know that the Earth wobbles. The minimum length of time is 2,160 years, yet the Sumerians knew about it on day one of their civilization. How did they know it? There is so much extraordinary evidence coming out of these clay tablets that it's not being absorbed into the general thinking very quickly. As I was taught in school and understood it, Moses wrote Genesis around 1250 BC. Which is about 3,250 years ago. That's what I've always read. Yet Sumerian tablets exist that were written at least 2,000 years before Moses lived, and they have the same account as the first chapter of the Bible almost word for word. These tablets even have Adam and Eve and the names of all their sons and daughters, the whole spectrum of events described in Genesis. It was all written down before Moses ever received it. This proves that Moses was not the author of Genesis. Obviously, this truth will be hard to accept by the Christian community, but it is true. I can understand why this knowledge is taking so long to sink into our modern culture, because it's a huge deviation from the accepted history of the earth, and this minor/major truth about Moses is only a tiny part of the whole truth. Tiamat and Nibiru. Even deeper than any of these exceptional and impossible bits of information they knew, and there is much more, is the actual story the Sumerians wrote about the beginnings of the human race before Adam and Eve. They're talking about a time that goes way, way, way back. The story begins several billion years ago when Earth was very young. It was then a large planet called Tiamat, and it rotated around the Sun between Mars and Jupiter. Ancient Earth had a large moon, which their records say was destined to become a planet itself someday in the future. According to the records, there was one more planet in our solar system that we are only vaguely aware of in these modern times. The Babylonians called this planet Marduk, and this name has sort of stuck, but the Sumerian name for it was Nibiru. It was a huge planet that spun retrograde compared to the other planets. The other planets are in a more or less flat plane moving in one direction, but Nibiru moves in the other direction, and when it comes close to the other planets, it passes through the orbit of Mars and Jupiter. They said that it passes through our solar system every 3,600 years, and when it came, it was usually a big event in our solar system. Then it would go way out past the outer planets and disappear from our sight. NASA, by the way, has probably found this planet. At least it is the most probable possibility. They used 2 satellites and located it at an enormous distance from the Sun. It's definitely there, but the Sumerians knew about it thousands of years ago. Then, according to the records, as fate would have it, on one orbital pass Nibiru came in so close that one of its moons struck Tiamat, our Earth, and tore about half of it off, just tripped this planet right in half. According to the Sumerian records, this big chunk of Tiamat, along with her major moon, got knocked off course, went into orbit between Venus and Mars, and became Earth as we now know it. The other chunk broke into a million pieces and became what the Sumerian records call the hammered bracelet, which we call the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. This is another point astronomers have marveled at. How did they know about the asteroid belt? Because you can't see it with the naked eye. This is how far back the Sumerian records go. The records continue to talk about earlier events, until at one point they tell more about Nibiru. It was inhabited by conscious beings called the Nephilim. The Nephilim are very tall. The females are about 10 to 12 feet and the males are about 14 to 16 feet. They're not immortal, but their lifetime is about 360,000 Earth years, according to the Sumerian records. Then they die. Nibiru's atmosphere problem. According to the Sumerian records, approximately 430,000, perhaps as much as 450,000, years ago the Nephilim started having a problem with their planet. It was an atmospheric problem very much like the ozone problem we're having right now. And their scientists decided on a solution similar to what our scientists have considered. Our scientists have considered putting dust particles into the ozone layer to filter out the sun's damaging rays. Nibiru's orbit takes it so far away from the sun that they needed to hold in the heat, so they decided to put gold particles into their higher atmosphere, which would reflect the light and temperature back like a mirror. They planned to get large quantities of gold, pulverize it and suspend it in space above their planet. Yes, it is true that they talked about subjects that seem contemporary, ancient humans talking about ETs and sophisticated science. This is not Star Trek or science fiction, it is real. What they said is pretty amazing, and that's why it's been so slow coming out into the general public's knowledge. The Nephilim had the capability of space travel, though they weren't at that time much further advanced than we are right now, it appears. The Sumerian records show them in their spaceships with flames coming out the back, rocket ships. This is beginning space travel, not sophisticated. In fact, they were so primitive that they had to wait until Nibiru got near enough to Earth before they could even make the trip between the 2 planets. They couldn't just take off any old time, but had to wait until they were close. I believe that since the Nephilim weren't able to leave the solar system, they searched through all the planets that were here and found that Earth had large quantities of gold. So they sent a team here over 400,000 years ago for one purpose only, to mine gold. The Nephilim who came to Earth were headed by 12 members who were like bosses, about 600 workers who were to actually dig the gold, and about 300 who stayed in orbit in their mothership. They first went into the area of present-day Iraq and began to establish themselves and build their cities, but that's not where they mined the gold. For the gold, they went to a specific valley in southeast Africa. One of the 12, whose name was Enlil, was the leader of the miners. they went deep into the earth and dug large quantities of gold. Then every 3,600 years, when Nibiru/Marduk came around, they would shuttle the gold to their home planet. Then they'd continue their digging while Nibiru traveled its orbit again. According to the Sumerian records, they dug for a very long time, about 100,000 to 150,000 years, and then the Nephilim rebellion took place. I don't quite agree with Sitchin's dating on when this happened. He got it, not directly through the Sumerian records, but by calculating how long he thought it should be. He came up with the time of about 300,000 years ago when the rebellion took place. I believe it was closer to 200,000 years ago. The Nephilim rebellion and the origin of our race. Somewhere between 300,000 and 200,000 years ago the Nephilim workers rebelled. The Sumerian records wrote about this rebellion in great detail. The workers rebelled against their bosses. They did not want to keep digging in the mines. You can imagine the workers saying, "We've been digging this gold for 150,000 years, and we're tired of it. We're not going to do this anymore." I would probably have lasted about 1 month. The rebellion presented a problem for the bosses, so the 12 leaders came together to decide what to do. They decided to take a certain life form that already existed on this planet, which was, as I understand it, one of the primates. Then they would take the blood of the primates, mix it with clay, then take the sperm of one of the young male Nephilim and mix these elements together. The tablet actually shows them with what looks like chemical flasks, pouring something from one flask to another to create this new life form. Their plan was to use the DNA of the primates and their own DNA to create a more advanced race than Earth had at the time so that the Nephilim could control this new race for the sole purpose of mining gold. According to the original Sumerian records, we were created to be miners, as slaves to mine gold. That was our only purpose. And when they mined all the gold they needed to save their own planet, their intention was to destroy our race and leave. They weren't even going to allow us to live. Now, most people hearing that would think, that can't be us, we're too noble for something like that. But that is what the oldest written records on Earth state to be the truth. Remember, Sumerian is the oldest known language in the world, older by far than works such as the Holy Bible and the Quran. It now appears that the Holy Bible was birthed out of the ashes of Sumer. What science has discovered is almost as interesting. In the exact place where the Sumerian records say we mined gold, archaeologists have found gold mines. These ancient gold mines are dated back as far as 100,000 years. What is really incredible is that Homo sapiens, that's us, were mining gold in these mines. Our bones were found there. Those gold mines had been worked at least 100,000 years ago, and they have dated humans in these mines as early as 20,000 years ago. Now, what the heck were we doing mining gold 100,000 years ago? Why did we need gold? It's a soft metal, not something you could use like certain other metals. It wasn't found very often in ancient artifacts. So why were we doing this, and where was it going? Did Eve come from the gold mines? Then there's the so-called Eve theory that people have been trying to put down for a long time. Scientists took a certain component in the DNA molecule and overlapped it to show which one came first, and they figured out that the first person of humanity lived somewhere between 150 and 250,000 years ago. And that first person, whom they called Eve, happened to come from the exact valley the Sumerians claimed that we were mining gold. Since then one scientist has discarded this theory because there are many other ways to look at the DNA origins. But I still find it remarkable that this theory just happens to point at the same valley where the Sumerian records say it all started. Thoth's version of the origin of our race. Now, let's see how similar Thoth's version is. He agrees with the Melchizedek tradition that our particular race didn't start 350,000 years ago as Sitchin says, but exactly 200,207 years ago, from 1993, or 198,214 years BC. He said that the original people of our race were placed on an island located off the coast of southern Africa, called Gondwana land. I don't know if this is the right shape for Gondwana land, figure 3 to 11, it's not important, but it was in that area. They were placed here primarily so that they could be contained and not leave. When they evolved enough to be useful to the Nephilim, they were transported to the mining area in Africa and to various other places where they were used to mine gold and perform other services. So this original race, our ancestors, developed and evolved on the island of Gondwana land for about 50 to 70,000 years. You can see on this map how the various land masses could have fit together at one time, and this is what scientists now suspect is true. They call this one land mass, before it divided, Gondwana land. They got the name from the creation stories of the tribes in Western Africa. If you read the various creation stories of these tribes, they all have different ideas about how creation took place, but one thread runs through all of them exactly the same. They all say they came from the west, from an island off the western shore of Africa, and that it was called Gondwana. They all agree on that one piece of information, with the one known exception of the Zulus, who claim to have come from space. The Sumerian records actually picture humans as about 1/3 the height of the Nephilim. The Nephilim were definitely giants compared to us. They were 10 to 16 feet tall, if you believe the records. I don't see any reason for them to lie. Thoth said that there were giants on the earth, but he didn't say who they were or anything more about them. The Bible says the same thing. Here it is in chapter 6 of Genesis. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them. That's an important statement. When men began to multiply, I'll talk about that in a moment, that the sons of God. Think about that one for a moment. It's saying the sons of God plural, saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they the sons of God, took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. This indicates that the Lord is also flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. That part of the Bible has been interpreted in a lot of ways. But when you see it in the light of what the Sumerian records are saying, it takes on a completely different aspect, especially when you read the older Bibles that tell what the giants were called. They were called the Nephilim in the Christian Bible, exactly the same sounding word as the Sumerian records give. There are over 900 versions of the Bible in the world, and almost all of them talk about giants, a large percentage of them specifically calling them the Nephilim. Conceiving the human race, the Syrian role. Thoth says there were giants here on earth. That's all he said. He didn't say how they got here or where they came from. He said that when our race was created, these giants became our mother. He said that 7 of them came together, dropped their bodies by consciously dying, and formed a pattern of 7 interlocking spheres of consciousness, exactly like the Genesis pattern, which you'll learn about in chapter 5. This merging created a white-blue flame, which the ancients called the flower of life, and they placed this flame into the womb of the earth. The Egyptians call this womb the halls of Amenti, which is a 4th-dimensional space that's located 3rd-dimensionally about 1,000 miles under the surface of the earth and is connected to the Great Pyramid through a 4th-dimensional passageway. One of the primary uses of the halls of Amenti is for the creation of new races or species. Inside it is a room, based on Fibonacci proportions, made from what appears to be stone. In the middle of the room sits a cube, and on top of the cube is the flame the Nephilim created. This flame, which is 4 or 5 feet tall and about 3 feet in diameter, has a whitish blue light. This light is pure prana, pure consciousness, which is the planetary oven created for us to begin this new evolutionary path that we call human. Thoth says that if there's a mother, there's got to be a father somewhere. And the nature of the father's sperm, must come from outside the system or body. So when the Nephilim were setting up their flasks and preparing for this new race to develop, another race of beings from a far distant star, from the third planet out from Sirius B, were preparing to travel to Earth. There were 32 members of this race, 16 males and 16 females, who were married into a single family. There were also giants of the same height as the Nephilim. Though the Nephilim were primarily third-dimensional beings, the Syrians were primarily fourth-dimensional. 32 people marrying each other probably sounds strange, too. On Earth, 1 male and 1 female marry because we're reflecting the light of our sun. Our sun is a hydrogen sun, which has 1 proton and 1 electron. We duplicate that process of hydrogen, and that's why we marry the way we do, 1-on-1. If you were to visit planets that have helium suns, which have 2 protons, 2 electrons and 2 neutrons, then you would find 2 males and 2 females joining together to make children. When you go to an old sun like Sirius B, which is a white dwarf and highly evolved, it has a system of 32, germanium. So the Syrians came here and knew exactly what to do. They entered directly into the womb of the halls of Menti, right into the pyramid and before the flame. These beings had the understanding that all things are light. They understood the connection between thought and feeling. So they simply created 32 rose quartz slabs that were about 30 inches high, 3 or 4 feet wide and roughly 18 to 20 feet long. They created them out of nothing, absolutely nothing at all, around the flame. Then they lay down on these slabs, alternating male and female, facing upward with their heads toward the center around this flame. The Syrians conceived, or merged with the flame or ovum of the Nephilim. On the third-dimensional level, the Nephilim scientists placed the laboratory-created human eggs in the wombs of 7 Nephilim women, from which the first human being was eventually born. Conception in human terms happens in less than 24 hours, the basic process through the first 8 cells. But conception on a planetary level is very different. According to Thoth, they lay there without moving for approximately 2,000 years, conceiving with the Earth this new race. Finally, after 2,000 years, the first human beings were born in Gondwana land, off the western shores of southern Africa. Enlil's arrival. Now, the part of the story where the Syrians are the father doesn't seem to completely correlate with what the Sumerian records say, at least according to the story given by Zechariah Sitchin, until you look at a sequence of events that Sitchin didn't seem to understand. Enlil, who was the first one to come to Earth and was the boss in southern Africa, did not land on land when he arrived on Earth. He landed in the waters. Why did he go into the waters? Because that's where the dolphins and the whales were. The dolphins and whales were the highest level of consciousness on this planet, and still are. In simple galactic terms, Enlil had to go into the ocean to get permission to live and mine gold on Earth. Why? Because this planet belonged to the dolphins and whales, and it is galactic law that permission must be granted before an off-planet race can enter into a different consciousness system. According to the Sumerian records, Enlil stayed with them a very long time, and when he finally decided to come onto land, he was half human and half fish. At one point Enlil became all human. This was described in the Sumerian records. You see, the third planet out from Sirius B that some call Oceania happens to be the home planet of the dolphins and whales. Peter Shenstone, leader of the dolphin movement in Australia, has channeled an unusual book, The Legend of the Golden Dolphin, which came from the dolphins and describes exactly how they came from another galaxy, how they came to be on the little star around Sirius B, and how they traveled to Earth. The entire planet there is almost completely water, There's an island about the size of Australia and another about the size of California, and that's all. On those two land masses there are human-type beings, but not very many. The rest of the planet, which is all water, is cetacean. There's a direct connection between the human-type beings and the cetaceans, so when Enlil, an Nephilim, came here, he first connected with the dolphins, Syrians, to receive their blessing. Then he went on to the land and began the process that led to the creation of our race. Nephilim mothers. To recapitulate and clarify, after the rebellion, when it was decided to create a new race here on Earth, it was the Nephilim who became the mother aspect. The Sumerian record says 7 females stepped forward. Then the Nephilim took clay from the earth, blood from the primate and sperm from the young Nephilim male, mixed this together and put it into the wombs of the young female Nephilim who were chosen for this. They gave birth to human babies. So 7 of us were birthed at once, not just one Adam and Eve, according to the original stories, and we were sterile. We could not reproduce. The Nephilim continued procreating little humans, making an army of little beings as putting them on the island of Gondwana land. If you want to believe this story, which is part Sumerian record and part Thoth, our race's mother is Nephilim and our father is Syrian. Now, if it were not for the Sumerian records concerning the Nephilim, this would all seem absolutely outrageous, and it still does. But there's a tremendous amount of scientific evidence that this is true if you read the archaeological records, not about the Syrian father, but definitely about the Nephilim mother. Science doesn't understand how we got here. You are aware that there's a missing link between the last primate and us. We seem to come out of nowhere. They do know that we are somewhere between 150 and 250,000 years old, but they have no idea where we came from or how we developed. We just stepped through some mystical doorway and arrived. Adam and Eve. Another interesting part of the Sumerian records was that after they mined gold for a while in Africa, the cities in the north, near modern-day Iraq, became quite elaborate and extremely beautiful. They were in rainforests and had huge gardens around them. It was finally decided, according to the Sumerian records, to bring some of the slaves from the southern mines to the cities to have them work the gardens. Evidently we made great slaves. One day Enlil's younger brother, Enki, whose name means snake, went to Eve, and the records used that name, Eve, and told her that the reason his brother didn't want the humans to eat of that tree in the center of the garden was because it would make them like the Nephilim. Enki was trying to get even with his brother for a dispute they were having. The whole story is much more involved than this, but you can read it in the records. So Enki convinced Eve to eat of the apple tree, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which, according to the records, included more than just a dualistic point of view. It gave her the power to procreate, to give birth. So Eve found Adam and they ate of this tree and had children, each of which was listed by name on the Sumerian tablets. Now, think about the Adam and Eve story from here on, both stories, the one in Sumerian records and the one in the Bible. God walks through the garden, he's walking. He's in a body, in flesh, which was suggested in Genesis. He's walking through the garden calling for Adam and Eve. He doesn't know where they are. He's God, but he doesn't know where Adam and Eve are. He calls for them and they come. He doesn't know that they ate of the tree until he sees them trying to hide themselves because they're ashamed. Then he realizes what they've done. Here's another thing, the word for God, Elohim, in the original Bible, intact, in all the Bibles, was not singular but plural. Was the God who created humanity a race of beings? When Enlil found out that Adam and Eve had done this, he was furious. He especially didn't want them to eat of the other tree, the tree of life, because then not only would they be able to procreate, but they would become immortal. We don't know if these are really trees or not. It might have been symbolic for something bound to consciousness. Therefore, at that point Enlil removed Adam and Eve from his garden. He put them somewhere else and monitored them. He had to have monitored them because he wrote down the names of all the sons and daughters. He knew everything that was going on in the whole family. It was all written down over 2,000 years before the Bible was ever written. From the time of Adam and Eve, our race developed in two strains, one that could procreate and were free, though monitored, and the other that could not have children and were slaves. According to modern scientists, this latter strain continued to mine gold until at least 20,000 years ago. The bones of this second strain that were found in the mines were identical to ours, the only difference is that they couldn't have children. This strain was completely destroyed at the time of the Great Flood, roughly 12,500 years ago. There is much more to this subject, which we will give to you at the right moment. We will be talking about 4 Earth pole shifts in this work: when Gondwanaland sank, when Lemuria sank, when Atlantis sank, which is the Great Flood, and the one that is now about to happen. This side note is important to understand. According to Thoth, the degree of tilt of the Earth's axis and the degree of the pole shift, which happens on a pretty regular basis, according to science, have a direct relationship to the change in consciousness on the planet. For example, the last time the pole shifted at the time of the Great Flood, the North Pole was in Hawaii. I realize this is debatable, at least that's where the magnetic pole was, and now it's practically 90 degrees from there. That's a big change. It was not a positive change, but a negative one. We went down in consciousness, not up. The rising of Lemuria. According to Thoth, after Adam and Eve there was a major shift of the axis, which submerged Gondwanaland. Thoth says that when Gondwanaland went down, another landmass came up in the Pacific Ocean, which we call Lemuria, and the descendants of Adam and Eve were taken from their homeland and brought to Lemuria. Figure 3-12 is not exactly what Lemuria looked like, but it's close in a certain way. It extended from the Hawaiian Islands all the way down to Easter Island. It was not a solid mass, but a series of thousands of islands that were closely linked. Some of them were big, some of them little, and there were a whole lot more than this picture shows. It was like a continent that was barely above water, a water continent. Adam's race was brought there and allowed to develop on its own without the Nephilim interfering, as far as I know. We remained on Lemuria for 65 to 70,000 years. While we were on Lemuria, we were very happy. We had few problems. We were accelerating through our evolutionary path and moving very well. We did lots of experiments on ourselves and implemented many physical changes to our bodies. We were changing our skeletal structure, working on the base of our spine a great deal, working on our skull size and shape. We were mostly right-brained, feminine in nature. An evolutionary cycle has to choose whether it's going to be male or female, just like you did when you came to Earth. You've got to make that decision. So our race was becoming female. By the time Lemuria sank, as a race we were equivalent to about a 12-year-old girl. Explorations of Lemuria in 1910. The fact that Lemuria probably existed was established in our society as far back as 1910. We don't remember much about this knowledge, because in 1912 something happened to change our course of evolution. In 1912 experiments took place that were similar to the Philadelphia experiment of 1942 and 43, which we'll talk about later. They actually did the experiment in 1913. But it turned out to be a huge catastrophe, and I personally believe that this experiment is what caused World War I in 1914. After that we were never the same. Before World War I the spiritual growth pattern of the United States was similar to what's happening right now. People were extremely interested in spiritual and psychic work, in meditation, in understanding the ancient past and in everything else of that nature. People like Colonel James Churchward and Augustus Le Plongeon from France were studying Atlantis and Lemuria, and there were many similar thought patterns compared to the present. Then when World War I came along, we fell asleep and didn't start waking up again until the 1960s. But the proof they had in 1910 about the existence of Lemuria was pretty remarkable, and it had to do with coral. Coral can grow underneath the surface of water only to a depth of 150 feet. In 1910 I suspect the Pacific floor was higher than it is now, because they were able to see coral rings on the surface of the ocean floor heading away from Easter Island for a great distance. By the way, the ocean floor does rise and fall. You might not know it, but the Atlantic Ocean floor rose over 2 miles in December 1969. You can look this up in the January 1970 issue of Life magazine. In the Bermudan area many islands suddenly began to break the surface. Some are still there, but most of them sank again. The ocean floor had been over 2 miles deep prior to that time. At the time that Plato described Atlantis and the Atlantic Ocean, the Greeks were having a difficult time navigating their ships into the Atlantic Ocean outside the Straits of Gibraltar because the water in that area was only 10 or 15 feet deep, sometimes even less. Now the water is deep again. The coral rings they discovered in the Pacific were estimated at 1,800 feet deep. This meant that the rings originally had islands inside, because the coral had to be close to the surface in order to grow. If the rings were 1,800 feet deep, it meant that since coral cannot grow below 150 feet, the rings sank very, very slowly. In 1910 people could see these rings going off into the distance, so they knew there had to be a lot of islands there at one time. Probably more important, if you follow the fauna and flora from the Hawaiian Islands, you find the same features on a whole series of islands moving along an arc from Hawaii all the way to Easter Island. These islands are separated by long distances, but if you look on a map, you'll see a long string. That string used to run along the western shores of Lemuria. All those islands, including Tahiti and Borea, were part of Lemuria. All the islands in this string have exactly the same fauna and flora, not on any of the other islands, just this one string, the same trees, same birds, same bees, same bugs, same bacteria, same everything. Science can explain this phenomenon only if there were at one time much closer land bridges between these islands. Ianthea and the beginning of Tantra. This new civilization in Lemuria was developing quite well, everything was going along just great. But most of Lemuria eventually sank. About 1,000 years before it sank, 2 people were there whose names were Ianthea. This couple did something that no one else had ever done before, at least in our evolutionary cycle. They discovered that if you make love in a certain way and breathe in a certain way, you get different results when you have a child. Through the conception of that different kind of birth, all 3 of them, the mother, the father and the child, would become immortal. In other words, by having a baby in a certain way, the experience changes you forever. Ianthea suspected that they had become immortal, I'm sure, because of their experience. As time went on and everybody else started dying but they remained alive, people began to realize that they really did have something. So they finally set up a school. As far as I know, it was the first mystery school on the earth in this cycle. It was called the Nakal, or Nakal, rhymes with Macaul, mystery school, where they simply tried to teach how to do this thing we call resurrection or ascension through Tantra. Tantra is a Hindu word for yoga or union with God, though sexual practices. We have a lot to go over before we can understand exactly what they were doing. Anyway, they did this and then they began to teach other people. Before Lemuria sank, they had instructed approximately 1,000 people, which means that about 333 families of 3 each were able to understand what they were doing and demonstrate it. They were able to make love in this unusual way. They didn't touch each other, actually. In fact, they didn't even need to be in the same room. It was interdimensional lovemaking. They taught others how to do it, and it was getting to a place where in another few thousand years they would probably have translated the whole race into a new consciousness. But God evidently said no, it was not the right time. They had just gotten started when Lemuria sank. Lemuria, like I said, was female, and the Lemurians were very psychic. They knew that Lemuria was going to sink a long time beforehand. They knew, with absolute certainty, it wasn't even a matter of discussion. So they prepared a long time in advance. They took all their artifacts to Lake Titicaca, Mount Shasta and other places. Even the great golden disk of Lemuria was removed. They got everything of value out of the country and prepared for the end. When Lemuria finally sank, they were totally off the islands. They had resettled from Lake Titicaca through Central America and Mexico to as far north as Mount Shasta. Lemuria sinks and Atlantis rises. According to what Thoth says, the sinking of Lemuria and the rising of Atlantis occurred at the same time, during another shift of the axis. Lemuria went down, and what would be called Atlantis rose. Atlantis was a pretty large continent, as shown here, figure 3 to 13. The southeastern part of the United States wasn't there. Florida, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina and parts of Texas were underwater. I don't know if Atlantis was quite this big or not, but it was pretty big. It actually consisted of this continent plus 9 islands, 1 to the north, 1 to the east, 1 to the south and 6 to the west. Chapter 4. The Aborted Evolution of Consciousness and the Creation of the Christ Grid. How the Lemurians evolved human consciousness. The immortal beings of Lemuria flew from their homeland to a little island north of the newly risen continent of Atlantis. They waited for a long time on the island they named Judal. Then they began to recreate their spiritual science. If you had watched them, you wouldn't have known what the heck they were doing. You'd have thought they were nuts. In order to describe what they were doing, I have to describe something else first. The structure of the human brain. This circle, figure 4.1, represents a human head, looking down from above. There's the nose, N. The human brain is divided into 2 components, the left side and the right side. In figure 4.2, the left side is male and the right side is female, and they are linked by the corpus callosum, according to Thoth. This is the nature of these 2 hemispheres. The left, male component sees everything absolutely logically, as it is, you might say. The right, female component is much more concerned with experiencing something than understanding it. The female and male perceptions are mirror images of each other, as if you had a mirror between them. If you had the word love written into the male component, he would see it as shown. But the female sees its mirror image, also as shown. When the male looks at her way of perceiving, he says, "There's no logic here." She looks at him and says, "Where is the feeling?" The brain is further divided into 4 lobes by another thin division. The male side of the brain has a component behind it that reflects, or mirrors the front, as shown in figure 4.3. There's another mirror image behind the female side that reflects what's in front of it. The male logical component has a totally experiential component behind it, and the female experiential component has totally logical component behind it. It's as if there are 4 mirrors reflecting each other in these 4 possible ways. When we look at the geometries later, you'll see that the forward part in the male brain, the logical component, is based on the triangle and the square, in 2 dimensions, or the tetrahedron and the cube, in 3 dimensions. The forward part in the female brain, the experiential component, is based on the triangle and the pentagon, in 2 dimensions, or the tetrahedron, the icosahedron and the dodecahedron, in 3 dimensions. There are also diagonal pathways connecting the left, front logical to the back, right logical, and the right, front experiential to the back, left experiential. Thus the mirror quality reflects side to side, front to back, and diagonal to diagonal. This is the way we're made up, according to Thoth. The attempt to birth a new consciousness on Atlantis. When the time was right, the Knuckles from Lemuria created a spiritual representation of a human brain on the surface of their Atlantean island. Their purpose was to birth a new consciousness based on what they had learned during Lemuria. They believed the brain had to come first before the body of the new consciousness of Atlantis was to emerge. With Thoth's image of the human brain in mind, you can begin to make sense of their actions. First, they made a wall down the middle of the island about 40 feet high and 20 feet wide, which sealed off one side of the island from the other. Literally, you had to go into the water to get to the other side. Then they ran a minor wall across at 90 degrees to the first wall, which divided the island into 4 parts. Then half of these 1,000 people, who were of the Knuckle mystery school, went on one side and half stayed on the other, depending on their nature. That could mean that all the women stayed on one side and all the men went to the other side, but as I understand it, where a person went did not depend on the physical body, but his or her dependency on one side of the brain or the other. In this way, approximately half became the male component of the brain and the other half became the female component. They spent thousands of years in this physical state until they believed they were ready for the next step. 3 people were selected to represent the corpus callosum, the part of the brain that links the left and right hemispheres together. Thoth's father, Tum, was one of these. He and 2 other people were the only ones allowed to go everywhere on the island. Otherwise, the 2 sides had to remain completely separate from each other. Then the 3 began to align their energies and thoughts and feelings and all aspects of humanness into an integrated human brain, not with human cells, but rather with human bodies. The next step was to project onto the surface of Atlantis the form of the Tree of Life. They used the form here, figure 4-4, with 12 circles on it instead of 10, but the 11th and 12th circles were off the mainland. One of the points was on Noodle and one was in the water to the south. So there were 10 components on the mainland, which is the configuration we're familiar with, even though it extended over hundreds of miles on the surface of this land. They projected it to the accuracy of a single atom. According to Thoth, there is an indication that even the spheres of the Tree of Life were used to designate the size and shape of the cities of Atlantis. Plato says in his book Critias that the main city of Atlantis was made of 3 rings of land separated by water, as shown in this drawing, figure 4-5. He also says the city was constructed of red, black and white stones. This last statement will make sense as soon as we talk about the Great Pyramid. The children of Lemuria are called forth. Suddenly, in a single day, the brain of Atlantis, the Knuckle mystery school, breathed life into the Tree of Life on the surface of Atlantis. This created vortexes of energy rotating out of each of the circles on the Tree of Life. Once the vortexes were established, then the brain of Atlantis psychically called forth the children of Lemuria. Millions and millions of Lemurians, who by then had settled along the west coast of North and South America and in other places, began to be pulled to Atlantis. A great migration began, and the ordinary people of the sunken Lemuria started moving toward Atlantis. Remember, they were feminine right-brained beings and inner communication was easy. However, the Lemurian body of consciousness had reached only the age of 12 as a planetary consciousness. It was still a child, and some of its centers weren't functioning yet. They had worked with those energies and had mastered only 8 of the 10. So each migrating Lemurian was attracted to one of these 8 centers on Atlantis, depending on the nature of the individual. There they settled and began to build cities. That left 2 vortexes with nobody using them, not a single person. These 2 vortexes were pulling life toward them, and in life you just can't have an empty place. Life will find a way to fill it. For instance, if you're driving along the freeway following another car and you drop too far behind it, somebody will fill in the gap, right? If you leave a place empty, life will step in and fill it. That's exactly what happened on Atlantis. Though Lemurians settled into only 8 of the vortex areas, Mayan records state clearly that there were 10 cities in Atlantis when it fell. In fact, you can see those records in the Truana document, which is now located in the British Museum. This document is estimated to be at least 3,500 years old. and it describes in detail the sinking of Atlantis. It's Mayan, and it contains an authentic account of the cataclysm, according to Le Plongeon, the French historian who translated it. Here is what it says: in the year 6 Can on the 11th Maluk in the month Zak, there occurred terrible earthquakes which continued without interruption until the 13th Chin. The country of the hills of mud, the land of Mu, was sacrificed, being twice upheaved. It suddenly disappeared during one night, the basin being continually shaken by volcanic forces. Being confined, these caused the land to sink and to rise several times and in various places. At last the surface gave way, and 10 countries were torn asunder and scattered, unable to stand the forces of the convulsions. They sank with their 64 million inhabitants. The 10 countries mentioned were referring to the 10 points on the Tree of Life. When you see this document, it shows an extremely sophisticated city with volcanoes going off inside and all around it, pyramids and everything else being destroyed and people getting in boats and trying to escape. It describes the incident in the Mayan language, which uses pictures. The aborted evolution. 2 empty vortexes drew extraterrestrial races. To fill those 2 empty vortexes, according to Thoth, 2 extraterrestrial races stepped in, not 1, but 2 completely different races. The first race was the Hebrews, coming from our future. Thoth says they came from off the planet, but I don't know specifically where. The Hebrews were kind of like a kid who went through the 5th grade and didn't make it and had to do that grade over again. They hadn't graduated to the next level of evolution, so they had to repeat that grade. In other words, they were like a child who had already been through the math stuff. They knew a lot of things that we didn't know yet. They had legal permission from the Galactic Command to step into our evolutionary path at that time. They brought with them, according to Thoth, many concepts and ideas that we had no idea about yet because we hadn't entered into those levels of awareness. This interaction actually benefited our evolution, I believe. There was no problem with their coming to Earth and settling. There probably would have been no problem at all if just this one race had come here. The other race that stepped in at that time caused big problems. These beings came from the nearby planet of Mars. I know this may sound strange, but it sounded even stranger when I was saying this back in 1985. Before people like Richard Hoagland began to speak up, it has become evident, because of the situation that has developed in the world, that this same race is still causing major problems. The secret government and the trillionaires of the world are of Mars extraction or have mostly Martian genes and little or no emotional, feeling body. Mars after the Lucifer rebellion. According to Thoth, Mars looked much like Earth a little less than 1 million years ago. It was beautiful. It had oceans and water and trees and was just fantastic. But then something happened to them, and it had to do with the past Lucifer rebellion. From the very beginning of this experiment we are in, and all of God's creation is an experiment, experiments similar to the Lucifer rebellion, if you want to call them rebellions, have been attempted 4 times. In other words, 3 other beings besides Lucifer attempted to do the same thing, and each time it resulted in utter chaos throughout the universe. More than 1 million years ago, the Martians had joined the 3rd rebellion. The 3rd time that life decided to try this experiment, and the experiment failed dramatically. Planets everywhere were destroyed, and Mars was one of them. Life attempted to create a separate reality from God, which is the same thing that's going on now. In other words, a portion of life attempted to separate itself from all other life and create its own separate reality. Since everyone is God anyway, this is okay, you can do that. The only thing is, it never has worked so far. Nevertheless, they tried it again. When someone tries to separate from God, they sever their love connection with reality. So when the Martians, and many others, created a separate reality, they cut the love bond. They disconnected the emotional body, and in so doing they became pure male, with little or no female within them. They were purely logical beings with no emotions. Like Mr. Spock in Star Trek, they were pure logic. What happened in Mars, and in thousands and thousands of other places, was that they ended up fighting all the time because there was no compassion, no love. Mars became a battleground that just kept going on and on and on, until finally it became clear that Mars was not going to survive. Eventually they blew their atmosphere away and destroyed the surface of their planet. Before Mars was destroyed, they built huge tetrahedral pyramids, which you're going to see in photographs in the second volume. Then they built three-sided, four-sided, and five-sided pyramids, eventually building a complex that was able to create a synthetic Merkabah. You see, you can have a space-time vehicle that looks like a spaceship, or you can have certain other structures that do the same thing. They built a structure from which they were able to look ahead and behind in time and space to tremendous distances and time periods. A small group of Martians tried to get away from Mars before it was destroyed, so they translated themselves into the future and found a perfect place to resettle before Mars was destroyed. That place was Earth, but it was about 65,000 years in our past. They saw that little vortex sitting there on Atlantis with nobody in it. They didn't ask permission. Being part of the rebellion, they didn't go through the normal procedure. They just said, "All right, let's do it." They stepped right into that vortex, and in so doing, they joined our evolutionary path. Martians rape the human child consciousness and take over. There were only a few thousand of these Martians who actually used the time-space dimension consciousness machine, or building. The very first thing they did when they arrived here on Earth was try to take control of Atlantis. They wanted to declare war and take over. However, they were vulnerable because of their small numbers and perhaps other reasons, so they couldn't do it. They were finally subdued by the Atlanteans Lemurians. We were able to stop them from conquering us, but we could not send them back. By the time this took place in our evolutionary path, we were about the age of a 14-year-old girl. So what you had here was similar to a 14-year-old girl being taken over by a much older man, a 60 or 70-year-old man who simply forced himself on her. In other words, it was rape. We were raped. We had no choice. The Martians just stepped in and said, "Like it or not, we're here." They didn't care what we thought or felt about it. It was really no different from what we in America did to the Native Americans. Once the initial conflict was over, it was agreed that the Martians would try to understand this female thing they lacked, this emotional feeling, of which they had none at all. Things more or less settled down for a long time. But the Martians slowly began to implement their left brain technology, which the Lemurians didn't know anything about. All the Lemurians knew was right brain technology, which today we know very little about. Psychotronic machines, dowsing rods and those kinds of things are right brain technologies. Many right brain feminine technologies would astound you if you saw them in action. You can do absolutely anything that you can imagine with right brain technology, just as you can with left brain technology, if they are brought to their full potential. But then we really do not need either one. This is the great secret that we have forgotten. The Martians kept putting out these left brain inventions, one after another, until finally they changed the polarity of our evolutionary path because we began to see through the left brain, and we changed from female to male. We changed the nature of who we were. The Martians gained control bit by bit, until eventually they controlled everything without a battle. They had all the money and all the power. The animosity between the Martians and the Lemurians, and I'm putting the Hebrews in with the Lemurians, never subsided, not even to the very end of Atlantis. They hated each other. The Lemurians, the feminine aspect, were basically shoved down and treated like inferiors. It was not a very loving situation. It was a marriage that the female component did not like. But I don't think the Martian males really cared if she liked it or not. It remained this way for a very long time, until approximately 26,000 years ago, when the next phase slowly began. Minor pole shift and the subsequent debate. It was about 26,000 years ago when we had another minor pole shift and a small change in consciousness. This pole shift took place at the same point on the polar wobble called the precession of the equinoxes that we have now returned to. See the lower small oval at A in figure 4.6. It wasn't much, though it has been recorded by science. The two small ovals on the cycle are where these changes always take place, and right now we're back at point A again. At the time of this pole shift, a piece of Atlantis, probably about half the size of Rhode Island, sank into the ocean. That caused a tremendous amount of fear in Atlantis, because they thought they were going to lose the whole continent, like what happened to Lemuria. By this time they had lost most of their ability to see into the future. They were shaking in their boots for a long time simply because they didn't know for sure what was going to happen. They were still afraid 100 years later. Then slowly this fear began to subside. It took over 200 years for them to feel safe again. Atlantis was a little beyond the lower ovalite when they finally relaxed their fear about Earth changes. But the memory was still there. They were going along nicely for a while, then out of the blue approximately 13,000 to 16,000 years ago, a comet approached Earth. When this comet was still in deep space, the Atlanteans knew about it because they were more technologically advanced than we are now. They witnessed its approach. A great conflict began to occur in Atlantis. The Martians, who were in the minority even though they were in control, wanted to blow it out of the sky with their laser technology. But there was a huge movement amongst the Lemurian population against using the Martian left-brained technology. The feminine aspect said, "This comet is in divine order, and we should allow this to take place naturally. Let it hit the Earth. That is what's supposed to take place." Of course, the Martians replied, "No, let's blow it out of the sky. We have very little time, or we all will be killed." After lots of arguing, the Martians finally and reluctantly agreed to allow the comet to hit the Earth. When it arrived, it came screaming into the atmosphere, plunging into the Atlantic Ocean just off the western shore of Atlantis near where Charleston, South Carolina, is now. Only it was on the bottom of the ocean then. The remnants of that comet are now scattered over 4 states. Science has definitely determined that it did hit there somewhere between 13,000 and 16,000 years ago. They're still finding pieces. Although most of the fragments were centered near Charleston, one of the 2 largest pieces actually struck the main body of Atlantis in its southwestern area. These left 2 huge holes in the floor of the Atlantic Ocean and could have been the true cause of the sinking of Atlantis. The actual sinking did not happen at that time, but took place at least several hundred years later. The Martians' fateful decision. The pieces of the comet that crashed into the southwestern area of Atlantis happened to be right where the Martians were living, killing a huge portion of their population. The Martians got hurt the worst by consenting to allow the comet to come in. Well, that was too humiliating and painful for them. This was the beginning of a great loss of consciousness for Earth. What was about to take place was the seed for a bitter tree, the same tree we live by today. The Martians said, "It's all over. We are divorcing you. We're going to do whatever we want from now on. You can do whatever you want. But we're going to lead our own lives and try to control our own fate. And we're not going to listen to you ever again." You know this whole number. We've seen it in divorced families throughout the world. And the children, look at our world. We are the children. The Martians decided to take over the Earth. Of course, control, the Martians' primary interface with the reality, rose to meet their anger. They began to create a building complex like the one they had constructed on Mars a long time earlier, in order to create a synthetic Merkabah once again. The only thing is, around 50,000 Earth years had passed since they had created one, and they didn't remember exactly how to do it, but they thought they did. So they built the buildings and began the experiment. That experiment is directly tied to a chain of Merkabahs that began with the Mars experiments a little less than 1,000,000 years before. Later, one was done here on Earth in 1913, another one in 1943, called the Philadelphia experiment, another one in 1983, called the Montauk experiment, and another one that, I believe, they're attempting to do this year, 1993, near Bimini Island. These dates are windows of time that open up and are tied to the harmonics of the situation. The experiments must be timed to these windows in order to succeed. If the Martians had succeeded in setting up a synthetic harmonic Merkabah, they would have had absolute control of the planet. If that was their intention, they would have been able to make anybody on the planet do anything they wanted, though eventually it would have meant their own demise. No higher order being would place this kind of control on another if they truly understood the reality. Failure of the Martian Merkabah attempt. The Martians built the buildings in Atlantis, set up the whole experiment, then threw their switch to begin the energy flow. Almost immediately they lost control of the experiment, like falling through space and time. The degree of destruction was more horrible and sinful than I care to describe. In this reality, you can hardly make a greater error than to create an out-of-control synthetic Merkabah. What the experiment did was begin to rip open the lower dimensional levels of the Earth. Not the higher ones, but the lower ones. To give an analogy, the human body has membranes between different parts, such as in the heart, the stomach, the liver, the eyes and so on. If you took a knife and silt open your stomach, that would be like ripping open the dimensional levels of the Earth. Various aspects are separated from other aspects of spirit by these dimensional membranes, and they're not meant to mix. You're not supposed to have blood in your stomach, but in your arteries. The purpose of a blood cell is different from that of a stomach cell. These Martians did something that almost killed the Earth. The environmental disaster we are experiencing today is nothing in comparison, though the problems we are having are a direct result of what we did long ago. With the right understanding and enough love, the environment could be repaired in a single day. But had this Martian experiment continued, it would have destroyed the Earth forever. We would never have been able to use the Earth as a seed base again. The Martians made a very serious mistake. This out-of-control Merkabah field, first of all, released a huge number of lower dimensional spirits into the Earth's higher dimensional planes. These spirits were forced into a world they did not understand or know, and were in total fear. They had to live, they had to have bodies, so they went right into people, hundreds of them into each person in Atlantis. The Atlanteans could not stop them from entering their bodies. Finally, almost every person in the world was totally possessed by these beings from another dimension. These spirits were really earthlings like us, but very different, not coming from this dimensional level. It was a total catastrophe, the biggest catastrophe the Earth has probably ever seen. A disruptive heritage, the Bermuda Triangle. The Martians' attempt to control the world took place near one of the Atlantean islands in the area we now call the Bermuda Triangle. There's an actual building sitting on the ocean floor down there that contains 3 rotating star tetrahedral electromagnetic fields superimposed on each other, creating a huge synthetic Merkabah that stretches out over the ocean and into deep space. This Merkabah is completely out of control. It's called the Bermuda Triangle because the apex of one of the tetrahedrons, the stationary one, is sticking up out of the water there. The other 2 fields are counter-rotating, and the faster rotating field sometimes moves clockwise, which is a very dangerous situation. When we say clockwise, we mean the source of the field, not the field itself. The field itself would appear to be rotating counterclockwise. You'll understand this when you learn more about the Merkabah. When the faster field rotates counterclockwise, from its source, everything's okay, but when the faster one moves clockwise, from its source, that's when time and space distortions happen. Many of the airplanes and ships that have disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle have literally gone into other dimensional levels because of the out-of-control field there. A primary cause of much of the distortion in the world, the distortion between humans such as wars, marital problems, emotional disturbances etc., is that imbalanced field. That field is not only causing distortions on Earth, it's causing distortions way out in remote areas of space because of the way reality is constructed. That's one of the reasons why this race of beings called the Greys, and other ET beings we'll talk about at the appropriate time, are trying to correct what happened here long ago. This is a big problem that extends way beyond Earth. What they did back Atlantis was against all galactic law. It was illegal, but they did it anyway. It will be solved, but not until the year 2012. There's not much the ETs can do in the meantime, but they'll probably keep trying. The aborted evolution of consciousness and the creation of the Christ grid. The solution: a Christ consciousness grid. Ascended masters assist the Earth. At the time of the synthetic Merkabah failure, there were about 1,600 ascended masters on Earth. and they did everything they could to try to heal the situation. They tried to seal the dimensional levels and get as many of these spirits as they could out of people and back into their own worlds. They did everything on every level they could. They eventually get most of the spirits out and healed about 90 to 95% or more of the situation. But people still found many of these unusual beings living in their bodies. The situation at that time began to deteriorate extremely rapidly. All the systems on Atlantis, financial, social and all the concepts of how life ought to be, degenerated and collapsed. The continent of Atlantis and all its people became sick. They started getting weird diseases. The entire continent went into a state of survival, just trying to live through each day. The situation grew continually worse. For a long period of time it was hell on earth, horrible. If it had not been slowed down by the Ascended Masters, it would truly have been the end of this world. The Ascended Masters, the highest levels of our consciousness at that time, didn't know what to do to help bring us back into a state of grace. I mean, they really didn't know what to do. They were children compared to the events that had been forced upon them, and they had no idea how to handle it. So they prayed. They called in higher levels of consciousness. They called in everybody who could hear their plea, including the Great Galactic Command. They prayed and prayed. So the problem was reviewed on many high levels of life. Similar kinds of events have happened before on other planets. This wasn't the first time. So before it actually happened, our Ascended Masters and Galactic friends knew that we were going to fall out of grace, out of the high level of awareness we were experiencing at the time. They knew that we were going to fall way down the spectrum of life. Their concern was to figure out some way to get us back up on track after the fall, and they knew it had to be done quickly. They were looking for a solution that would heal the whole Earth, both the dark and the light. They weren't concerned with a solution where only the Martians would be healed, or only the Lemurians or only part of the Earth. They were looking for a situation that would heal the whole Earth and all of its inhabitants. Higher levels of consciousness don't go along with this us and them point of view. There's only one consciousness moving through all life, and they were trying to get everybody to come back into a state of love and respect for each other. They knew that the only way they could do it was to get us back into Christ consciousness, a level of beingness where we can see the unity. And they knew we would proceed from there with love and compassion. They knew that if we were going to get back on track, we would have to be in Christ consciousness as a planet by the end of the 13,000-year cycle, which is now. If we were not in Christ consciousness by then, we wouldn't make it at all. We would destroy ourselves. Although spirit is eternal, life interruptions can be temporarily lost. Note: for those of you who believe that we will be out of this dimension before 2012, you are probably right. The correction to this Atlantean field, even though the Earth will probably be in at least the fourth dimension by then, will be completed in the third dimensional year, according to Thoth. The only problem was that we couldn't get back to Christ consciousness by ourselves, at least in a short time. Once we had fallen to this level, it would be a very long time before we would be able to come back up naturally. So the problem was really one of time. We were part of a greater consciousness that loved us, and out of love it wished to assist us back into conscious immortality as soon as possible. It would be much like having a child who hit his head real hard, resulting in a concussion. You would want him to return to consciousness quickly. It was finally decided to try a kind of standard operating procedure that usually works in these situations, though not always. In other words, it was an experiment. Earth's people were about to be subjects of a galactic experimental project in the hope of helping us. We would experiment on ourselves. It wasn't done by extraterrestrials or anything like that. They simply showed us how to do it. We were given instructions on how to proceed with this experiment, and we actually carried it out successfully. What about the Syrians? Our helpers honestly believed that we would make it, though they knew it would be close. In fact, they wouldn't have gotten permission from the Galactic Command to do the experiment if they hadn't honestly believed we would make it. You can't lie to the Galactic Command. A planetary grid. At this point, so that you'll understand the procedure they decided on, I need to talk about grids. A planetary grid is an etheric crystalline structure that envelops the planet and holds the consciousness of any one species of life. Yes, it does have an electromagnetic component associated with the third dimension, but it also has an appropriate higher dimensional component for each dimension. Science will eventually discover that there's a grid for every single species in the world. There were originally 30 million grids around the Earth, but now there are about 13 to 15 million, and they're decreasing rapidly. If there are just 2 bugs on the planet, and they're just sitting somewhere in Iowa, they have a grid that stretches around the entire planet, or they couldn't exist. It's just the nature of the game. Each of these grids has its own geometry and is unique. There's not another one like it. Just as a species body is unique, its point of view of interpreting the reality is also unique. The Christ consciousness grid holds the Christ consciousness for the planet, and if that grid isn't there, we can't reach Christ consciousness. This grid was there during Atlantean times, though we were very young, and it was beginning to function at certain times during the precession of the equinoxes. They knew it would be placed into a passive state by the Martians' actions, so they decided to synthetically activate the Christ consciousness grid around the Earth. It would be a living grid, but it would be synthetically made, like creating a synthetic crystal from a living cell of a live crystal. Then at the right time, hopefully before we killed ourselves off, the new grid would be complete, and we could ascend to our previous level once again. One example of the effect of a grid is shown in the 100th monkey theory. The 100th monkey concept. You have probably read the book, The 100th Monkey by Ken Cayce, Jr., or perhaps the earlier book of Lowell Watson, Lifetide, The Biology of the Unconscious, who describe a 30-year scientific research project on the Japanese monkey, Macaco fuscata. The island of Koshima, Japan, has a wild colony, and the scientists were providing them with sweet potatoes dropped in the sand. The monkeys liked the sweet potatoes, but not the sand and dirt. An 18-month-old female they named Imo found she could solve the problem by washing the potatoes. She taught this trick to her mother. Her playmates also learned this new way, and they taught their mothers, too. Soon all the young monkeys washed their sweet potatoes, but only the adults who imitated their children learned this behavior. The scientists recorded these events between the years 1952 and 1958. Then suddenly, in the autumn of 1958, the few monkeys doing this on the island of Koshima reached a critical mass, which Dr. Watson arbitrarily placed at 100, and bingo! Almost every monkey on the island started washing its potatoes without any further influence. If it had happened on only that one island, they probably would have figured there was some form of communication and looked for it. But simultaneously the monkeys on the surrounding islands also started washing their potatoes. Even on the mainland of Japan in Takasakiyama the monkeys were washing their potatoes. There was no possible way these monkeys could have communicated by any way we know. It was the first time that scientists had ever observed anything like this. They postulated that there must have been some kind of morphogenetic structure or field that stretched across these islands through which the monkeys were able to communicate. The 100th human. Many people thought a lot about the 100th monkey phenomenon. Then a few years later a scientific team from Australia and Britain wondered if human beings possessed a grid similar to the monkeys. They did an experiment. They made a photograph that had hundreds of human faces in it, little ones and big ones, faces in the eyes. Everything was made up of these faces. But when you first looked at it, you could see only about 6 or 7. It took training to see the other ones. Usually someone had to first point out where they were. These people took their picture to Australia and conducted a study there. They selected a certain number of people from a spectrum of the population, then showed each of them the picture, giving them a certain length of time to look at it. They held the photograph up to someone and said, "How many faces do you see in this photo?" During the time the subjects were given, they would generally come up with 6, 7, 8, 9 or maybe 10 faces. Few people saw more. When they had gotten a few hundred people as their basic sampling and recorded accurately what had been observed, some of the researchers went to England, on the other side of the planet, and showed the picture on a closed cable BBC television station that broadcasts only to England. They carefully showed where all the faces were, every single face. Then a few minutes later other researchers repeated the original experiment with new subjects in Australia. Suddenly people could easily see most of the faces. From that moment, they knew for certain that there was something about humans that had not been known. Now, the Aborigines in Australia had known all about this unknown part of us for a long time. They knew that there was an energy field connecting people. Even in our society, we've observed that somebody on one side of the planet would invent something very complex at the same moment that someone on the other side of the earth invented the same thing, with the same principles and ideas. Each inventor would say, "You stole it from me. It was mine. I did it first." This has happened many, many times, stretching back for a long time. So after this Australian experiment, they began to realize that something very definitely connects us all. The government's discovery of the grid and the race for control. As far back as the early 1960s, the American and Russian governments had discovered these electromagnetic fields, or grids, that stretched around the world. Human grids, yes, there are more than one, are high above the earth, about 60 miles or more. Remember, I told you about the 5 levels of consciousness on Earth that correspond to different numbers of genes and different heights. Well, there are only 3 levels of consciousness that Earth is actually experiencing right now. 2 others are way beyond us at this time. The first level is primal, the second level is our present consciousness, and the third level is the Christ or unity consciousness, the one we're about to enter. After the fall, about 13,000 years ago, there were only 2 active human grids around the Earth, the first and the second levels. The Aborigines in Australia were on the first level, for example, and we, the mutants, were on the second level. That's what they call us, mutants, because we mutated to where we are now. Science has done very little research on the Australian Aborigines, so our countries haven't become aware of their grid. But the governments did a lot of research on us, and they discovered exactly what our grid looks like. It's based on triangles and squares. It's a very male grid that stretches around the whole planet. Now, we have a third grid up there, which we will call the Unity Consciousness Grid, or simply the next step. It's been there, completed, since February 4, 1989. Without that grid, it would be all over for us, folks. But it is there. The governments became originally aware of our second-level grid maybe as far back as the 1940s. I realize that this statement is in contradiction to what was said above, but nevertheless I believe that the grid was discovered even before the 100th monkey theory came out. Because of World War II, the governments were beginning to place military bases all over the world in little out-of-the-way places, on obscure islands like Guam. Why did they select these particular places for their bases? It probably wasn't for the reasons they said. When you lay out the grid and the military bases all over the world, especially those of Russia and the United States, well, son of a gun, the bases are almost always located right on the nodal points of the grid, exactly over the top or on little spirals that come off of the nodal points. It could not possibly have been a coincidence that they just happened to spread out their empire of military bases in these precise places. They were trying to take control of this grid, because if they could control it, they knew they could control what we think and feel. A subtle war was going on between these two governments. However, the war changed its nature considerably in 1970. They'll have to explain that later. Of course, behind both the United States and Russia was the secret government, which controlled the outer appearance and timing of this conflict. How the grid was constructed, and where. Now that we have the necessary background, we can continue with the drama in Atlantis. The project to rebuild the grid was begun by 3 men, Thoth, a being named Ra and a being named Araragat. These men flew to a place in what is now Egypt, to the area now called the Giza Plateau. At that time it was not a desert, but a tropical rainforest, and it was called the Land of Chem, which means the land of the hairy barbarians. The three men went to that particular place because the axis of the old unity consciousness grid extended out of the earth from that point. They were going to rebuild a new grid on the old axis, according to instructions given by higher consciousness. They had to wait until the right moment, until the precession of the equinoxes passed the low ebb in consciousness, before they could act, and this low ebb was still far into their future. After that they would have a little less than half a cycle, about 12,900 years or so, to complete everything by the end of the 20th century. We couldn't go any longer than this or we would destroy ourselves and our planet. First they had to complete the grid on the higher dimensions, then they had to physically build the temples in this dimension before the new unity grid would manifest. Once manifested and balanced, they were to help us begin to consciously move into the higher worlds of being and begin anew our path home to God. So Thoth and friends went to the very spot where the unity consciousness vortex exited the earth. This point was about a mile away from where the Great Pyramid sits in the desert today, but then it was out in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a rainforest. Centered right over the axis of this vortex on the earth, they created a hole extending approximately 1 mile into the earth, lining it with bricks. It took only a few minutes or so, because they were sixth-dimensional beings, and whatever they thought always happened. It was that simple. Once the hole aligned with the unity axis was created, they mapped the 10 golden mean spirals that emerged from the hole and located where they moved above the earth. They used the hole as the axis, starting far down, and mapped the spirals of energy as they moved up out of the hole and extended into space. One of the spirals exited the earth not far from the present Great Pyramid. Once they found it, they built a little stone building in front of the hole. That building is the key to the entire Giza complex. Then they built the Great Pyramid. According to Thoth, the Great Pyramid was built by himself, not Cheops. Thoth says that it was completed about 200 years prior to the shifting of the axis. The apex of the Great Pyramid, if the capstone were in place, sat exactly on the curve of the spiral. They lined up the center of the hole with the south face of the stone building and the north face of the Great Pyramid. It has amazed surveyors who have looked at this. Though these structures are a mile away from each other, the south face of the stone building and the north face of the Great Pyramid are in perfect alignment. They do not believe that we could do it any better today even with our modern technology. Later the other two pyramids were also built directly on that spiral. In fact, that's how the hole was discovered. Through aerial photography, they noticed that the 3 pyramids were laid out on a logarithmic spiral. Then they traced the spiral back to its source and went to that spot. And there was the hole and the stone building. That discovery was made, I believe, in the early 1980s. It was recorded in the McCullum survey that was completed in 1984 by Rocky McCullum. I've seen the axis hole and the building with my own eyes. I consider it to be the most important place in all of Egypt, and so does the Edgar Cayce. There's also another hole about a city block away from the first spiral, and this spiral starts out a little differently, but then slowly, asymptotically, superimposes itself over the first spiral. To be able to build around this hole in this spiral pattern, the planners had to have a very sophisticated understanding of life. I'll explain this understanding later also. So these 2 completed spirals defined the axis of what would eventually become the unity consciousness. The aborted evolution of consciousness and the creation of the Christ grid. Sacred sites. After starting the new grid over the existing collapsed grid and putting 1 pyramid on the line of the spiral, Thoth, Ra and Urugat mapped where these 2 energy lines curved and crossed each other in over 83,000 places on the surface of the Earth. Fourth dimensionally, 1 dimension higher than this one, they constructed an entire network of buildings and structures over the whole planet, placing them on the nodes of this energy matrix. All of these structures were laid out with the proportions of either the golden mean or Fibonacci spirals, and all were mathematically referred back to that single point in Egypt now called the Solar Cross. The location of the sacred sites of the world are no accident. It was a single consciousness that created every single one of them, from Machu Picchu to Stonehenge to Zagwan. you name it, to anywhere. Almost all of them, with a few exceptions, were created by a single awareness. We're becoming more aware of this now. Richard Hoagland's work brings this forth, though he wasn't the first one. They show how one sacred site is extrapolated from another one, then another and still another. These sites go beyond time, in that they were all built at different times, and they go beyond any particular culture or geographical location. They were obviously done by one consciousness who coordinated the whole enterprise. Eventually researchers will see that this spot in Egypt is the point from which all the other sacred sites were calculated. This Egyptian area is the North Pole of the Unity Consciousness Grid. On the other side of the planet, out in the South Pacific in the Tahitian Islands, is a little island called Moorea, where the South Pole of the grid is located. For those of you who have been on top of Huayna Picchu for a bird's eye view, Machu Picchu, at about 9,000 feet in the Peruvian mountains, seems to be surrounded in a perfect circle by mountains. It's like a female circle surrounding a phallus rising in the middle. Well, the island of Moorea is similar to this, only it's shaped like a heart. Each house on Moorea has a heart with house number on it. The phallic Moorean mountain in the center of the heart is much bigger than Huayna Picchu in Peru, but you will still see the same ring of mountains surrounding this earthen pole. This is the precise south pole of the entire Unity Consciousness Grid. If you go straight through the earth at Moorea, you come out in Egypt. It's off only an ever so tiny bit. There's a very slight curve, which is natural. The Moorean pole is negative, or female, and the Egyptian pole is positive, or male. All the sacred sites are connected to the Egyptian pole, and they're all interlinked through the central axis leading to Moorea. It's a torus, of course. The pyramid's landing platform and the ship beneath the Sphinx. This is the Great Pyramid, figure 4-7. It has a so-called missing capstone, and there have been all kinds of speculations about it. According to Thoth, the actual missing capstone is 51/2 inches high and solid gold. It is a holographic image of the entire pyramid. In other words, it has all the little rooms in it and everything in proportion, and it's sitting in the Hall of Records. The other two pyramids go up to a sharp point. Only the Great Pyramid has a flat surface on top. That missing piece is not little, it's about 24 feet square at the base. If you get on top, it's a huge platform. This flat area is actually a landing platform for a very special airship that exists on Earth. The Sphinx is not far away from the Great Pyramid. According to the Emerald Tablets and Thoth, the Sphinx is much older than the 10 to 15,000 years estimated by John Anthony West. One factor that many present researchers have neglected to consider is that the Sphinx has been under sand during most of its recent existence. In fact, when Napoleon went to see the Sphinx, he didn't even know it was there because all he saw was its head. It was completely buried, and it has been buried for most of the last few hundred years at least. Taking that factor into consideration, which could be a major one, the wear caused by rain and wind would have taken a lot longer than they're presently figuring. According to Thoth, the Sphinx goes back at least 5.5 million years. I guess eventually that will be brought forth, because he hasn't been wrong about anything yet. Even John Anthony West secretly suspects that it is a great deal older than 10 to 15,000 years. He wasn't concerned with making speculations into the millions of years, he just wanted to get it well past the 6,000-year mark, because that will crack our previously accepted Earth history. He and his team have now done that, and later, I believe, they'll try to push the date back further as they introduce more evidence. According to Thoth, approximately 1 mile under the Sphinx there is a round room with a flat floor and a flat ceiling. Inside this room is the oldest synthetic object in the world, older than any other consciously assembled matter on Earth. According to Thoth, though even he can't prove it, this object goes back 500 million years when that which led to human life began. The object is about 2 city blocks in size. It's round like a disc and has a flat bottom and top. It's unusual in that its skin is only 3 to 5 atoms thick. Its top and bottom surfaces have a certain pattern that's shown in figure 4-8. The pattern itself is 5 atoms thick. Everywhere else it's only 3 atoms thick. And it's transparent. You can see right through it. almost like it's not there. This is a ship, but it has no motors or visible form of power. Even though Doriel's interpretation of the Emerald Tablets states that this ship had atomic motors in it, according to Thoth it does not. Doriel translated the Emerald Tablets in the Yucatan in 1925 and could not understand the description of how the ship was powered. The idea of atomic motors was the farthest out idea he could think of for a power source, but it is actually propelled by thoughts and feelings, and is designed to connect with and extend your own living Merkabah. This ship is connected directly to the spirit of the earth, and in the Emerald Tablets it's called a warship. It was the protector for the earth. The vulnerability of this period and the appearance of the heroine. Every single time we reach that vulnerable point in the precession of the equinoxes when our poles make these little shifts, extraterrestrials have tried to take over the planet. According to the Emerald Tablets, this has been going on for millions and millions of years, and it's still going on. When I read that in the tablets, I didn't yet know about the Greys or any of these beings, and I thought, someone coming from somewhere else to take over the earth. Nor, this is silly. But even today, this same thing's going on. It never stops, it just keeps on. It's called, simply, the battle of the dark and the light. Every single time a takeover seems imminent, there has always been one very pure person who figures out how to get into the next level of consciousness, then finds the ship and raises it into the air. The earth and the sun connect within that person and give him or her great power. Then whatever that person thinks and feels will happen. That's how this airship is a warship. Whatever races are trying to take over Earth, this person just thinks them away. Thinks up a situation that forces them to leave. This keeps our evolutionary process going without any kind of outside interference or influence. At least that's what is supposed to happen. By now we have definitely been tampered with. That pure person has appeared, and that event has already happened here on Earth. This is why the Greys are leaving. The problems they're having is because of one single woman, one 23-year-old female from Peru. She was 23 in 1989 when she did this. She made the first ascension process up to the new grid and connected with it, connected with the Earth, found the ship and raised it into the air. First, she made some basic connections that had to be done with crystals on the Earth, then performed the programming that had to be recalculated. The very next thing she did was to think that the Greys and others related to this attempted takeover of Earth were going to become sick if they remained here, and there would be no cure. Within 1 month, all the Greys started getting sick, and the whole process she envisioned began to happen. The Greys have been forced to leave the Earth now. Their bases have been abandoned, and they have been forced to alter their plans. The presence of this entire army of beings from space has now been reduced to almost nothing, all because of one small but holy woman. It's amazing. Chuckles. We guys know what that's like. I've been reduced to nothing lots of times by my wife. Awaiting the Atlantean catastrophe, Thoth and his partners finished the complex in Egypt to help rebuild the grid. Then they abandoned it in the middle of the rainforest and went back to Atlantis to prepare. It sat alone for 200 years, because they knew that at that critical point in the precession of the equinoxes, the poles would shift. They knew that Atlantis would sink. So they waited. One day it finally happened. The catastrophe actually took only one night. Science has proven that when poles shift, it takes about 20 hours. It happens just like that, snaps fingers. You wake up one normal day, and that evening it's a totally different world. The whole process is about 3.5 days long. But the pole shift happens in about 20 hours. We're all going to experience this enormous change when we see big chunks of the United States start to drop off into the water. Then you'll know it's for sure. There are other early signs that will tip you off that the change is about to happen. When enough information has been given, I'll remind you of what you already hold in your memories. When they saw the very first signs of the shift coming on, Thoth, Ra and Ararat returned to the Sphinx and raised the warship into the sky. All they did was raise the vibration of the molecules only one overtone higher than the Earth exists on. This allowed them and the ship to pass right through the Earth into the sky. Then they moved to Atlantis, lowered the ship to the surface, and picked up the people of the Knuckle Mystery School, which included the original immortals from Lemuria as well as those who became enlightened during the time of Atlantis. By that time about another 600 people had ascended. So the original 1,000 from Lemuria and the 600 from Atlantis had increased the number of ascended masters to about 1,600, the only occupants of the ancient airship. Now, the people on this ship were not only passengers, they were creating a living group Merkabah that surrounded the ship with a very large field in the shape of a flying saucer. The same shape that surrounds the galaxy and around your body when your Merkabah is spinning. They had a very powerful protective field around themselves as they headed for Chem, soon to be the New Egypt. Thoth said that they had risen about a quarter-mile off the planet with the members of the mystery school on board when they watched the island of Udal sink. This was the last piece of Atlantis to disappear into the water, with the exception of a few small islands. Then they flew the ship to Egypt and landed it on top of the Great Pyramid. From the side it looked like the middle drawing in Figure 4.9. If you were to extend the Great Pyramid up to where the capstone would naturally terminate, you would find that the ship and the pyramid were built for each other. If you were to look at this from the top, it would look like the right-hand view in the figure. The circle is the ship and the square is the Great Pyramid. The perimeter of the Great Pyramid and the circumference of the ship are the same. It's debatable if that's possible or not, but they can get very, very close. Whenever that mathematical relationship happens, life appears. It's the basic relationship of life throughout the universe. We'll describe this geometrically soon. If the Ascended Masters had not had spinning Merkabah fields around them, they wouldn't be here today, and probably neither would we, because their Merkabahs protected them from all that happened next. After they landed on the pyramid, the poles began to shift and the human consciousness of the Earth began to plummet. Simultaneously, the electromagnetic and magnetic fields of the Earth collapsed, and all life on this planet went into the Great Void. The 3.5 days of absolute blackness described by many cultures around the world. The 3.5 days of the void. The Emerald Tablets say that every single time we go around the precession of the equinoxes and our poles go through these changes, we go through a void space for about 3.5 days. The Mayas described the void in the Truana document. At one point in the story, 3.5 stones are painted black. This refers to the time when we go into what we now call the electromagnetic null zone. As the poles shift, a phenomenon takes place. We'll go into great detail about this later, where for about 3.5 days we're in darkness. It could actually be anywhere from 2 or 2.5 days to a little over 4 days. The last time, it was evidently 3.5 days. It's more than just blackness, it's nothing, it's void. And, by the way, when you are in the void, you will realize that you and God are one, that there is no difference at all. We talk about the void again at the right moment. Memory, magnetic fields and Merkabahs. If the people on the warship hadn't been protected by the Merkabah during that change, they would have completely lost their memories. You see, our memory is held together primarily by a magnetic field that exists around the brain, inside the skull and around the head. That field is further connected to every cell in the brain by individualized magnetic fields within each cell. Science first found the internal magnetic particles within each cell and then found the larger outer field. This was the first new find in human physiology in the last 300 years. Memory is dependent on a steady, living magnetic field, very much like a computer. Its connection to the Earth's magnetic field is not understood by science at this time. If you don't have a means of protecting your memory, it will be erased, gone. It'll be like unplugging a computer in the middle of a file. It's just gone. That's exactly what happened to the Atlanteans and others who survived the catastrophe but who didn't have spinning Merkabahs. Those very sophisticated people, who were more advanced than you and I, suddenly found themselves in a situation where they didn't know anything. They had high-tech bodies and high-tech minds, but it was like having a great PC sitting on the table with no software, nothing there. So the population that survived, and there were a few, had to start all over again. They had to begin at square one to figure out how to stay warm, how to make fire and so on. This loss of memory was the result of their forgetting how to breathe. forgetting their Merkabahs, forgetting everything, falling down through the dimensions, going into a totally unprotected state and ending up in this very dense world, having to eat food again, doing all kinds of things that hadn't been part of our experience for a very long time. They were slammed into a very dense aspect of the planet and had to learn to survive all over again. This was all a result of the synthetic Merkabah experiment that had taken place on Atlantis. Without that small group of ascended masters, we would not have survived at all. We definitely would all have left human experience. The whole Earth experiment would have been over forever. But they kept the field alive, just barely, while everything else crashed around them. Besides the ascended masters, there were also two other groups on Earth who had Merkabah fields intact at the time. The Nephilim and the Syrians, our mother and father, kept their fields alive. I don't know where the Nephilim retreated to within this planet's dimensional worlds, but the Syrians remained in the halls of Amenti, inside the inner Earth. Both of these groups are still here on the planet, hidden within the dimensional worlds. What the Thoth group did after light returned. After the 3.5 days of darkness, the Earth reappeared, light reappeared, the fields stabilized themselves, and we were down in this third dimensional world where we are now. Everything was new and different. Everything. It had totally changed experientially. When we consider the landmass of Atlantis, the Atlanteans had really been on a much higher level of interpreting that landmass. They didn't experience it like we do. It was experienced in a totally different way that's pretty hard to explain from a third-dimensional point of view. After they landed on top of the Great Pyramid, Ra and about a third of the people from the ship went down through a tunnel that goes into a room at the 2/3 level, which will someday be discovered. They've discovered 4 new rooms in the Great Pyramid in only the last few years. When this room is discovered, they'll find that it's made with red, black and white stones, which were the primary architectural colors of Atlantis. This is what Thoth told me to say. From this room is a channel they used to descend to a city or a temple far below the pyramid, which Thoth and friends built when they built the pyramid. It was designed to hold approximately 10,000 people because they knew a large number would ascend over the next 13,000 years, until the day of purification. After the fields stabilized and a third of the people followed Ra into the room made of red, black and white stones, from there they entered the underground city and began the route of our present civilization. Another part of the route was being formed at the same time in Sumer. Another story. At the same moment in time, the remaining 1,067 or so ascended masters lifted the warship off the Great Pyramid and flew to the place now called Lake Titicaca, where they landed on the Island of the Sun, in Bolivia. Thoth got off there, along with about a third of the people. Then they took off again and flew to the Himalayan mountains, where Ararat got off with the remaining third of the people. 7 people, however, remained with the ship, flew it back to the Sphinx and lowered it into that room, where it has remained for the last 13,000 years, until recently when the young woman from Peru raised it again into the open blue skies of Mother Earth's atmosphere. Sacred sites on the grid. Egypt became the male component of the grid. That is where the male structures were laid out. There's hardly any femaleness there compared to female areas of the world. Of course, the polarity to maleness does exist. Isis is that counterpart, but the overall energy flow is male. South America, especially Peru, Central America and also parts of Mexico became the female component of the grid. However, ultimately the entire female aspect of the grid became centered at the complex in Uxmal, in the Yucatan, where many survivors from Atlantis had found refuge. Starting at Uxmal, 7 temples are laid out in a spiral, probably a Fibonacci spiral, and they are the 7 primary temples of the female component of the grid. These are chakra centers, just like the chakra centers that are laid out down the length of the Nile. These feminine centers begin with Uxmal, then go to Labna, then to Kaaba, then over to Chichen Itza, then over to Tulum near the ocean, then way down near Belize to Koyun Lich, curving back inland to Palenque. Those 7 places created the primary spiral of the feminine aspect of the grid being created for our new Christ consciousness. which we are only now able to access. From Palenque, the feminine aspect of the grid splits north and south. Here we see another polarization of the energy. The feminine component of the female spiral of the grid heads south and jumps over to Tikal in Guatemala, and that begins a new octave. When we relate it to music, the seventh sight bridges to the eighth note, or the beginning of the next octave of the next spiral. And the spiral keeps going south through the feminine component of the grid. Eventually it moves through places like Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuaman near Cuzco, Peru. One of the main spirals ends in a place called Chavin, in Peru, which was the primary religious center of the Incan Empire. From there it goes to Lake Titicaca, to a place about a half a mile off the island of the Sun in Bolivia. Then it makes a 90-degree turn and heads out toward Easter Island and finally to Moorea, where it anchors into the earth. Heading north from Palenque is the male component of the female aspect of the grid. It goes through the Aztec ruins and up through the American Indian pyramids. The American Indians made physical pyramids, some remains of which can be seen in and around Albuquerque, New Mexico. Then the spiral continues to Blue Lake Nietos, New Mexico, which is the counterpart of Lake Titicaca. This is one of the most important areas in the United States, protected for a long time by the Tos Indians. Again, there's a 90-degree turn at Blue Lake. From the spiral heads out across their mountains, going through Ute Mountain, on the New Mexico side of the Colorado border, and through many mountains and structures that have been built. In conjunction with the sacred sites, the creators also used mountains because of their vortex energy. Finally, before the spiral leaves the coast of California, it passes through Lake Tahoe, Donner Lake and Pyramid Lake. From there it goes through underwater mountain complexes until it reaches the Hawaiian Islands, where Helical crater is one of the primary components, then heads south again. It goes through the Hawaiian island chain that connects for thousands of miles all the way back to Moorea. So it's a huge open circle that comes around the Earth, starting at Uxmal and connecting at the south pole of the Christ grid. The feminine component of the grid is a massive circle of complexes. Understand that in between each of the major sites mentioned above are literally hundreds of smaller sites, churches and temples of many religions, sacred sites of nature such as mountain peaks and ranges, lakes, canyons and so on. If you could see the greater plan, you would see how they form perfect spirals, first moving clockwise, then moving counterclockwise until they reach their destination, Moorea, in the South Pacific. The pyramids built in the Himalayan mountains were primarily crystalline in nature, meaning they were constructed by using third-dimensional crystals at the corners, aimed to form a pyramid. They built physical pyramids there, too, lots of them. Most of them are not known, though some are. The largest known pyramid in the world so far is in the western mountains of Tibet. It's a solid white pyramid that's in almost perfect condition, with a huge, solid crystal capstone. At least 2 teams of scientists have been there, and it has also been photographed from the air. It's visible only 3 weeks out of the year when its crystal capstone peers out of the deep snow to view a valley long deserted from human endeavor. I talked with the leader of the team that went into this pyramid. He said it looks like a brand new pyramid and that there's nothing written on the walls. It's white, smooth and hard, like marble. When they entered it, they went down a long tunnel, where they found a large room in the center. There's no writing anywhere, no designs, no nothing, except that in the middle, high up on a wall, there is one inscription, the flower of life. That's it. If you want to say everything, all you have to do is put that on a wall. That says it all. By the end of this book you'll understand why all the sacred sites on Earth, with a few exceptions, were planned on a 4th-dimensional level by higher consciousness, and by now most have 3rd-dimensional counterparts connected to them, in other words, real buildings on real sites. However, there are still some very important sites that have only 4th-dimensional structures. Those 4th-dimensional pyramids primarily represent the neutral or child energy of the Christ grid. Altogether there are 3 aspects of the Christ grid that surround the Earth: Mother, father and child. The father is in Egypt, the mother is in Peru, Yucatan, South Pacific, and the child is in Tibet. The 5 levels of human consciousness and their chromosomal differences. According to Thoth, there are 5 different levels of human consciousness possible here on Earth. These are people who have different DNA, completely different bodies and different ways of perceiving the reality. Each level of consciousness grows from the last one, until finally on the 5th level humanity learns how to translate into a whole new manner of expressing life, leaving Earth forever. The primary visual difference between these types is their height. The first level people are about 4 to 6 feet tall. The second level people are about 5 to 7 feet tall, where we are at now. Third level people are about 10 to 16 feet tall, which we are about to translate to. The fourth level being is about 30 to 35 feet tall, and the last is about 50 to 60 feet. These last 2 levels are for the distant future. This may seem strange at first, but do we not begin as a microscopic egg and get larger and larger until we are born? Then we continue to grow taller and taller until we are adults. According to this theory, the human adult is not the end of our growth pattern. We continue through DNA steps until we are 50 to 60 feet tall. Metatron, the Hebrew archangel who is the perfection of what humanity is supposed to become, is 55 feet tall. Remember the giants who lived here on Earth referred to in chapter 6 of Genesis? According to the Sumerian records, they were about 10 to 16 feet tall. When we look at a 3-year-old and a 10-year-old, we know that they have different levels of consciousness. And it is primarily by the height that we make this judgment. According to Thoth, each level of consciousness has different DNA, however, the primary difference is the number of chromosomes. Using this theory, we are now on the 2nd level and have 44 plus 2 chromosomes. An example of the first level is certain Aboriginal tribes in Australia where they have 42 plus 2 chromosomes. On the 3rd level, which we are about to move to, people have 46 plus 2 chromosomes. The next 2 levels have 48 plus 2 and 50 plus 2, respectively. We will discuss this in depth in the 2nd volume of this book and show the sacred geometry around this understanding, which will make it clear. The evidence in Egypt for a new look at history. We're now going to focus on Egypt because Egypt happens to be where the main mystery school was located and where evidence of the different-sized humans and levels of consciousness still remain, though generally unrecognized. Egypt was the area they chose where they would ultimately restore our consciousness, and the primary area where survivors from Atlantis and the Ascended Masters were in one place. We could discuss the history of those other areas, and we will a little, but the focus for this work will be on the Father, because it is through the Father that the primary information of the Merkabah must be remembered. Figure 410. Bust of Tia. This is an Egyptian statue of Tia. Figure 410. Tia and her husband A were the first two to create a baby by interdimensionally connecting through the sacred Tantra, which leads to immortality for all three, the father, the mother and the child. You can get a pretty good idea what Lemurians looked like from looking at her. She and her husband are still alive, and they're still on the planet today even after tens of thousands of years. They're two of the oldest beings in the world and two of the most respected of all the Ascended Masters because of all they've done for human consciousness. Giants in the land. This is Abu symbol, figure 411, in Egypt, which is located at the base of the spine in the chakra system of the masculine aspect of the Christ grid. Notice how very tall these statues are. This was the actual height of these beings. Compare it to the size of the tourists near the bottom right in the photo. If these stone folks were to stand up, they would be in that 60-foot range, which indicates that they were at the 5th level of consciousness. These beings, figure 412, on a different wall at Abu symbol, would be about 35 feet tall, representing the 4th level of consciousness. They built rooms for these different heights. This doorway is made for the Venusians, the Hathor race, who are on the 3rd level of consciousness. I'll tell you more about the Hathors later. These 3rd level beings, figure 413, are about 16 feet tall, indicating they are male. as the females of this race are about 10 to 12 feet tall. In their section of the building the rooms are around 20 feet high, with ceilings and beams in proportion to 10 to 16 foot tall beings. Next to that room, through a little door figure 413, inside Abu symbol, third level beings. Figure 412, Abu symbol and Hathor doorway, you can't see it here, that looks like it's made for us, is a little room with a much lower ceiling. The Egyptians didn't make these statues arbitrarily, they never did anything arbitrarily. There isn't a single scratch on a single stone, there is not even one, I believe, that was done unconsciously. There was a reason and a purpose for everything. And usually it was created on many, many different levels. The emerald tablets, for example, are written on 100 levels of consciousness. Depending on who you are, you'll understand something utterly and completely different from other people. If you should go through a consciousness change, go back and reread the emerald tablets again. You won't believe it's the same book, because it'll talk to you in a different way, depending on your understanding. These are earth beings, figure 414, passing through the various levels of consciousness. In this photo you see a huge 55-foot tall being with a statue our size standing by his leg. This is the king and queen. Archaeologists don't know how to interpret this, so they just say that the kings were more important than the queens, and that's why they made her little. But it didn't have anything to do with that. The statues are showing the 5 levels of consciousness. Every king and pharaoh who ever lived in Egypt had 5 names, representing the 5 levels of consciousness. Some of the kings and queens were able to translate between the different levels in order to guide the population into spiritual realms. One special example of this still exists. In Egypt there's an ancient round house. I didn't get to see it, but it was described to me by the famous archaeologist, Ahmed Faye, so I know it's real. This was A&T's house for a long time, though they're obviously not using it now. This roundhouse has a wall down the middle. You can't get from one side of the house to the other without going outside, walking around, and coming in the other side. Does this sound like the island of Udall in Atlantis? On one side off the middle wall is a picture of I, who looks very Egyptian with his angled skirt, beard and various Egyptian paraphernalia. He appears of normal height. On the other side of the wall I's image is about 15 feet tall. He looks very different, but you can see that his face is the same. He has a huge skull going way back like the higher level races do. I'll show you some soon. These 2 pictures of A show that he could go back and forth between these 2 different levels of awareness by changing consciousness. Stair-step evolution. According to Melchizedek knowledge, both the Sumerians and the Egyptians emerged onto the surface of the earth at almost the same moment, complete, whole and perfect, with their language totally intact, with all their skills and understanding and knowledge, with almost no evolution prior to that time. At least none that science knows of. They simply appeared at one moment in history in their most perfect state. The writing that came out at that moment was extremely sophisticated and clear, and has never been improved on since. After that initial impulse, these cultures became less and less clear, until finally these advanced civilizations degenerated away. You would think they would get better and more sophisticated as time advanced. But that's not what happened. This is scientific fact. No one in conventional archaeology knows how this happened or can even explain how it could have happened. It's a great mystery. Egypt and Sumer are placed into a special category called stair-step evolution by archaeologists. They were given this classification because of how they seemed to gain information and knowledge. What happened was, one day Egypt got its language, full and complete, then that knowledge leveled off. Then a little while later they would know everything you could possibly imagine about, perhaps, building a certain kind of moat or water system. A little more time would go by, and then they would suddenly know everything about hydraulics. It would keep going on and on like that. How did the Egyptians and the Sumerians get this information? How did they suddenly, in one day, know everything? I'll give you Thoth's answer. First I need to make this clear on the precession drawing, repeated below. Figure 415, point 2 is where we are now, and point C is when the fall of Atlantis happened. Point C is also when the poles shifted. Science has determined that's when it happened. That's also when the great flood of Noah happened, and the melting of the ice caps, because of all the changes that were occurring on Earth. Point C is when the destruction occurred. Remember, I mentioned earlier that there were two other points, B and D, when change could also take place and be assimilated most easily. For a 6,000-year time span, from point C where the destruction happened to point D where new teachings could be given, the ascended masters had to sit and wait while the Atlanteans, who were now hairy barbarians in Egypt, slowly returned to the state where they could accept this new, yet ancient, knowledge. These approximately 1,600 ascended masters had been living under the Great Pyramid since the fall, and they had to wait 6,000 years before they could start teaching and building the new culture. The Tat Brotherhood. Thoth's son Tat remained in Egypt with Ra after the fall. Later this group became known as the Tat Brotherhood. Even today there is an external brotherhood in Egypt called the Tet Brotherhood. Physical people who are the protectors and keepers of the sacred temples. Hidden behind the current Tet Brotherhood are the Ascended Masters. So the immortal aspect of the Tet Brotherhood sat there waiting and waiting, observing and waiting, until the time when the Egyptians could receive their teachings. When that day finally came, which was the birth of Sumer and Egypt, the Tet Brotherhood watched until they found either a person or a group of Egyptians who were ready for the ancient knowledge. Then 1, 2 or 3 members of the Brotherhood appeared in bodies looking just like the people they were about to teach. They would go up to the surface, approach the person or group and give them the information outright. They flat out said, "Hey, look at this. Did you know that if you did this and this and this, that this is what will happen?" The Egyptians would say, "Wow, look at that." They would use the knowledge, thus creating a new step in their evolution. Then the men and women from the Brotherhood would go back under the pyramid. The Egyptians who were given these teachings would give it to the rest of the culture, and the culture would quickly ascend to the next step. The Egyptians would assimilate that for a while, then the Brotherhood would look for another group that was ready for the next subject. They'd go to the surface again and say, "Look, here's everything you want to know about this." They simply gave it to them. The Ascended Masters gave the people this information over a short period of time and their evolution simply shot up and up in stair steps. The parallel evolution in Sumer. This same evolutionary pattern was also occurring in Sumer, though the present historical line says that Egypt began in approximately 3300 BC and Sumer began 500 years earlier, in about 3800 BC. I believe they both started at almost the same moment. I think that if historians would get their dates accurate, they'd discover that both Sumer and Egypt started only a few years apart. However, the evolution in Sumer was led by the Nephilim, the mother aspect, and the one in Egypt was led by the Syrians, the father aspect. That's the primary difference. I think the mother and the father agreed, now is the time for our children to remember. I believe it was a parental decision, and that when researchers look very carefully, they too find that both countries started to blossom at the same moment in time, which was tied to the point in the precessional orbit, point D, when it was most likely to be successful. This is also how the Sumerians knew about the precession of the equinoxes. It takes 2,160 years to recognize that there is a precession of the equinoxes. But the reason the Sumerians knew about it was because the Nephilim said, "Do you know there's a precession of the equinoxes?" Very simple. It's not a complicated thing. They just explained it all and the people wrote it down. The Sumerians knew about events that went back 450,000 years because they were given the information. They simply wrote it down and applied it. But after these ancient cultures got all this brilliant information, they degenerated. Why would they degenerate instead of going higher? Because they were in the sleep cycle, the falling asleep portion of the precession. They were falling more and more asleep with each breath, right into the Kali Yuga, the most asleep moment of the cycle. In the middle of the Kali Yuga, 2,000 years ago, was the time of Jesus, and humans were sound asleep and snoring. People in the Kali Yuga who read books and other studies written in the earlier, more awake period had a difficult time fully understanding what was being written about. Why? Because they were relatively unconscious. This is why cultures all over the world, not just in Egypt and Sumer, degenerated until they CZ. Right now we are about to awaken fully and know the truth of our beingness. Well-kept secrets in Egypt, key to a new view of history. This is Saqqara, figure 416. According to the linear archaeological belief, this is where the Egyptian culture began. This pyramid was the first to be built in Egypt, by their way of thinking. When it was first created, it was covered with beautiful white stones. In fact, this whole city stretches for miles and miles and into the earth hundreds of feet, including buildings and complexes under the ground. This would have been amazing if you could have seen it when it was brand new, especially since only a short time in history before it was built, we were supposedly all hairy barbarians. There was a jump from hairy barbarians to this super sophisticated culture in only a second of archaeological time. This is a pyramid, figure 417, that I think destroys the belief that Saqqara is where it all began. This pyramid is at least 500 years older than Saqqara. If this is true, the time when the Egyptians emerged on the earth is identical to the time the Sumerians emerged, which I believe is exactly what happened. This pyramid is called Lihirit, a phonetic spelling, and it's one of the few unguarded pyramids in this category. There are quite a few of these stepped pyramids, called mastabas. The Egyptians have taken almost all these pyramids that approach or exceed 6,000 years of age and put military bases and huge electrical fences around them. In some cases they've got soldiers on guard with machine guns. If you try to approach these pyramids, they would probably try to kill you. They don't want anyone to know about these pyramids, and they especially don't want you to examine them. If you try to talk to an Egyptian about them or ask to see them, they play it down. I went through this. They would say, or, it's not important. They're just made out of little adobe bricks by primitive people. They're nothing to them. And I'd say, well, can I go see one? Nah, it's just a waste of time. Don't do it. I had to keep pushing and pushing because I wanted to see one. I was brought into various governmental offices, and I kept saying, please, can I just go see one? And they would say, no, no, no. Finally I had to give bribes to get into these places. One government official wanted $8,000 to sneak me in there at night without any cameras, just to look at it for 15 minutes, then get away. This is how closely they protect these structures. Finally, after a long ordeal, I found out about one of these pyramids that was not on a military base because there was a little village around it about a half an hour from Saqqara. Once I realized that I didn't have to go through any government red tape, I finally found a person who was connected with that village. I had to pay him a lot of money. It wasn't thousands, but it was hundreds, to go there. So we drove into the little village. I had to go to the leader to ask permission and pay him money, too. Then I was allowed to go there for 30 minutes but not take any pictures. I managed to get this one photograph, and that was all. Not only was this pyramid but there were pyramids all over the place everywhere, for what I estimated to be 10 miles around. At one time this was a major complex. They're not doing anything to take care of it because they know that this pyramid is probably older than 6,000 years. So I found out that these unimportant pyramids were not so unimportant after all. The stones that covered this pyramid, like the slanting ones shown in figure 417, probably weigh 60 to 80 tons apiece. They were very sophisticated even though the internal part of the pyramid was made with adobe bricks. On top of a block beside the base was a circle with a Star of David, the key to the Merkabah experience. A ramp goes down maybe 200 feet to the river below, and the pyramid is still working, still functioning. It's pumping water. Pyramids pump water. They've demonstrated this in the United States now. If you build a pyramid right, it'll pump water with no moving parts. So this pyramid fills up with water and has to be pumped dry before anyone can enter. To top all this off, it just happened to sit next to an American linguistics team when I was flying back home. Pure luck, of course, who happened to have just entered this pyramid. Very few people can go in there, But this was a team of 30. He told me about the writing inside that was definitely older than Saqqara. There is geometrical writing all over the walls. I would love to see that. This guy was very excited as he told me that this team of 30 linguistics experts who got to see the inside now believe that the key to all languages in the world is in that pyramid. I believe he's probably correct. He understood sacred geometry,